Good morning, Chatty House.
Hi, everyone. Rust Dog gets a belt today. Congratulations, Rust Dog. I should
Hooray,
probably
Rust
take our
Dog.
board live. Oh, no, wait. I don't take our board live.
Uh-oh.
I just don't. Yeah, I don't take the board live. I just need to be able to have a dump button. Right? Yeah, because our board's live via you. Okay. Yeah. Would like to welcome to. Well, first of all, hello, Mrs. Matt. Good morning. Good morning, Tyler Jennings, and good morning, Wheezy. Would like to welcome Manny, the Manatee Hybrid, to the chat. Hello, Manny.
Hello, Lance.
It's his first day in the chat for this new guy. Everybody, make sure to give him a warm welcome.
I'm not sure who old ball sack head of Elk Grove is, but good morning. Morning, Marcus.
I believe that's Michigan Wolverines. Hello, good morning, Michigan.
Sacktown Tony. Yo. John.
Hey,
What's
Frank.
happening? Kyron.
Hey, Boogie. Hello.
Primo J.
Yeah, there's 69 people watching right now.
Chatty House Party. Nice. What's going on?
Who else is here? Hi, John. Hi, John. Kyron, good morning.
Zabo.
Ew.
Rust Dog got the belt, right?
Yeah.
Johnny G is up in here.
This is crazy. Hi, Johnny. This is what Kings fans are just the best. The very best. 30 seconds.
We have a producer.
What are we going to talk
today.
about?
I don't know what we're going to talk about.
Oh, boy.
We can talk about this right here.
Yeah, dude. You shaved. Good morning, Don. Good morning, David. What's up, Warren? We are up in here, bro.
Word.
Oh, sorry. Dude.
Yeah.
Hey, good morning, everyone. The vibes are up.
They're up?
Yeah, the vibes are up today. It's a Friday. It's Valentine's Day. For those of you who observe, JC, the sales guys in the office today.
I know. We got Strelitzia flowers coming.
We got flowers pulling up. We got Joe Brazil in the building. We need a round of applause for Joe Brazil. There he is. Yeah, so Joe Brazil is here producing the show. And then there's the Kings. I'm out.
Why did they do this to us?
I'm done. I'm out of optimism. I'm out of going, hey, you know what? This is a team because you and I, same page. Hey, for Wednesday night against the Pelicans, I think they win. I don't think they steamroll them. But last night, okay, this is a spot where you can really go out and just beat the hell out of a team that's going to be checked out and nothing.
No.
I'm done giving this version of the Sacramento Kings the benefit of the doubt. They have to earn it back from me.
Yeah, Kyle, I'm with you 100%. Every time you think that they've got it figured out, at least partially.
Yes.
At least, hey, go out and beat bad teams. They just disappoint you. And to me, last night's game, just like it feels like every single time it's Charlie Brown and Lucy. Like you're ready to go kick the ball and she just like pulls the ball right away and you go flying through the air. Like every time. It just like I don't know how else to say. They just are so disappointing when it comes to like taking care of business. And that's who they are this year. And like we can talk about all of the ups and downs and all the things that happened to them.
Mm-hmm.
But at the end of the day, this is who they are, and we have to accept that.
They're just mid. And I, because they're not bad. They're not what do the Wizards have now? 7 wins? Like, the Wizards are bad.
Mhm.
The Wizards don't win games, and also you don't really see it with their roster. I think the Kings are a couple of roster tweaks away from being like really effective. It's just clear that this iteration of the team, this collection of players, is mid.
Mhm.
Their ceiling offensively is sky high, but their inability to get a stop is in the basement.
Oh, yeah.
So it dramatically drops their ceiling and gets you to about what they are. They're about a 500 team.
That's what they're a 500 club.
And that's it. And again, I'm going to watch the rest of the games, and maybe they come out of the break and you got the Warriors. That's a winnable game. You got the Jazz. That's a winnable game. Maybe you win those 2, you're back to 3 over 500. Maybe they're playing better and they make some adjustments at the break. And okay, hey, now we feel a little better. But right now, I don't see any real path to that, because I don't think there's anything they're doing schematically that's going to change that much. You're about as good as the Pelicans based on the last couple of nights. One night you hit shots down the stretch, the other night you didn't. And if you're going to rely on DeMar DeRozan mid-range jumpers to win you games, you're going to win about half your games.
Well, that, and you can't get upset when he misses all of his mid-range jump shots, because you just like gave him positive reinforcement the previous 2 games.
Yep. There's gonna be nights like the Minnesota game in Minnesota where the Kings scrapped out that win.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome performance from DeMar DeRozan. You get the 42 points
against Dallas.
Awesome performance from DeMar DeRozan. And then you get last night.
Yeah. Even the game before.
Whatever, 0 for 7 in the fourth quarter or whatever.
0 for 4 in the final minutes of the game.
Oof.
No, 0 for 7. Yeah, 0 for 7 in the final, 4 or 5 minutes and the overtime session.
Oh.
And it was worse than that, man. There needs to be an accountability on this team, and I don't think on the court, anyone knows each other well enough to feel like they can stand up and say, hey, man, you got to stop. I see Malik Monk go, we're not doing that again. And he doesn't give up the pass. And he's like, no, we're not doing that again. But then, late in the game, you have this crucial play late in the game. And DeRozan had missed all of these shots in a row. And Zach LaVine has the ball out on the left. And he goes to drive to the basket. And there he is. DeMar DeRozan just runs right into his space with his man, because he wants the ball again after missing 7 straight shots. And LaVine turns the ball over. It's fully on DeMar DeRozan. Yep. Hey, man, this isn't your night. Nope. Get out of the way. Let somebody else play. LaVine's got 32. You got Malik Monk making the play of the night again. We're going and getting a rebound and getting fouled. Just an incredible play.
What was Bruce Brown doing there?
I don't know. I keep wondering the same thing again and again.
Baffling.
I want Bruce Brown on the Sacramento Kings, but I don't know what he was doing.
Bad teams stay bad for a reason, man. That was crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. But to watch all of these other players have moments, to have Sabonis really just catch fire in the fourth quarter. He had 13 rebounds, I think, in the fourth. It was just unbelievable. Then to leave it all on one guy.
It's a problem when Zach LaVine has 32 points, 10 assists, 3 steals, goes 12 of 24 from the field and 5 of 12 from 3. That's the kind of night we've been waiting on from Zach LaVine.
Yep.
Domantas Sabonis had 22, 28 rebounds, 22, 28, and 5. 13 offensive boards, by the way. Almost doubled up the Pelicans in offensive rebounds by himself. The Kings as a team had 21 offensive rebounds. The Kings as a team shot it 20 more times than the Pelicans did.
Yes.
They turned it over 5 more times.
In the fourth quarter, Domantas Sabonis had 13 rebounds, 8 of them defensive, 5 offensive rebounds in the fourth quarter alone.
You should be winning this game. You should win this game, especially against the Pelicans with no Zion. And you couldn't figure it out.
Yeah, disappointing, man.
Dude, I was so ready to come in today because the last couple of games I've been saying, and I mean, the first half, was it 18 assists on 21 made shots?
They started 19 out of the first 20 shots were assisted.
I mean, that's ridiculous. That's a great number.
They had 30 assists, 4 minutes left in the third quarter.
That's outrageous.
Absolutely spectacular. But you get to the fourth quarter and the ball just stopped moving. It just got absolutely sticky.
22 assists on 26 made shots in the first half. Like, it was, I was ready to come in here. And even if it was a close win, be like, okay, hey, we're starting to see it.
Mm-hmm.
You got some tweaks to make defensively, but hey, we're starting to see it. And then it just, the wheels came off. I don't understand why the immediate down the stretch, why the offense devolves into, okay, someone's going to dribble the air out of the ball and take a tough shot.
Mm-hmm.
When has that ever been at any point? When you watch any successful NBA team over the last, I don't know, basketball's changed a lot, but let's say over the last 10 years,
mm-hmm.
How many of those teams have been a get it to one guy, they're going to dribble the air out of it and then take a tough shot, and that's going to win us a championship?
Yeah, especially to do it repeatedly. Like, there's one thing if DeMar DeRozan is cooking, and look, he had 7 points in the first part of the fourth quarter. Like, so he started to get cooking. But once you start missing, that's when you have to hand the ball off to somebody else. When you hit a bunch, but then one miss, that's okay. Two misses, that's okay. Mm-hmm. Third miss in the final 4 minutes, it's like, okay, look, somebody else gets a shot. But to go on and take 4 more shots after that, and again, like, they had 30 assists through 3 quarters. I think it was even more than that.
Mm-hmm.
They ended up with 5 assists in the fourth quarter and 2 assists in the overtime session. They just went away from what was working. And I know, like, there were some moments in this game where it's like, okay, this is like coaching growing pains as well. Like, why is Keon Ellis not on the court while you're watching CJ McCollum just go nuts? Like, what is happening?
That was insane.
You went to a 2-big lineup in a really strange spot, and it didn't work, and that was trouble. And again, to not do the 2-big lineup against 2 bigs seems strange to me, because that's where they really started rolling with the 3-point shot. You go 2 bigs and they start launching. So it's just tough. Like, there were plenty of moments in this game where it's like the lack of, I don't know, overall focus just like showed up late in the game. And I get it. Team's tired, 3 games, 4 nights. It's the last of a getaway game, but
none of that matters.
It doesn't matter at the end of the day, man. You're right. You look at the standings, and that one hurts as bad as any loss the entire season.
Yep.
Instead of riding a 4-game win streak in the All-Star break and going 3 games over 500 at the All-Star break, you're now 1 game over 500, and you don't have a win streak anymore.
And it's just hard to, and this isn't empirical, this is just vibes. It's hard to have optimism about them over their final, what are they, 40, 55 games in now?
Yeah.
You got 27 left?
27.
It is so difficult to look at those 27 games. I saw somebody in the chat, and I'm sorry I lost your chat, so I don't have it in front of me. But somebody in the chat was like, I got them winning 13 of their final 27.
Okay.
Yeah, that kind of I have a hard time pushing back on that.
No, I do too.
Maybe they win 14, maybe they win 12, but it's just kind of in that range. And that's really disappointing, because this roster I think is the deepest one they've had since 22. But it's also not that well constructed. And you're just kind of seeing it down the stretch of these games, and at some point, I think the big change to make is what we've talked about ad nauseum for the last 2 weeks. Keon needs to start and probably close. The fact that you had CJ McCollum just going off last night and you just had no answer for him because you can't bench DeMar and you can't bench Malik and you can't bench Zach LaVine. Like, all right, man, cool. You're going to give up 140 points a night.
Yep. Hey, man, I looked at this team. There is no way long-term that I mean like the next year and a half, right? Because that's at least what they're under contract.
Mm-hmm.
The next year and a half to start a backcourt with Malik Monk and Zach LaVine with DeMar DeRozan at the 3. There is no way to do that without giving up 125 points tonight.
Nope.
And like, in all honesty, since the trades, they're a horrific defensive team.
It's bad.
Bad. Like, I looked the last 10 games before the last 2. I think they were something like 120.7 defensive rating. Like, they're giving up 121 per, and they're 27th in the league. That's tough, man. I'm telling you, like, you can't just swap out scores and think that all scores are created equal. And people can love or they can hate De'Aaron Fox, but De'Aaron Fox played at least league average defense and got you, a ton of steals. Like, he led the league in steals last year. Like, and when he's locked in, he's an exceptional defender.
Yes. But
his baseline is solid to really good. And when he's locked in, it's great.
Yes.
Right. That's not who they have now. And there's just no way to get around it. So instead of having a great defender in Keon Ellis in the starting backcourt, you had to start Malik Monk because things spun out. Like, all of these things play into like one giant like idea that really wasn't formed properly.
Yeah, if somebody said this to me about the Kings last night, I'm not going to put the person's name out there, but they said to me, like, they're playing fantasy basketball.
Yeah.
That's what this roster is.
2K.
It's it. And I get that putting the ball in the hoop is a big part of the game, and you want guys who can do that. I agree with that. But it's not like Keon Ellis is a negative offensively.
Nope.
And if you don't want to start him, fine. At least close with him. There's got to be a hard conversation at some point.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. That's just what it is at this point. And until they do that, they're mid. And that's what they're going to be. Because you can't bench Zach LaVine, who you just traded for, and you can't bench the future Hall of Famer, and you can't put Malik Monk back on the bench. So, hands are tied. All right, cool.
Okay.
Go be 500.
Yep.
But at least, hey, everybody's ego has been satiated.
There's just a big, big difference. Like, trying to get to 8 games over 500 when you have this one game that matters so much. Like, you're either 3 games up or you're 1 game up. And now in the final 27, you got to make up those extra games. And it's just a brutal reality that games like this matter so much. And the Kings put themselves in this situation. This is not
1,000%.
This is like one of those games where, you say, oh, with that one free throw you missed here, or that technical foul that's basically what we're like. No, you lost because you didn't do what you should have done in multiple games. Yeah. You put yourself in this situation. It's not one play. It's not one game. It's a series of games like this where you let yourself down.
Yeah.
That's it.
They have backed themselves into this corner, and they have not equipped themselves to get out of that corner.
Yep.
So, season's not over. There's 27 games left, but it's got to something dramatic has to happen if we're going to feel better about wherever this team is headed. Also, CJ freaking McCollum, dog.
Yeah. If only he had an elite defender to throw at him.
Well, what are you going to do, Back yourself into the corner.
Yep.
All right. To make matters worse, the Kings didn't get any help around the NBA last night. In fact, they got negative help. Nothing went right for them in the standings. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about what Markelle Fultz might be able to do to help with all this, and also what his signing means for Devin Carter and more Kings first half stuff. I don't know. That's James. I'm Kyle. We're the Insiders. Sponsored by Jiffy Lube here on ESPN 13. Joe Brazil is here as well. Here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center.
Clear.
Joe, can you send me that first segment? Just the audio from it. Thanks, man. We're going to make a promo out of that.
Out of which?
Well, I think I'm going to run that first segment and run it back. But then there was a part in there at the very beginning that I'm going to try and cut for a little promo to play on the.
Randy, Lily, Doug's got some tough decisions to ponder over the break of this team if this team wants to take a leap. I got to be honest. Here's how this needs to go. Doug and his coaching staff has some tough decisions to make. Everybody else needs to get the F out of the room. I don't want to hear from anyone else. He's got some tough decisions to make because at the end of the day, Doug either gets his job or he doesn't. But if I'm going to put myself out there and try to win this job, I'm doing it my way. And I'm not letting anybody else or any politics or how much somebody makes or anything else get in the way.
Nope. Straight
up. If you want that job, you go win basketball games, and you win basketball games by doing what you believe is the right thing. And if you can, at the end of the day, you live with the results that you made the decisions and you live with those results, but kick everybody else out of the room. I don't want to hear it anymore.
If frankly, if you're Doug and this is, you think going to be an opportunity, or if you, this is not going, let me rephrase that. This isn't going to be your only opportunity, I think, just given kind of what he's done.
Yeah.
If somebody else insists on being in the room while you're making these decisions, then I'd peace out. Frankly.
Yeah.
That's not the way I want my first coaching tenure to go.
Nope.
Did you see what Juju Watkins did against UCLA last night?
I did not.
UCLA, number 1 team in the country. Juju goes for hang on one second. This isn't her, but she had, I think it was 35, 10, and 8. Okay. Let me find it. I thought that was her stat line. Okay. What did she go last night?
Oh, Jackie's on her way.
Someone help me out. What was Juju's stat line? I just saw the thing that was like she's the first player with 35 plus and 10 plus and 5 plus and 5 plus. She had like 8 blocks.
8 blocks.
Something like that.
Her and DeMar have a really good relationship.
She's ridiculous, dude. She's already over 1,500 points in her career, and she's played 58 games. Yeah, give it a rip. $38 points, 11 boards, 8 blocks, 5 assists, 6 of 9 from 3. It's insane.
The WNBA needs to expand so quickly.
Hey. Thanks, Joe. Joe Brazil behind the glass. I'm Kyle. That's James. Jiffy Lube's the sponsor. And Jiffy Lube wants to give you see the hoodie James is wearing? We're giving that hoodie away. It's the only way you can get it. You can't buy that hoodie.
Nope.
You can get it through this contest, so along with a $50 gift certificate to Jiffy Lube.
That's right.
All you have to do is go to ESPN1320.com. You'll find the Jiffy Lube contest page front and center. Super easy to find. You click on that, and you're going to enter the code word bummer. Because that's what last night was.
Bummer.
Just a bummer. BUMMER. Bummer.
Mm-hmm.
And you win a $50 Jiffy Lube gift certificate and an Insider's hoodie.
Yeah, you enter to win.
I'm so sorry for whoever wins off of this word. Try to find a little joy in it.
I'm not,
man. It's like we'll get to the scoreboard from last night, but it was just like I said in the first half. It was close at the end of the half. But you look at the numbers and you're like, okay, this thing's trending the right way. I kind of think they're going to pull away and we'll feel good going to the All-Star break. But then it was like the Kings were the team that was just cruising into the break. And the Pelicans were the team fighting for their play-in lives. I was baffled.
Yeah.
Totally baffled.
I was too.
Such a bummer.
Just like disappointed that they didn't find a way to like put the game away. Like, I don't know. There are these moments in the season where you have opportunities, and this was a huge opportunity. And now you go into the break, you're tied for the 10th seed with the Warriors. You would have been a game up. You're now a game and a half behind the Mavs for the 8th seed. You would have been a half game. You would have been a game and a half behind Minnesota for the 7th seed. Like, all of these things, in the end, they matter, because trying to claw back and make up games down the stretch is very difficult, especially, I believe the Kings have the 4th most difficult remaining schedule out of all teams. It's like the Suns and then the Kings at number 4.
Yeah.
That's a tough look. And that's why games against 12-win teams matter. And I know some people are like, hey, you guys are whining, or hey, you guys, this is the last game before the All-Star break, all that stuff. That doesn't matter for this team. Either you're a playoff team or you're not. And what did they miss the playoffs by last year? Like 1, 2 games?
Maybe 2. Yeah.
Yeah. And how many times did you blow a game because you couldn't hit free throws? It was 5.
The games were there.
How many games did you lose to teams that were in the bottom 5 in the in the NBA standings? Like 4. Like, those are, all of these matter in the grand scheme. And like, you want to say, okay, well, this team beat the Celtics. Yeah, you beat the Celtics, but now you lose a game like this, and it like makes some sense of it. And I know it's, again, people might not want to hear it, but that was a huge blow to their playoff dreams last night.
So let's talk about why.
Yeah.
Because last night, had they lost, but they got a bunch of losses around them in the standings, it would have been one thing. Alas, they did not. In fact, like, every team they needed to lose won last night. The Dallas Mavericks played the Miami Heat. Dallas got a 118-113 win. That moves them to 30-26. They're now a full game and a half above the Kings for the number 8 seed in the Western Conference. We also got word yesterday that Daniel Gafford is out at least 6 weeks with a grade 3 MCL sprain.
Yeah, that was tough. That's some Malik Monk play.
Yeah, and that's 6 weeks, and then he's got to get like into basketball shape. So Daniel Gafford's going to be out probably a couple of months here. But Dallas is just kind of scary because they're not quite. They're just not. You would expect the emotional hit of losing Anthony Davis. Well, Derek Lively first, and then trading Luka Doncic, getting Anthony Davis getting hurt, and then Daniel Gafford getting hurt, to just be a gut punch that a team couldn't bounce back from, and they seem to be galvanizing around it.
Yeah. No, they do. I mean, they just keep playing hard, right? That's a trick. Like, everybody's beat up at this point, but when you start a lineup with Olivier Maxence Prosper, Kessler Edwards, Spencer Dinwiddie, Dante Exum, and Max Christie, that's who they started last night.
Kyrie didn't even play last night.
Kyrie didn't play, and they won.
That's nuts, dude. Dante Exum had 27? Oh, my God.
That's incredible. 11 of 13 from the field. Yeah.
Do we think that's a career high for Dante Exum?
It might be.
27's crazy.
I don't know. Klay Thompson didn't play. Kyrie Irving didn't play. PJ Washington didn't play. Anthony Davis didn't play. Derek Lively didn't play. Daniel Gafford didn't play. Dwight Powell didn't play.
28 was Dante Exum's career high.
And they won.
Not that, I mean, I don't know that the Heat are any good. But
well, they were 25 and 27 coming in. They're a much better team than a 12-win team.
That's a good point.
Just saying.
Yeah, just really impressive stuff from the Mavericks. So they are now a game and a half up on the Sacramento Kings in the standings.
All right.
The Golden State Warriors, who the Kings just gained a game on because the Warriors lost to Dallas the night before. The Warriors went into Houston and beat Houston 105-98. Golden State had a 24-point lead that was cut to 2 in the fourth quarter. They're now tied with the Kings again, and those two teams play in the first game after the All-Star break.
Okay. Yeah, that Warriors team, they're on a roller coaster ride from one quarter to the next.
They just
Like that is
you want to talk about a mid-ass team?
Steph called them mid.
They on a game-to-game basis. They might be up 24. They might have that lead cut to 2. They might be down 24. They might blow that lead up to 30. That's what they did against the Bulls. They were down 24, I think, to the Bulls, and at one point led by 30.
It's just wild.
Just insane. So
yeah, like from one quarter to the next, you have no idea who they are.
Just zero clue.
Yep.
So I when we talked about it yesterday, it feels like, and we'll keep doing the standings watch and trying to follow along as best we can with what else is happening around the league, while also trying to stay on top of what the Kings are doing. But it just feels like I don't know that the Suns or the Spurs or the Blazers are going to have enough to climb back up into the top 10. So it's like, okay, you're probably safe, but also you're not quite safe enough to really feel good about it. Which is why, you'd need a team like maybe Golden State or Dallas to fall off, and both got wins last night.
Yep. I think it's funny, the baby daddy in the chat brings it up. Last night was a back-to-back for the Kings, and they were hoping their offense would carry them, and it didn't pay off. I get that sentiment, but I hate to tell you this. The team they played the first night of the back-to-back was the same exact team.
Yeah, well.
Both teams were on a back-to-back. They both played against each other the night before. We can't like sugarcoat it and say, hey, well, it was a back-to-back. The 3 games in 4 nights, I guarantee you the Pelicans were looking at a very, very similar schedule and an identical schedule in the last 2 days. Just saying.
We got someone on the Elk Grove Kia talk line at 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. Don, you're on the Insiders. What's up?
Hello?
Yeah, hey, buddy.
Hey, Kyle, you got to realize something. The Lakers just smoked the Jazz the other night at home, went back to Utah and got smoked in Utah. These games against the same team back-to-back are hard to sweep the teams. I don't care if they're 12 wins or what. I mean, they're hard to beat. 2 teams, the same team back-to-back at the same time.
Okay.
I would agree, except for the fact that the first night, Zion Williamson busted you up for a bunch of points. The second night, he didn't even play.
Yeah.
And you had all of your players, and they didn't even have that guy.
Also, and thanks for the call, Frank. Appreciate you. The Lakers are 32-20. When the Lakers lose a game like that, it's like,
yeah.
All right.
They've got a buffer.
Right. The Kings don't. That's why this is a big deal, man. It's not that they lost a game on February 13th to the Pelicans, because the Pelicans weren't going to sit at 12 wins all year. They were going to win some.
They had lost 10 in a row. Yeah.
And like I said, in a vacuum, losing an NBA game, losing one NBA game is not a huge deal. But when you're where the Kings are, where you have a chance to make it 4 wins in a row, you're playing a very winnable game. You're going into the All-Star break.
They sit their best player that dominates you every time you play them.
It's a good spot for you.
It is.
And it's not that they played terribly. It's that they couldn't get one stop down the stretch against a team with one weapon offensively. And salute to Trey Murphy, but he was not 1 of 9 from 3. Like, that's why this is a big deal. It's not just that they lost. If they were 30, if this loss dropped them to 32-20, we'd be like, meh, all right. Not the way you wanted to end it, but
yeah,
still in a good spot.
Take 32-20 right now.
Oh my God. Let's get to our guy TC on the Elk Grove Kia talk line. TC, what's good, bro?
Kyle Hammer, what's going on?
What's happening, man?
Oh, man, just vibing. Kind of frustrated with last night, but you know what? So coming off the break, because I got Kings and Niners, but I'm going to go Kings first.
Great.
I think we got to go. I think Doug's going to have a difficult conversation. I know Debo, Hall of Famer and all that, but we're going to have a conversation of who we going to put on the bench and bring in Keon, right? So it might be having a Debo. You're going to have to make a 6-man role, get the minutes, what you need. We're going to get you covered, brother. We got you, but this is for the betterment of the team. Doug's going to have a one-on-one with – it ain't got to be a team. It could be a one-on-one with Debo.
Yep.
Go holler and have a man-to-man conversation with that guy. Go ahead, Kyle. I'm sorry.
No, welcome to the island, bro. We're hanging out.
Yeah. We're with you.
Sure.
We're with you.
Until you get to your Niners takes, and then we're probably not with you, but go ahead, TC.
Hey, Hey, let's check it out. So look, hey, Kyle and Ham, listen to me. This is a question, a serious question. Brock Purdy and Debo to the Jags for Trevor Lawrence. Yes or no?
No.
Yeah, it's probably a no for me.
Yeah.
I think
It's for me, it's a no. Like, you've been waiting for Trevor Lawrence to be the player he should have been for way too long. I think
thanks for the call, TC.
Yeah, I think Trevor Lawrence has got off the hook for not being a guy who could fully lead a team.
It kind of depends. If Brock Purdy's going to make more money than Trevor Lawrence, I think Trevor Lawrence is like $55 million annually.
Yeah,
I'd think about it. This is where it's tough because Trevor Lawrence has way more physical tools than Brock does, like, to be sure. And maybe in Kyle Shanahan's offense, he would just elevate their offense in a way that Brock can't, which I think is on the table, which is why I'd think about it. But I've also not been super impressed by really anything I've seen Trevor Lawrence do on a consistent basis. I don't know.
Okay.
I think I'm going to think about that. That's a really good question. I'm thinking about it.
All right.
I'm not a hard no, but I'm also not a definite yes.
Yeah, because I mean the Debo point of it doesn't really matter to me.
Debo's out.
It's just Lawrence for Brock Purdy.
Mm-hmm.
But I also think Brock Purdy has led a team deep into the playoffs, all the way to the Super Bowl. Like, whether or not Trevor Lawrence can do that or not, I don't know. We haven't seen it.
No, but the 49ers would also be by a pretty wide margin the best team he's ever been on.
Yeah.
So that's where it's like, if being in the Niners offense elevates your play, Trevor Lawrence has the physical tools that Brock Purdy does not. And maybe it would elevate him to kind of the player that the Jags were hoping they'd get. And the player that everybody's been thinking Trevor Lawrence is since he won a title as a freshman at Clemson. That's why I'm thinking about it.
Okay.
Like I said, I'm on the fence. I know that makes for bad radio, but I need to think about it for more than 2.5 minutes.
Okay.
I'll have an answer on Monday. Tuesday. I'm sorry. I'll have an answer for you on Tuesday. We don't have a show Monday.
We don't?
No. President's Day.
These notes I just don't get.
Yeah, I found out via Jesse on air the other day.
These memos,
all right, man.
These memos, they don't come to James's inbox. I don't understand.
Yeah. Where were we? We'll put a pin in the Niners thing. I really need to think about that, though.
Okay.
I think I lean yes, but it depends on Brock's contract. Let me think about it. Okay. Tuesday. We'll discuss that Tuesday. The Timberwolves then played the Thunder.
Okay.
Okay. Maybe we can get a Timberwolves loss and stay within striking distance at 7 seed. Nope. Timberwolves 116, Thunder 101. I don't know what to make of the Timberwolves, man. I think their ceiling's just higher than Sacramento's because they play better defense.
Okay.
And that's what sticks out to me. Is I think offensively they're going to be clunky, especially because Julius Randle's just not going to fit. There's nothing to figure out with Julius Randle. He just doesn't fit what they're doing offensively. Jaden McDaniels is a huge question mark on that end of the floor.
Well, Jaden has kind of done exactly what Keegan's done.
Yeah.
He's just like, you put a ball dominant, high usage player next to him on the front line, and he's lost his way. Offensively. I mean, it's tough because I think he's got more potential as an offensive player. And every time I see that team and I see them when they're missing players, he's actually really productive.
He had 21 points last night. Something Keegan hasn't done since November.
Wow. No, that's true.
November was the last time Keegan Murray scored 20 points in a damn basketball game. That's ridiculous.
I will say this, though, Jaden McDaniels, 11.5 points, 5.6 rebounds. He's shooting 33.8 from 3 on 3.8 attempts per game. It's like the Spider-Man meme all over again with him and Keegan Murray.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
And how old is Jaden?
24. Yeah. It's just it's really tough. He's in the exact same situation that you're getting with the Kings. And I'd even say a worse situation because Gobert averages 11 points a game, you know? And so, Dante DiVincenzo coming off the bench is 11 points. Keegan Murray's the the 5th best scorer on this team at this point,
Mm-hmm.
and it's just a bad situation to be in. It's tough.
Yeah, I just don't. The Timberwolves are proof positive that you're, at least for me, that your ceiling is higher when you can play defense.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. In the modern NBA, you can kind of piece it together offensively, and there's like you have to have a requisite level of offensive talent. But when you can just go get stops, that is so much more valuable than we got a bunch of dudes who can put the ball in the bucket. Can't get a stop to save our lives, but man, if you need a mid-range jumper,
Got you.
that's just.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Anyways. The Clippers are kind of in the same boat, and they beat the Jazz 120-116 in overtime. First of all, Ben Simmons looked great in his debut.
Of course he did.
Why wouldn't he?
I don't know.
The Jazz were up 20 in that game. But again, this is where I feel exactly the same about the Clippers as I do about the Timberwolves. They just play really good defense. They have a bunch of rangy athletes, and they can get stops.
Yeah, that, and you're playing a team in the Jazz that has no interest in winning.
Yeah,
and
no doubt.
you know, again, the players can win. Good players can score. They can, you know, like exactly what we saw from the Pelicans last night.
Mm-hmm.
Like the Kings didn't just, you know, like throw the game away. Like again, CJ McCollum busted them up,
Mm-hmm.
right? But when you look at a team like Utah, they have talent.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that once you get past the first layer of talent, and when they want to lose a game,
Mm-hmm.
it's like, okay, let's put in the super young guys for a whole bunch of minutes,
Mm-hmm.
and we'll go ahead and lose without like admitting that we're losing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you look at James Harden, 32, 10, and 7 last night with 3 steals and 2 blocks. Norman Powell had 41. But then Chris Dunn, really good defensive guard. Ivica Zubats, defensive presence underneath. Derek Jones Jr., really good defender. Ben Simmons, 27 minutes off the bench, really good defender.
Yeah.
And distributor and ball handler. They are, I think they're going to be really tough for the Kings to catch in the 6th seed. Especially now that they're 3.5 up?
Yep.
I think.
Gonna be tough.
Yeah, it is. All right. Bad night gets worse. Markelle Fultz was active for the Kings and didn't play last night.
Mm-hmm.
You mentioned something to me that I hadn't given a ton of thought to. Is Devin Carter's rookie season with Sacramento over? We'll talk about that next. And can we figure, it is 2025. Can we get in-arena technology figured out?
Wild.
He's James. I'm Kyle. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. This is The Insiders on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Oh. Eagles Championship Parade looks incredible.
Oh, they're running it right now?
Yeah. Jonas. Except Jonas and CJ are probably homies. Yeah, I don't know. We're going to talk about this for sure. Yeah, we'll talk about this too. I don't know that it did. Yeah, I definitely don't think they're making the top 6. The play-in's a weird thing because you get hot for a couple games and maybe you back your way in, but I don't think, especially I don't know that the Kings are going to play well enough to catch anybody.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think like the Clippers would need to collapse. Like that was kind of my point there is I don't think the Clippers are going to fall off enough that even if the Kings play well, they're going to catch them. Ooh. I like this idea. I don't think it'll happen though. See, I don't know. I want to. We'll open with this. This is a good observation. I'm saving so many chats right now. Yeah, the Clippers. That's it. They have way more like the right dudes.
Yes. That's what I always find when I'm looking. They just look like they have a bunch of the dudes that make sense.
Yeah, it's just it's going to be the James Harden and Norm Powell show on offense.
Yeah.
Everybody else knock down a 3 here and there and play good defense.
Yeah, for again, if you can bring in Ben Simmons because he also went out and got Bogdanović.
Yep.
Like those guys will like complement each other perfectly.
Yep.
Lazy, chill out with the Caps, dude. Come on. Come on, calm down.
That's a good question, Will.
I think they'll have 2, Mark. I'm not sure. What day is the Warriors game?
Wednesday.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
So maybe they
so.
will. They will only have 1 practice.
Is that right?
Wednesday or Thursday? Let me look.
Please. Because I sure as hell don't know.
No, it's not till Friday.
What?
Yeah, they don't play.
February 21st. Jesus.
Yeah. They have 8 days off here. No, that's not the case. The Kings will probably, all of them I think they report back on Tuesday. And they'll probably have a night practice on Tuesday. They'll have a practice on Wednesday. They'll have a practice on Thursday. Worst case scenario, it's Wednesday night.
Boy, I had
and Thursday.
Days counted way wrong.
So at least 2 practices.
Maybe I'll go to that one.
Steven, I'll let you decide that one for yourself.
We'll grab a couple calls here.
Yeah.
No idea.
What are you talking about? We'll make stuff up to talk about. We're good at this.
Brother, we will cross that bridge at 9 a.m. on Tuesday.
We got through an entire summer. Come on now.
James is there. I'm Kyle. Joe Brazil on the 1s and 2s. We'll take a couple of your calls on the Elk Grove Kia talk line at 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. My favorite thing about Joe being here, well, aside from my favorite thing about Joe being here is the positive energy that he radiates.
Well, that Joe is here. I mean,
right. The vibes are just
We're
up.
both big fans of Joe.
For sure.
Yep.
But secondly, at the breaks, since I'm not cutting things, because I'm usually doing audio stuff, and salute to Joe for doing that for me, I get to go through the chat and actually like interact and hang out.
Yeah. And
I want to get to some of what was said during the break. And again, if you're interested in what happens during breaks, log on to youtube.com/ESPN1320 or twitch.tv/ESPN1320. And it's just us vibing. We just hang out during the breaks.
Mm-hmm.
But regular Kings fan 916 said, we will see who this team really is the first 5 games after the break. I kind of think we already know. Maybe a switch flips during the break and there's a massive turnaround, which I think we'll find out like game 1 if it looks different. But I think we have a deep enough sample size of this team that it's just kind of, this is it.
Okay, so I think that by rearranging the chairs on the deck, you might be able to find something different. Like my biggest concern with this team is that their defensive rating is just like so bad right now. I talked with Damian and Kenny about this. I think it was yesterday. The problem that I see is that, advanced statistics, you can look at them a whole bunch of different ways. But what I like to look at them as a predictor for what's about to happen, right? Because they're showing you trends over longer stretches of games, and you're hoping that you can pick up on some things that actually make some good sense, right? Even 2 years ago, I kept telling the guys the Kings started the season 0-4, and then they kept plugging away. They weren't like on fire, but I kept telling them, hey, the advanced statistics say this is one of the best offensive teams in the league.
Mm-hmm.
There's something missing, and once they figure out what's missing, they'll take off.
Mm-hmm.
And that's exactly what happened, right? So when you're looking at advanced statistics, that's where I always go. It's like, hey, look, there's something that they're telling you. You just have to look like very closely and say, okay, what is it?
Mm-hmm.
The advanced statistics are telling me that this is one of the worst defensive basketball teams I've ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
Like this version today is one of the worst. Now you can go in and during a couple of practices, you can tweak some stuff. We talked about like the Jake LaRavia thing where he didn't even know that the Kings funnel to the outside, not to the middle, all of these things, right? Like, I think when you're looking at these, like the advanced statistics of this team though, like there's no way to get around the fact that you don't have good defensive players, and that the players that you brought in, like, sure, Jake LaRavia can help a little bit, but he's playing 12 or 13 minutes a night. Valanciunas, he can help a little bit, but he's playing 12 to 18 minutes a night. The core of your team with, again, a starting backcourt with Malik Monk and Zach LaVine, those guys are both playing 30 to 35 minutes a night. There's no way to disguise that. There's no way to disguise those two with DeMar DeRozan at the 3. Like when you have 3 players who are not known for defense at all. Now, I saw somebody earlier in the chat say, oh, Domantas Sabonis is a horrible defender. You're absolutely wrong. The only thing he doesn't do is block shots. He is a spectacular on-ball defender. Look at the stats. We just saw the stats like 2 days ago. He was the number 1 post defender in the league. Like
for all the times teams post up.
Yeah, but they do a lot because they don't think that he has the length to block shots. He doesn't have the length to block shots. So, but that's the problem. Like when you're building a team, what you don't do is go undersized at every position and go offensive at 3 key positions where all those guys, if you have 3 offensive players who don't really play defense that well, all that means is that Domantas Sabonis is going to foul out at almost every game down the stretch.
Yep.
Like they're just letting guys go right by, and Domas is the one standing there in the key who takes the brunt of it. And that's what we've seen, whether it's him or Jonas. Like for the last 6 games coming into last night, Domantas Sabonis had 5 fouls or more. 4 or 6.
That's crazy.
Like he can't stay on the floor. And it's not because he make some egregious errors? Sure. But there's also these points where he's out there trying to rebound against 3 dudes because nobody else is rebounding. Sometimes Keegan does, but nobody else is. And so you're looking at, like, again, there are these things that we can look at within the advanced statistics that tell me that this is going to be a difficult run down the stretch. And, right now the Kings over their last 10, they're 5-5. It's a 119.2 defensive rating and a 113.9 offensive rating. They're negative 5.8, a 5.3. And that's a much better look than it was yesterday when or 2 days ago when their previous 10 games, they were like a negative 8.5.
Also not going to work.
No. The turnovers are up. The assist numbers are down outside of last night's game. Like these are things that you can look at and say, okay, how do we fix these things? Some of it you can. Some of the improvements can happen on the fly. But a lot of things are just straight up like your team is poorly constructed, at least the way that you're running it out there right now.
Yep.
And I don't know that like putting Keon Ellis at the 2 and moving Zach LaVine to the 3 and DeMar DeRozan off the bench, I don't know if that's going to save everything, but it certainly could help your defense.
You got to try something.
Yeah.
You cannot keep going forward with the rotations as they are.
Yep.
And you cannot keep going forward with whatever team ethos you have that has Keon Ellis playing, is it 22 minutes? 22 minutes last night? 23 minutes last night. in a game where the opposing team's best guard and really only scorer is killing you.
Got it.
I that can't continue to be a thing.
No.
Keon's fewest minutes since February 1st in a 34-point loss to OKC.
Yeah, I'm wondering if there wasn't a reason why he played less last night. I know he got hot a couple of times. He certainly had that exchange with CJ McCollum and got hot.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm wondering if they didn't pull him and then like maybe forget to put him back in at certain points.
Forget to put him back in?
Well, I mean, like you're just like in the flow of the game. You pull a guy out to cool him down, and then it's like, oh, your rotations are mixed up now, and you don't go back. I don't know. All I can tell you is that
it was like CJ McCollum getting to the rack and hitting threes at will would be a good like.
Hey,
we need a guy to defend him. Oh yeah,
why?
Keon, sorry about that.
Why aren't we playing Keon?
Get in there.
Yeah, tough look.
Yeah, that's it's easy. It's right there.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody knows that. Everybody sees it. Let's get to Big E on the Elk Grove Kia talk line, 916-909-1320. Don, what's up?
What up, guys? Happy Valentine's Day.
Yeah, same to you, brother.
Thanks.
Of course. I just wanted to give both of y'all your flowers. I'm going to join you, Kyle, and TC on the island because we got to start Keon. I don't care how. Just get him in there and get him more minutes.
Let's go.
And then to you, James, I've never really watched Zach LaVine, but I know he's a former dunk contest winner, so I'm super athletic. How bad could he be on defense? And then ever since we got him, I was like, I see what James has been talking about this whole time. Thanks, guys.
All right. Thanks, Big E. Appreciate it.
What I like to do is go on the radio and lie to everybody and then get proven wrong repeatedly because that's good radio.
Yeah.
Oh.
Just hot take, guys.
Yeah, just hot take. Just hot take all day long.
Yeah, Zach LaVine, like you said this yesterday, there are moments where on ball defense, you're like, oh, nice, slid his feet. Cool.
Yeah.
And then there's other moments where he'll lose a cutter or he won't help or he'll just kind of ole.
Yeah, he pulls a Bulls jersey, a Red Bulls jersey out of his thing, goes, ole! Like, hey, look at that. Go ahead and run right by me.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't matter what's happening behind me, Domas. Standing there in the key, waiting to get, pick up another foul. Yeah, it's tough, man. We have a large body of work here.
Yep.
So when you're looking at a player who's been in the league 11 years, and he's a gifted offensive player,
mm-hmm.
but when you look at a player who's been in the league for 11 years, you know exactly who he is when he gets there.
It's a good sample size.
It is.
Let's squeeze Mitch's call in here before we pay some bills. Mitch in New Jersey, what's up, dude?
How's it going? Happy Valentine's Day, guys. Hey, it was nice to talk to Joe.
Yeah, Joe's the best.
He is.
It was nice talking. I didn't feel like I was in a penalty box. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Talk to when you dial and someone picks up, you expect to hear somebody talk to you right away. But anyway, thanks. First of all, I'd rather have Sam Darnold than the Jacksonville quarterback.
Oh, okay.
He's more of a bust than Sam. You can't say he's had one really good year. At least Sam's got that on him.
Right.
Really? And I love their offense. I don't care about defense. But with this drafting and trading, they slotted. Everybody seems to be a little short for their position. They get the Keegan and DeMar and even Zach. They're all 6'6", right? Tops. And that's why Sabonis has to get all the rebounds. He's got to do all the dirty work. You got nobody. You don't have real power forward.
For sure. Thanks, Mitch. Appreciate the call.
Oh, he was still going, I thought.
Oh, was he?
I think so. It just faded, it dropped. His audio dropped.
Mitch, my bad, dog. I thought he was done.
Nobody puts Mitch in the corner.
We need a real power forward.
There it is.
I thought that was it.
That's okay. No, you're good, Joe.
I'll take that one, Mitch.
No, I think
sorry,
he got his point across. Salute to Mitch and salute to
That's
Joe.
Right.
And salute to our friends over at Jiffy Lube.
Yeah, Jiffy Lube wants to show you some serious customer love this month with their February oil change deals that you can find online. Simply visit jiffylube.com and find a service center near you to see these sweetheart deals on oil changes, wiper blades, and more during the month of February. So drive into savings at jiffylube.com today and save in the month of February. Happy Valentine's Day from Jiffy Lube.
We'll keep diving into the Kings loss last night. We'll dive into the first half. What's gone wrong? What's gone right? If anything, I'll do all that next. And All-Star Weekend. Are you looking forward to it? Because I sure am. He's James. I'm Kyle. Joe Brazil pushing the buttons. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube on the Insiders. On the Insiders on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Jesus. What up, yo?
I do feel bad. Mitch was like, "Oh, Joe, thank you so much
Can
for
you take us out of program
hearing
3?
me out."
The commercials. Oh, yep.
Oh,
thanks.
there we go. Whew. What's going on, everybody? Yeah, sorry, Biggie. I wasn't trying to be a total smartass there with you.
Well,
no, I just like in general. I wasn't like calling Biggie out. I would like that was just me being a smartass in general, not a smartass aimed at you. So,
what's up, Scooter?
yes.
Mm-hmm. No idea why, by the way.
Quinn Walker, do you watch basketball? Because I see you in the chat, and I'm just wondering if you actually watch the games. I'm not sure. Like, because
Bummer is working now, by the way.
I can see like plenty of clips from Kings games while I'm watching the game too. Like you're watching, you're like, oh, that wasn't great. Just saying.
Yeah, he's not like I said, those flashes were on ball. He's not bad.
Yeah, it's anytime he's off ball.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He's not the worst defender in the sport by a wide margin, but I wouldn't also classify him as a good defender.
And Quinn, I'll take the hater label if that means that I'm honest. Just so we're clear.
See, I don't think hating to me is no matter what that person does. I don't know. You can think Zach LaVine is not a fit for Sacramento. It's like, okay, that's perfectly reasonable, especially given what we've seen over his first few games in Sacramento.
Mm-hmm.
Hater to me is like, I don't know. I don't have a good example. I don't think I really hate any athletes like that right now.
Yeah.
Nick Sirianni. I hate Nick Sirianni, the Eagles head coach. No matter what he does, Nick Sirianni's never ever going to get credit from me.
Super Bowl champion.
Just a fraud. Hour number 2, James Ham's there. I'm Kyle Madson. Jiffy Lube's the sponsor. Joe Brazil, pushing the buttons. We're hanging out with you till noon. Then we'll hand it off to D'Lo and KC, and they'll take you into the weekend at 4 o'clock right here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. We were talking about being a hater during the break, and I couldn't think of a player that I just like that I'm a hater of. Like
Zach Collins.
Zach Collins came up in the chat. And yeah, Zach Collins, I'm just a hater. Couldn't tell you anything. Like, Zach Collins might be good. He might not be. I don't care. I can't stand him. Dylan Brooks. I know that Dylan Brooks has like some value, but I'm out. Dylan Brooks can go to heck.
Okay.
Directly to heck. Don't dump that. I want everybody to hear it. Yeah, just like, I don't like him. I don't think that's how Ham feels about Zach LaVine. Your questions are about the fit.
Yeah.
Your concerns are about the fit.
Well, the concerns are clear. They're about the fit. It's about defense. It's about 43, 46, and 49 million. And it's about a history of injury. Now, if he doesn't get hurt his entire time here in Sacramento, that's great.
Definitely.
But there's no way to get around the fact of the money he makes and the fact that he plays on one side of the court.
Mm-hmm.
And again, he has moments where he has nice defensive plays.
Mm-hmm.
But those moments are fleeting. And if you're going to be a good defensive team it's really because again, Malik Monk has moments where he's good defensively.
Mhm.
He also has plenty of moments where he's not.
Correct.
And so if that's your starting backcourt, you better have like the good McDaniel brother at the small forward and Keegan Murray at the power forward. And then you better be able to come off the bench with a shot blocker. Like you have got to support those guys the right way.
Well,
And that's the problem.
And it's just, it might not even be just on-ball defense. It's how easy they are to get into a mismatch.
Mhm.
And it's when you're having to switch everything defensively because you're like, hey, you know what? Zach's not getting through this screen. So we gotta switch it to not give up a wide open look. And there's just all these things that happen defensively. You're losing guys on back cuts off the ball. You're getting the Kings into rotations easily where you're generating wide open threes and going, what were the Pelicans 21 of 50 last night from three?
Something like that.
I guess that's what happens. And that doesn't mean that every time they're going to defend somebody, that player is going to score. It just makes it really hard to play team defense.
It also doesn't mean that like everything is Zach LaVine's fault. Like
not by a long
if
shot.
you're going to put Zach LaVine on a basketball team, you need to support him the right way.
Mm-hmm.
Just straight up.
Mhm.
And like we watched this entire thing play out with the Bulls for the last 3 years.
Yep.
And like they had Patrick Williams part of the time. They had
Ayo Dosunmu,
and before they traded
Wendell Carter.
No, that was a long time ago. Alex Caruso.
Yeah.
At least they had like on-ball defenders to mask some of this. That's
Right.
what you have to do. And even that didn't really, I mean, they had a couple of years ago, they're a really good defensive team,
Mm-hmm.
despite having some of these players on the roster. But like, you got to figure it out. And team building isn't easy. And team building at the deadline is even more difficult. But, you know, I would like to tell you Jake LaRavia can disguise a bunch of this stuff. The problem is he's playing 12 or 13 minutes a night.
Exactly.
It's really tough to have that type of impact when you're not playing major minutes. Same with Jonas Valanciunas. It's fine. He can help you with like putting a roadblock in the middle of the key.
Mm-hmm.
Is he going to be able to defend a 3-point shooting like stretch 4, stretch 5? Absolutely not.
Yeah.
But there's value in what he brings. The problem is 12, 13 minutes a night.
Mm-hmm.
And when you have other players who are playing 34, 35, 40 minutes last night, a bunch of guys go for 40 minutes, it gets really, really tough. And if he is going to be that player, right, that just is like instant offense and all that stuff.
Who? LaVine?
Zach LaVine.
Uh-huh.
That's fine. But in a game where you got 32 points and 10 assists, you have got to say, get out of give me the ball and get out of the way.
Yeah. And the players have to recognize that too.
No, they do. They do. They just like the night before, they recognized that Keon Ellis was hitting his threes.
Yep.
Kept feeding him. Then last night you get to a point where it's like, hey, why do you go away from him for the entire final 6 minutes of the game in the overtime session?
Didn't make any sense.
It doesn't make any sense at all. And so that's player recognition on the court. Doug at one point ran out of timeouts.
Mm-hmm.
Both coaches ran out of timeouts late in that game. But it came to a point where it's like, okay, like, how do you fix it on the court?
Mm-hmm.
And right now, these players don't have, I'd say, the cachet with each other to say, hey, everyone in the circle, we're not doing that anymore. Clear out. We're going to do something of it. If the ball comes to you on the baseline and you can get another jump shot up, that's fine. But we're not going to go ISO on you. We're going to try to get in a pick and roll for 3 or 4 plays in a row. We're going to try to get Zach some more shots because he's on fire. Like, those are things that need to happen. This team needs to have, they need to be assertive with each other. They need to have honest conversations with each other.
Yeah. And the guys, Malik and DeMar, or sometimes it's going to be Zach LaVine, who the ball's not going to be in their hands. They have to be able to live with that.
Yeah.
They have to be able to understand that and sacrifice on certain nights. And it's tough, dude. Like, player management is really, really difficult. Like, it is part of what made Eric Spoelstra so freaking good at, and he's good at a lot of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But when he had the Miami Heat with LeBron James and Dwayne Wade and Chris Bosh, like, that's a lot of ego management. And the Warriors of the mid 2010s and late 2010s, like, that was a lot of ego management. And that's kind of what it's going to be on Doug here over the next 27 games.
Yeah. This is, like I said this a couple of days ago, this is not like the first 2 years of college, like, coaching situation. This isn't like getting your bachelor's degree. This is like master's, PhD level stuff that Doug, who is a new coach, has to deal with.
Mhm.
Like all of the changes at the deadline, replacing a really good coach, all of the changes at the deadline, including your best player going out the door, but 3 rotational pieces and guys that defensively aren't going to mesh at all, which we already know. So like there's all of these things that you've got to like dive into and be sensitive to the fact that, hey, look, we can sit here and bag on DeMar DeRozan for missing 7 shots in like the final 4 minutes of the fourth and the overtime session. The night before, he won you the game with doing the same thing. The game before that, he scored 42 and won you the game doing this same exact thing. But it has to be in the moment where you realize that like tonight might not be your night and it might be somebody else's night. And that's okay. You don't have to be the guy that carries everybody, that carries his team to victory every single night. And I don't know, they flash the stat up on the screen. DeMar DeRozan has more clutch points in the last 10 years than anybody in the NBA. I get it.
Hey, we should have talked about this yesterday. The way they presented that was so funny to me because it was DeMar DeRozan and then LeBron James and Giannis and De'Aaron Fox and Trae Young in some order. And the broadcast is like, look at DeMar up there at the top of the list with LeBron and Giannis and Trae Young. So many great players. Just passed over De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah.
Like, oh, okay, here we go.
Well, I mean,
That
hey,
was funny.
that was a problem the entire first half of the season here. You could see the internal struggle between Fox being the guy who's typically closing and DeMar DeRozan taking over the job, and like the battle there. Like they didn't complement each other either.
Nope.
It's not like this, and that's where sometimes players are difficult to compliment. And sometimes a player like DeMar, it works a lot better off the bench because, hey, look, he can do what he does and he can get up 10, 12, 15 shots a game, but he can do it with a second unit where they're going to rely on him for that scoring punch, as opposed to a first unit where guys are literally getting frozen out. And you're having games where your superstar center is getting 6 shots or he's getting 10 shots and everyone's going, why is this happening? It's like, what do you mean? Why is it happening?
Yeah.
Because you got 3 other guys who are averaging between 15 and 20 shots a game in the starting lineup alone.
The amount of times Domas gets a switch on a smaller player, and look, I know that Domas is not like a deep offensive bag, like get him the ball and he's just going to cook. Like that's not his game. That's not his strength. But when there's a smaller player on him in the post, he's going to score. The amount of times he gets a switch and he's just stuffed this guard into the second row and they're like, no, don't like it. Get him the ball. Anyways, I'm sorry. That was just it happens
all the time.
It's a pet peeve. And that goes beyond DeMar DeRozan and Zach LaVine. That goes back to last year. It's just not a thing they look at. Why?
Well, then on top of that, there's poor Keegan, who's like,
just hanging out.
like I understand where I'm at on this pecking order.
Yeah.
Is there a below bottom? Because it's like I'm down there somewhere.
Yeah.
Like whatever is keeping this totem pole upright, like the hole you dug in cement in the ground. Like I'm part of that down there.
Man.
Yeah, tough.
Salute to Jiffy Lube, who sponsors the program. James Hems there. I'm Kyle Madson. Joe Brazil behind the glass. We're the Insiders. We're live from 10 a.m. to noon every day. If you just checking in, salute. Appreciate you. We did our giveaway earlier, and apparently the word was not working, so we're going to do it again. ESPN1320.com. Go to the Jiffy Lube contest page. It's front and center. You can't miss it. Jiffy Lube is going to hook you up with a $50 Jiffy Lube gift certificate and an exclusive Insiders hoodie that James Ham is currently wearing. We have them in 3 colors. You can only get it through this contest, or if you work here, but you can only get it through this contest. And you're going to go to ESPN1320.com to the contest page and enter the code word bummer, because that's what last night's game was, a bummer. BUMMER. That should be in at ESPN1320.com on the Jiffy Lube contest page now. Hell yeah.
There we go.
Are you looking forward to All-Star Weekend?
I'm looking forward to the break. No, really. I mean, like, I'm credentialed to go to All-Star Weekend. I'm not going because the Kings.
Cool. I'm glad I gave up my credential for you then. No, that's tight. That's tight.
I told Charlie, hey, you can give it back.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
Yeah. No, I mean, if the Kings aren't represented, then there's not a reason for me to be there.
No, no doubt. No doubt.
And so that's one of those things where it's like, hey, look, I get it. But it's crowded, it's crazy. It's going to be in a city that's totally packed with people, and everything's just extremely different. And if the Kings aren't going to be represented, then it's like, okay, I don't need to go down for the Scalabissiere and Isaac Jones performance in like the Rising Star. Well, they're not even in the Rising Stars. They're in the G League next game.
Yes, but from an NBA standpoint, they were shut out of All-Star Weekend.
Okay.
Skills contest, Rising Stars, dunk contest, and All-Star game.
All of it. Yeah.
All of it. Doesn't feature the Kings. I'm really looking forward to the new format.
Okay.
I think the games are going to be really fun.
I hope
because
so.
You get that Elam ending. It's going to be so much shorter. And it's just, that there's like a specific end goal you're going for. And I think that's going to drive up the competitiveness.
I'm
really looking forward to it.
It's just been so bad,
It's been awful.
Yeah, I mean, even like watching De'Aaron go a couple of years ago, and he was coming off like the birth of Baby Rain at that point, like just days before, and so he had a lot going on. But like to just watch somebody totally disengaged, and
what most of the guys in the game were.
Yeah, I totally agree. But like that's not what you want to see from like your star player. If you're going to go represent your city and your team, you want them to go out there and find success, maybe win a contest.
Yeah. Yeah, be the MVP. Go be on a national stage with all these other stars. Go make an impact. It's like, even if you're on the floor for 3 minutes, like, oh man, look, De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah, go out there and
10 points in 3 minutes. Nice.
Yeah, like showcase what you have.
Yeah.
Like, and it's just a bummer because I get that people say, well, Domantas Sabonis, he's a lot of things, but what he isn't is like sexy.
Yeah, not exciting.
Yeah, he's not exciting as a basketball player. It's like, okay, yeah, but that doesn't change the fact that he's one of the top 10 players in the league. So you can
he would try in the All-Star game.
Yeah, he would. he would actually rebound in the All-Star game.
I think the new format is going to lend itself to competitiveness, which we just didn't see. It was 1 or 2 guys trying to win MVP, and it was 0 amounts of defense. And I'm not like, look, I don't necessarily need it because I get it. It's a long weekend. You want some time off. And now all of a sudden you got to go play more basketball. I'm not necessarily asking it to be the early 90s All-Star games where guys are treating it like Game 7 of the finals.
Yeah.
But can I get a little bit of competitiveness, just a small amount? And I think this is going to drive that.
I hope
especially when you get the Rising Stars All-Star team in there where it's like a bunch of young guys who are trying to prove themselves on this stage. And I think it's just I think this is a really good idea from the NBA. The other thing from All-Star Weekend, I am skipping dunk contest discourse this year.
Oh.
I'm skipping it. I don't maybe it's a great one because every once in a while we get a great dunk contest. My guess is it's going to suck. And we're going to get 1,000 think pieces about, is this the death of the dunk contest? What happened to the dunk contest? LeBron needs to do the dunk contest. Why doesn't Anthony Edwards do the dunk contest? And we're going to get all these think pieces again. And it's not going to fix anything.
Nope.
At some point, there will be a really good dunk contest, and people go, the dunk contest is back! Like, no, it's not.
I'm here for the 3-point shootout. They've got some shooters in that one.
That's a fun one.
Yeah.
But I'm skipping the dunk contest discourse. If it's good, cool. If it's not, whatever. I won't be participating.
Okay.
That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madson. Jiffy Lube's the sponsor. We're the insiders. Let's take a look back at the first half for the Sacramento Kings. The first half-ish. The first portion of the season. The pre-All-Star break portion of the season. What's gone wrong? What's gone well? Question mark? We'll do all that next. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madson on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center. I had to go to Trader Joe's today because we typically do like meal prep, right? Where my wife will meal prep lunches for the week, or we'll make dinner that has enough for leftovers for lunch. Well, we didn't do that last night. And I was because I'll get Trader Joe's frozen meals and put them in the freezer That way, when I don't have lunch, I don't have the excuse of like, oh, I'm going to go buy lunch now because I have lunch here.
Yep.
Right. So I had to go to Trader Joe's today. I got to Trader Joe's at like 8:12. I came here. I set some stuff up first, and then I went down there. It was packed. If you need flowers today, Trader Joe's is the spot, y'all.
Yeah.
I gotta go.
Oh, speaking of,
Oh, they didn't ring the doorbell.
if you need flowers today, Strelitzia Flower Company in Davis is the spot, y'all.
There you go.
But if you can't get out to Davis,
Not Trader Joe's, right? So what you said earlier about just kind of like Domas and them missing him in the paint.
Can the stream hear you too?
Yeah,
Okay,
they should
good.
be able to.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
It just and then I think James was like, well, and then think about Keegan. I just sent you. That made me think of that meme of the girl drowned. Well, the skeleton underwater, and that's exactly what I thought of. So I had to put that together real quick.
That's so funny. Oh, that's so good. Can I show the stream this?
Yeah, of course.
Can everybody read that? I can't
It
tell.
says, yeah, there. It's got DeRozan and Levine playing, and then DeMontis is not doing too hot, and then you got Keegan all the way under, man.
That's so good.
Is he grabbing the flowers?
I think so.
Okay, well, I still have his money. So-
Yeah. Wow, that's so nice. First time listener, Manny the Manatee Hybrid, and he is subscribed to the channel. Thank you so much. If you have not subscribed to the channel, by the way, and you're here, could you subscribe to the channel? That'd be great. And also hit the little thumbs up like button. We would appreciate the heck out of that as well. If you're here waiting for D'Lo and KC, you won't have to go anywhere because this stream just stays live. You'll watch us transition the studio, and then it'll be D'Lo and KC. Dude, I was so embarrassed, man. Like, I was trying to. So what happened was, I was doing math because I was trying to like estimate. Okay, his first contract is probably like this. His second one was like this, and I'm trying to, and I could not, for the life of me, put together 32 and 45. It's 77 was the number I was trying to get to, and I for the goddamn life of me could not add those two numbers together. And so I'm like, okay, hang on. Why isn't this? My brain just froze. And then next thing I know, Damien's going, okay, Jesse says this. Kenny says this. I had nothing written down. I was like, whoop, I'm out. I'm just leaving. This is what an idiot. So just, okay. Okay. My God.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madson, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Hey, show off those flowers that Strelitzia just dropped off for us. Yo.
Seriously,
That's insane.
absolutely incredible.
Those are amazing.
Big shout out to our friends at Strelitzia.
I hope my wife isn't watching. If she is, hello, honey. I'm about to ruin my surprise. I'm dropping those off at her work, and she has no idea.
Oh, sweet.
I emailed her boss. Well, I know one of her coworkers, so I had to reach out to the coworker and said, "Hey, what's your boss's email?" I had to email the boss and be like, "Hey, I'm planning on doing this. Is that okay? And when can I do it where it's not a massive disruption?" And I got my answers, and we're good to go. So
Yeah.
fingers crossed. This isn't the one time ever she's tuned in.
Hopefully not. Yeah, absolutely incredible.
Yeah, I don't know what I was expecting.
Those are literally the biggest roses
I've
ever seen in my.
They look fake.
They're like the size of a baseball.
That's what I was expecting. Like, the roses you buy like at the grocery store, but like done up really nice.
See, this is why you don't go to the grocery store for
Exactly.
roses. You spend a
Exactly.
little bit extra
Yeah.
and you get something amazing like this. This is like They're like tree limbs. This is incredible.
They're the
Absolutely
type of
wild.
they're the type of roses that will just be, hey, you remember those roses you got me that year for Valentine's Day? And they're not just available for Valentine's Day. Strelitzia, get your significant other flowers anytime.
That's right. And Mother's Day's coming up.
And ladies, if you're listening, guys like flowers too.
Yeah. Wow.
Doesn't have to be a one-way street, you know?
Yeah. Pretty cool, eh?
You know what's not been pretty cool?
Uh-oh.
The Kings' first half.
Good segue.
Thanks. What a ridiculous 5 months, bro. I was so, and I've done this rant before. I'm going to do it again. When I got this job, I'd been laid off for like 6 months, and I got this job here in Sacramento. And if you know me, you know how much I love this city and how 98% of my work in media has been in Sacramento.
Mm-hmm.
And I love this market, and I love the fans and all that. When I got my job up here, I was so stoked, but then so many people were like, "Oh man, gonna have to cover the Kings, huh?" It's like they were coming off Beam Team 1. I was like, yeah, "No, I get to cover the Kings. Like they are ascending. I am really high on where this team's at." And then last year didn't go great. It's like, all right, but hey, you know what? Needed to make a couple of tweaks. You get DeMar DeRozan. Okay, this year it's going to be better. I said 51 wins all off season, and even through the first part of the season, they struggled a little bit, and it was like, okay, 51 wins, I'm sticking with it. And now we're just back here. And that's what we fired a coach. We've had to trade a franchise point guard in just kind of a messy way.
Yeah.
You got
the honeymoon phase is over, huh?
That's over.
Oh man.
This actually it feels even worse than like the ending of the honeymoon phase. It feels like the divorce phase.
Oh.
Like the dissolution afterwards. Like
No.
that's what it feels like. And it's really a bummer because like I don't know how else to, like, I've covered this team for so long, and you're hoping to see the rise, right? And the 6 to 8 year window of really, really good like playoff basketball.
Yeah.
But
this is where it looked like they were headed.
But you just like, you got to a point and all of a sudden there's like the giant spinning wheel on your computer screen. Like they just got to a point where they just got stuck and they didn't do the necessary things. And then by the time they did do the necessary things, it was like, oh no, like that's out of desperation.
They just started Kangsing all over the place.
Yeah, just like really, really frustrating. I hate seeing, again, coaches get fired in the middle of the season. It doesn't usually work out. And then I absolutely hate seeing you get to a point with your superstar player where he's got to go. And like, this is the second time I've seen it. Like DeMarcus Cousins, same exact situation, except for DeMarcus was the flip side of it. He's the one that like really just couldn't figure out how to be an employee, how to be a good employee and how to like find success.
This is tough because I know the De'Aaron stuff. There's so many layers to it. So understand that I know there's layers to it, but try and follow me here. When the Kings traded DeMarcus, it was like, okay, like that was, if you kind of knew what was going on behind the scenes, it's like, okay, that kind of makes sense. Like I get why they felt they had to do that. With De'Aaron, it was not necessarily like that. And I know it like I said, it reached that point a little bit, but on the surface, when all this first came down, it was like, wait, no, why? What? And again, now we know that he was out when Mike Brown got fired, and
the complexities of it are just like, again, we could sit here and I could write a couple of chapters of a book on the complexities of this specific situation. It's wild. The backstory is wild and outlandish, and just like it's not over. And we'll see more down the road. I don't think it's over at all. And I also don't think the ripple effect from it is over. Like, this is exactly what we said at the beginning of the season. You don't win, a coach gets fired, a star player asks out, front office gets fired, you start fresh next year. We're just careening towards that right now. It's just like right there. Like, I don't know if there's a way to pull the brakes and get you off that track. And maybe they find a way. Maybe, again, like, I think Doug has done a really good job of keeping this thing at least on somewhat of a path.
Yeah, they
right?
haven't lost 10 in a row and just fallen out completely.
No, and they won 7 in a row.
Yeah,
And
yeah, yeah.
they got back over 500 after falling 6 games under.
Mhm.
So those are all good things. He's 7 games over 500 as a head coach.
Mhm.
It's good stuff, and you hope that translates to him getting a job, like moving forward here,
Sure.
right? But like he still needs the pieces that we keep talking about. He still
Yep.
needs those things, and I get it. Like you added some pieces, and it looks okay. It looks better than it did a week ago, or 2 weeks ago, right? You've started to piece some of the depth around, but where was that 6 months ago? Where was that 2 months ago? Like, why did we have to get to this point where we're all the way down this path? And it's tough, but this is where they are.
We're at a point now that I don't think you referred to them as traumas, so I'm just going to use that word. The traumas are over. You've got an off season to navigate now.
Oh yeah.
And the off season will be, and I hesitate to look forward right now, but I think the off season is going to obviously be dictated by how the season ends. If the Kings find their way into the playoffs and they win around in the playoffs, everything kind of looks a little bit different, right? But if they continue on this path and they miss the postseason, whether it's via the play-in or whatever, and they just don't make the playoffs, they're not one of the final 8 teams in the West, you're probably looking at a new front office. You might be looking at a new front office anyway. I don't think the moves that they made at the deadline were enough to be like, oh, hey, yeah, they got to go in the right direction. I think they just made some moves. And then number 2, we don't know what the fallout, like we've seen kind of the immediate fallout. I think part of it is why they've struggled lately is just like, this has just been a lot. But there might be additional fallout this offseason where you've got players like, hey man, this sucks. Like we already saw DeMar DeRozan talk about this publicly with Lou Williams.
Yeah.
Said, hey, part of the reason I came here was De'Aaron, so if he's gone, I got some stuff to think about.
He's not the only one. Like Domantas Sabonis might be in the same exact boat where he's saying, hey, what exactly are we doing here? Because I signed up to play with this group of players, and we can say, oh, well, him and De'Aaron, whatever, they unfollowed each other, all that stuff. No, they put these guys in a situation where it became contentious behind the scenes, where people chose sides. And I think more than anything else, that's what we're going to see how this thing plays out. But where people chose specific sides, and there are winners and losers in the deal.
Yep.
And at the end of the day, who's the real loser? The Sacramento Kings fans.
That's it.
That's it. Because you had something, you were on the rise, and now you don't. And you're hoping that they can somehow claw together and keep this thing together. But now you're hoping and dreaming of that with a 35-year-old and a 30-year-old with long history of injury, and like all of these pieces that don't fit together. You're like trying to figure it out, but you're really locked in to this roster too. Like you might be able to trade DeMar DeRozan this summer. You hope you don't have to trade Domantas Sabonis this summer, but you also, there's no going back on Zach LaVine. Nobody else is taking the 46 and 49 million the next 2 years. Like you can make changes, but those changes are going to hurt. And not only that, but you got to figure out a way to grow this team the right way, to put the pieces in place to make this team better. Or you don't, you admit defeat and you go backwards and you try to scrap it all and start over. And you might be forced into that just because.
Yeah. That's it.
So tough decisions, man. Yeah. It's like a team on the brink again. Like you're on the precipice of disaster again. And I don't want to, like, we're talking about the first half of the season. It's not just about last night's game. It's not. Because, again, this is like whatever we're talking about right now is Band-Aid solutions. Whatever happened at the trade deadline is Band-Aid solutions and knee-jerk reactions. Like, how do you move forward from this? And that's going to be the challenge that's ahead. And, again, like, it's messy. Like, this story is so messy behind the scenes. Like, I don't know how everybody survives any of it. Like, it's really, really a complicated and ugly story.
That's James. I'm Kyle.
We're the downers.
We're the very serious bummers today. But in all seriousness, my next question was going to be, okay, there's all that.
Mhm.
Do you see any silver linings? I want to be very clear on this because I don't want it to sound like we're trying to spin this as actually everything's great. It's not. Everything's bad, and it's probably going to get worse. Probably.
Yeah.
Is there a world where they go, I don't know, where they got 27 left, 18-9 in their final 27 and make it? Sure, man. Like if that's where you want to live, cool. I'm not going to live there. I don't think James is going to live there, but okay. Silver linings, like just little things. Like I want to try and be a little positive. And again, these are not things that necessarily mean everything's going to be awesome, but has there been player performances, roster moves, anything like that jumps out to you as like, hey, that's actually been a thumbs up? Are
there? Yeah, I think Keon Ellis has just established himself as a player that you need to figure out how to keep him long term.
That was when I wrote this down. That was the one thing that jumped out to me.
Yeah, I think he's just been absolutely wonderful as a person to have on your team, as a representative. I also think, for whatever like the ups and downs that we've seen, I think Malik Monk is a starting NBA point guard, and I think he's a very good one. And I think that but you have to support him in the right way. You need shooters, you need defensive players around him. I think that that's one of those things where I do believe that he can play NBA point guard for 30 plus minutes a night. I'd like to see a lot more pick and rolls. I'd like to see you get back to like who you were before. They've had to scrap a lot of things because that's not what DeMar and what Levine do. And so you're trying to, like what Mark said yesterday, they're putting all of these bull sets into their like offensive system. But I do think that Malik Monk averaging, close to 20 points and like 6.5, 7 assists a game as a starter, like that's really good. And I think there is potential for him to be that type of player night in and night out. Will he have like just a straight climb to the top? No, but you certainly understand this offseason what he needs to work on. He needs to work on getting stronger. He needs to work on the endurance factor, being able to be a great 3-point shooter for, 6 months, not for a month here, a month there, and then having off months in between. But overall, I think that that's a good plus. I think that Jake LaRavia has been like a really nice find. And I think that they can keep him around. I'm not in the panic mode that everybody else is.
Not going to be a $10 million a year guy.
No, I don't think he's a
Can we stick on the Malik thing real quick?
Yeah.
Before we move on. First of all, you talked about the 3-point shooting. His 3-point percentage has gone down every year for the last 5 years. 40.1 to 39.1 to 35.9 to 35 to 32.5. I don't love that. I don't love the more than 2 turnovers a game. I disagree that he's a starting point guard in the NBA.
Yeah, you can disagree with me.
I think he is frankly, I think the best version of Malik Monk is a 6-man. I think that him being a starter, you mentioned Band-Aid solutions. That's what this was. That was Mike Brown firing the last arrow in his quiver, like, hey, let's try this, because he resisted it for so long. Because, hey, you know what? If the Kings are good, it means they have a better starting point guard than Malik Monk. And Malik's coming off the bench, and he's being electric there. And he's being super vital to what they're doing. That, I think, is the best version of the Kings, where Malik Monk is on the roster, is one where they have a good enough starting point guard that Malik can either slide to the 2 or come off the bench.
I don't fully disagree with that. Like, I do think his best role is coming off the bench in 26 minutes a night, 26 to 30 minutes a night, and changing the whole,
and he can spot start when he needs to.
Yeah, but I'll just be straight up honest right now. He's a better point guard than Keon Ellis. He's a better point guard than Zach LaVine.
He's this Kings team. He's their best option without question.
He is easily their best option. Yeah. And there is the fact that he does have chemistry with Domas, but you have to put him, again, I always go back to the Kawhi Leonard thing, put him in the position to succeed.
Then maybe that's something that if they're going to move forward with Malik Monk as the starting point guard, then maybe that's something that you need a new front office, a new head coach, or maybe it's Doug who will do this. But you need a front office who's going to go, okay, we're committing to this pick and roll, and we're just going to have awesome defenders and 3-point shooters surrounding them, and that's going to be it. And then you need a head coach who's going to look at it and go, all right, Malik Monk and Domas pick and roll. We're going to spam it every game.
At this point, I'm watching. They've shifted Malik to the left side where he can't even really get in the pick and roll action because it's almost like that's where Levine feels more comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
Like you see, DeMar likes to be on the left block.
Mm-hmm.
It feels like Levine likes to be opposite of DeMar.
Mm-hmm.
And so they've done that. And so now Malik can't even really get in a true pick and roll because for him to go in the pick and roll
Right.
action, he's starting way over on the left and having to go through where Levine's man is.
Right.
And so you're like, what is happening? Like, why are you taking away, like, Doug likes to talk about superpowers of players.
Mm-hmm.
Malik's superpower is as the best pick and roll guard in the game.
Mm-hmm.
He is like, that's statistically speaking, that's why they went out and got him outside of him loving De'Aaron Fox. They saw what he was like in the pick and roll and they're like, okay,
really quick first step, good distributor, smart with it.
Incredible passer in the pick and roll. Like he sets up Domas perfectly. And if they had a lob threat, he'd set up that guy too.
Yep.
So like, why are we getting away from players' superpowers? And I'm not sure.
I have no idea. This goes back to the conversation we were having earlier with the team building. I would love to know, like, why did you think these pieces were going to work? What's the theory here?
Mm-hmm.
What's the method here that this was all going to work? Because to your point, if you're going to commit to Malik Monk being your starting point guard, if you're going, okay, that's what we're going to do moving forward, Zach LaVine is not it. Unless you're going to plant Zach LaVine in the corner and you're like, hey, Zach LaVine, you're a spot-up shooter now, which you're not.
Yep.
But give me two additional Keegan Murrays. Great, cool. They're going to hang out and they're going to shoot threes and they're going to play good defense. But that's not what this roster is. So
I think you've got one of them. Like if you can find a way to start Keegan and Keon together.
Yeah, good point.
You can disguise a lot of things. And I'm okay. Again, DeMar DeRozan's 6'6". Same with Zach LaVine. Zach LaVine can play the three.
Mm-hmm.
If DeMar can play the three, Zach can play the three.
Doubt.
So if you're going to go ahead and do that, you still need to find a shot blocker. You need to find other pieces that complement those players. But I'm okay with like a 3-guard set, basically, as long as you figure out how to add more pieces along the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just
don't trust this front office to do that.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know that that's how they want to go about building a team, just organizationally.
No. Tough.
Really tough. Shout out to Keon Ellis, though. Salute. Having a heck of a year.
Yeah.
He really is. He really, really is. He's developing very nicely. If you can find a couple more Keons, maybe Isaac Jones is a player. Maybe Jake Laravia is a player.
Find a way to extend Keon as quickly as possible.
Yeah. All right. Joe Brazil's behind the glass. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madson. Jiffy Lube sponsors this show. The Handoff with one of Damian or Kenny coming up. I don't know if Kenny's here yet. I saw Damian. I don't know. Somebody from D'Lo and KC is going to join us next on The Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
I'm going to move these flowers back out. One more time. You guys check out StrelitzkiaFlowerCompany.com.
God, those are sweet.
I mean, I'm trying to like the size of my coffee cup.
You maybe can you put your fists next to one of them?
You know what? I'll put my phone.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
I mean,
that's crazy.
Absolutely incredible.
I kind of felt the same way, to be honest.
It smells so good too.
Yeah, I kind of think Levine might be able to be that, maybe. Yes. I don't know how deep voters dive into these teams, though. And the fact that he doesn't start might hurt him, and the fact he plays in Sacramento might hurt him. But I think he is that quality of player. Dang, that's crazy. When I moved to Arizona, this explains a lot about me. When I moved to Arizona, I was on a contract that back paid a month. So my first month in Arizona, I got no paychecks, and I was 23. I was like just out of college. I didn't have any money, and so I didn't I didn't have anything like really like saved up or anything. So I was just like skin of my teeth. So those ads you get in the mail, I would Carl's Jr. and Jack in the Box.
Oh yeah.
I would just take those with me. They were just in my car on my way to work on certain days when I worked early. Well, I can get 2-for-1 bacon and egg biscuit at Carl's Jr. Bet we're doing that. Eating one for breakfast, one for lunch. Here we go.
99-cent Whoppers when I was a construction worker and moved down, lived with my dad when my parents first got divorced. And it was like so broke. We were so broke that we would go buy 2 Whoppers each, like $4. And then, like have one for breakfast, one for lunch.
It's the best.
Yeah.
$5 pizzas at Domino's. Fast food in general has gotten expensive.
All of it's expensive. It's crazy. McDonald's breakfast for a family of 4 is like $55. Yeah.
McDonald's is ridiculously expensive now, but
Yeah.
if you use the app, you can save. Like it can still be somewhat cheap.
That's true.
Promotions was handing out little ducks today.
I didn't get one.
Did you ask?
Duck.
You didn't get one? Well, I might be able to pull some strings for you.
There we go.
Hey, shout out to Little Caesars Hot and Ready. We probably shouldn't shout out random businesses here
Yeah.
because I don't know who sponsors what, but there we go.
I know we've been working with Carl's Jr. though.
We love Carl's Jr. here. I love Carl's Jr. mostly because Kenny Caraway loves Carl's Jr.
Okay. All right.
Kyle Madson, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
James Ham and Kyle Madson, the insiders. Joe Brazil on the 1s and 2s. Appreciate you hanging out, Joe. The handoff's supposed to start here shortly. We don't have anybody here yet. That's fine. A couple of the silver linings we were talking about with the Kings that we didn't get to dive into because I wanted to stop on the Malik Monk thing. The Jake LaRavia edition, I think, has potential. But again, I think that is the type of player where if he's your 8th or 9th player, you're in a very good spot. It can't be. Jake LaRavia is going to be the 6th man now. Because he's not, that's not, I think, where he's at as a player. And maybe someday he develops into that, and maybe someday he becomes that. But that's been one of the silver linings for me has been that addition. You started to say that and I cut you off.
Yeah, I think it's been a really solid addition, and I don't know what it's going to mean going forward. I mean, look, Trey Lyles is in the last year of his contract. Jake LaRavia is in the last year of his contract. Like you're walking into this offseason with a couple of your rotational pieces as like major question marks. I think LaRavia is a player that I would invest in, but it's whether or not you can get him to stick around for like less than 5.1 million. I don't think that that's going to be a big issue. Like I think Jake LaRavia, to me, I know some people are like, the 3-year 24, the 3-year 21, or even 3-year 18. The Kings can come pretty close to that, the 3-year 18, because of it starts at 5.1 million, but goes up 8% a year. I don't see him as that type of player, to be honest with you, especially in Sacramento, where he's very limited as far as like how many minutes he's going to play here down the stretch. So a 2-year 10 is probably what he's going to get, maybe a 2-year $8 million deal. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Like it is what it is. But
we like to lie to the people.
I don't think that value's out there. And it's the same thing with Harry Giles. Like people were so upset and like like, oh, Harry's going to get, $7 million a year. And like Harry Giles never got a guaranteed contract ever again.
Mm-hmm.
More often than not. I mean, I remember years ago with Ike Diagu. You remember the Ike Diagu era?
What be like Ike? Well, that was Arizona State. But
Yeah.
It was like, I like Ike or something.
Yeah, he finished the season with 2 30-point games, and everyone was like, "Oh my gosh, you got to lock him up," a 4-year whatever. And like, I don't think Ike Diagu ever got another NBA contract ever again.
We got to do this the right way. Hang on.
It's time now for the handoff. Taking the handoff from James and Kyle today. Here's KC, Kenny Caraway.
Yeah, that's him.
Okay, I'm just making sure. I gotta check. I don't know what's going on with them drops, man. I don't even know, man. So I just had to check.
They're good
No,
stuff.
they're all the same now. It's just taking the handoff, which they still tried to flag in the chat.
Well, I mean,
That's a play on.
I mean, it is a hey.
No.
I don't know if they're gonna call it, but it is a hey.
Yeah.
It's goddamn.
You know what I couldn't stop thinking about last night?
What's that?
Watching the Kings lose in overtime to the 12-win Pelicans. Now 13-win Pelicans. Wait, why aren't my buttons working? Oh, because I'm on the wrong side. Hang on. When Joe is here, our setup is a little different, and I have to click the buttons at a different place.
Oh my gosh, they're so unserious. Kangs.
I kept saying that just out loud. I'm watching the game by myself, and I kept saying that last
I
night.
don't even know where that clip came from.
It was you. It was you saying, because the Kings had lost a game earlier in the year, and it was just like they just lost. It wasn't.
Yeah.
And you were saying, like, I'm not going to come on here and be like, they're so unserious, Kangs.
The origins of that, I remember, I say that often, I guess, but the origins was like, I think it was like 2 years ago. Maybe not 2 years, maybe just a year ago, but yeah. Because unserious was like real hot.
Oh, yeah. I still say that sometimes.
Oh my gosh, they're so unserious.
That was a tough loss, man.
That was a tough loss. That was tough, man. I know, there's a lot of people that want to point fingers and blame and stuff like that, and they lost. Like I'm bottom line when they win. I'm bottom line when they lose. Like when you don't win, everything's fair game. Like people can say whatever the reason was, but man, I ain't gonna say I feel sorry for them or nothing like that, but. Man, they was trying to get out of there with a win, and they just couldn't do it. They couldn't make enough shots. They couldn't get enough stops, and they couldn't. I know maybe a week ago when all this started, like the final 4 games, I was like, man, if they can go 3-1, because rarely do I ask for like just a clean sweep of
yeah.
That's
That's
fair.
fair.
I mean, so I'm like, man, if they go 3-1, I think that'd be pretty good.
And that's the 2 Pelicans games, Warriors, Jazz.
Okay. Oh well, no, it was 3 Pelicans games. It was the home.
3
Mavericks,
Pelicans game and
2 Pelicans.
The Mavs.
Dallas.
Yeah.
Oh, got you.
So
Okay.
I was like, man, 3-1 in that situation. When you got in a situation where you could go 4-0, it does 3-1 don't feel the same way. Like it does sting that you didn't get the 4-0, especially with the record that the Pelicans have, man. So
yeah,
that was tough last night.
When you got to 3-0, you had to get to 4-0. I mean, I think,
Yep.
But I also understand what you're saying. It's really hard to be hypercritical of, let's just like DeMar DeRozan, who like misses his final 7 shots last night, right? It's so hard to be hypercritical because he carried you to a victory the night before, and 2 days earlier he carried you to a victory against Dallas with the 42 points, and he was so incredibly good. But there is no way to move the train a different direction once you go that way with DeMar. And it's like, I would have loved to have seen the Kings figure out a way to actually have a conversation on the court and say, hey, look, it's not your night. We need somebody else to step up. And Malik is stepping up, and Zach LaVine's stepping up, and Keegan's actually hit his shots, and Domas just got in pick and roll, coverage like 5 times in a row and scored a bunch of points. Can we just try to go a different direction for a couple of plays and see how it works? If the ball finds you and you hit a jumper, that's great. Or if you miss a jumper, that's fine. But for DeMar just to take it on himself and to realistically like call for the ball and get in the way, even in one of the late plays with Zach LaVine.
See, that was LaVine's fault. I watched that play. That's LaVine's fault. That's the play that they call all the time. The cross screen on the baseline. You see as they're going up the court, Keon is telling Malik, yeah, you go set the screen, you go set the screen. Malik is down there setting the cross screen for Debo. And Zach LaVine, now whether it's practice time, whether it's knowing what's going on, he goes rogue and attacks the basket in that situation. And he runs into DeRozan in that situation. Now, there's a lot of things that go into that situation. Maybe Malik should have been bringing the ball up. Maybe he should have, because he knows, hey, this is what we're doing. I got the cross screen. I'm going to hit him or whatever. Maybe Zach doesn't know. Maybe Zach thinks he has autonomy to just kind of go. Maybe DeMar should have seen it and just stopped. But the play, if the way I see it and the way I've seen this team play for months now, that play was supposed to go to DeMar DeRozan, and Zach LaVine just kind of saw an angle and went. So,
but we've seen that play. We saw that play like 7 consecutive plays, and it did not work at all. It didn't work, and they kept doing it. And it almost felt like, again, the way that Doug and the way that Mike have described this offense, that players are able to go do what they want to do. And I think that looked to me like DeMar, yeah, he was going to go run the play again. And it's like, no, Zach's like, no, we're not running the play. And DeMar didn't stop, didn't give, a guy who's got 32 points and 11 assists or 10 assists, whatever it was. He didn't give him an opportunity to, like, he didn't step back and say, okay, go ahead and take the play. Instead, he ran his man right into the play. And it was like, okay.
Yeah, I mean, but
Zach turned the ball over.
That's Zach LaVine's fault. In my opinion, that's Zach LaVine's fault. Like, regardless of who called the play or what should have happened, like, the play was being ran, and he ran right into DeMar DeRozan's.
Whoever's
Monk and all those guys.
Whoever's fault that was, to me, though, matters less than you predicted a blowout according to the chatty house.
I did.
James and I did the same.
Points.
James and I did the exact same.
We thought it'd be a 20.
What did I say? 128-101. I think was like I was fully on board with the Kings gonna boat race these dudes, and then to have them come out that way, the takeaway for me is, they're a little bit better than the Pelicans. Like that's where this team is at right now. They're about a 500 team. And I think we keep waiting. It's like we heard about this pitcher. Yeah, this guy throws 108 miles an hour and he's throwing 96. We're just kind of like, okay, wait, no, this is going to be the one. It's like, oh, nope, 96 on the gun again. Like, oh, maybe this is just kind of their fastball. Maybe they're about a 500 team.
Maybe.
And the fact that they don't have that switch to flip where, they're just going to go dominate a Pelicans team that's not playing Zion. Like, that's a bummer to me.
I was disappointed loss last night. Sure.
You know what's not going to be disappointing is the celebrity game tonight, because Underdog has celebrity game picks.
They did their thing.
I've got a lineup on Underdog using this celebrity basketball game tonight that Mark Jones is calling.
And your insider knowledge from actually having Mark Jones on the show yesterday.
So you already know. Here's what I'm rocking with tonight on the Underdog Daily Fantasy app. Their pick'em game is super easy. Pick 2 or more players, higher or lower on stats, points, rebounds, assists, etc. You know how stats go. Here's my lineup for tonight in the Celebrity All-Star game. Alicia Gray, WNBA player. I'm going lower than 12.5 points because when you're as good as she is, when you're that much better than everybody, you're not going to go out and try and cook and score 20.
Right.
She's going to distribute. She's going to try and let the celebrities have the fun. That's how I think that's going to go. I'm going lower than 12.5 points.
I see that.
Matt Barnes, same deal. Lower than 13.5. I don't think Matt Barnes is going to go out there and try and score a bunch of points and steal the show. He's going to let the celebrities do that.
I got you.
He's going to rebound, going to distribute. He'll score here and there.
Yeah.
I don't think he's going to go crazy. Terrell Owens, though, 51 years old. You know Terrell Owens is going to try and cook. I've got him higher than 8.5 points. And then Drewski, I'm certain Drewski can't even dribble a basketball. I'm going lower than 4.5 points for Drewski.
Oh, well, maybe so. I saw him drain a 3 yesterday on Instagram.
Uh-oh.
You need to share those things with Kyle.
I think Drewski's going to spend more time trying to be funny than scoring points. So I'm going lower than 4.5 for Drewski. Can't wait. Join me on the Underdog app today. And sign up using the promo code Kyle M to unlock a special offer up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you make your first deposit. Join in on the fun when you sign up with promo code Kyle M. Claim your special offer today and get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly upon first deposit. Must be 18 plus and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Void in Colorado. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org. In Arizona, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP or text NEXT STEP to 53342. In New York, call the 24/7 Hope line at 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. D-Lo and KC coming up next. For James Ham and Joe Brazil, I'm Kyle Madson. Jiffy Lube is the sponsor of the Insiders. We're back on Tuesday. No show Monday. We're back Tuesday at 10 a.m. on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Until then, drink water and be nice, people. Appreciate you, Chatty House. Thank you guys so much. Good show today. Have a great, safe weekend, and we'll talk to you guys on Tuesday.
Happy Valentine's Day, everybody.
Oh, man.
Thank you, Chatty House. Have a good one, guys.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Let them air horns ride just because it's Friday, just because it's Valentine's Day. It's
That's all we got
love.
today.
We happy that you're here
That's
with
all
us.
we got. That's all we got today.
That's all we got, man. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
Peace, Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are live.
From the worst slums of Sacramento.
And the Kings close out the first part of the season with a loss to the New Orleans Pelicans, 140-133. And man, I'm gonna be honest with you. I've been up for a while. I've been doing radio for a while. I was watching that game with Trista, who has some feelings about some members of the Sacramento Kings. And I kind of have some feelings too. Last night was the worst possible night for Sacramento, by the way, because everything that could have gone wrong for them absolutely went wrong. The Warriors beat the Rockets. The Mavericks beat the Heat. The Timberwolves beat the Oklahoma City Thunder. And the Los Angeles Clippers beat the Utah Jazz. Everything that could go wrong for Sacramento last night went wrong headed into this All-Star break. We were hoping they take care of business. Maybe they gain a game here. Maybe they gain half a game there. Maybe they get something going on. It all worked the exact opposite way. And I'm starting, like, I go back to that Mavericks game. And Trista, again, I go back to that conversation where I was like, I just don't really feel good. Like, I've lost, I don't want to say I lost confidence, because I think I lost belief. And I watched them last night. Again, everyone who knows Trista is not a fan of Zach LaVine, not a fan of DeMar DeRozan. And I watched that game with her with some running commentary, particularly there in overtime, even in the last few possessions of, what a wild, way to get to overtime too, with Malik doing what he do. Was it the second game in a row or second out of 3 games where he's following a free throw in a very pivotal moment.
It's some clutch free throws too. I was nervous.
Yeah. I was like, oh man, it's gonna be the Miami Heat game. Yeah. And I don't know, man. I don't know that this team is very good. That's kind of where I'm at. I don't know that this team is good. And I think the Sacramento Kings future is really dark. I don't know, I don't know how you sell me on this team being good. I think a lot higher of Zach LaVine than others do. And I think you get Zach LaVine in the right situation. I think I think Zach LaVine is a special basketball player. I don't know that Sacramento is the right situation for him to be that special basketball player. He had 30. I mean, it was great to see him have that breakout offensive game last night. There are some plays in that overtime, with him and DeMar both, where I was just like, God damn, that's what we got. That's all we could do here. And I don't know that I buy this team moving forward, man. I don't know what they are. Can they be a playing team? Sure. I think they could be a playing team. You have to be bad. You're a bad basketball team to not make the play. I don't know that they're that. But where this team was 2 years ago, thinking about the potential future that this team may have, I don't think that's realistic.
I mean, realistically looking at it, is Zach LaVine going to take you anywhere? Has he shown you that he's going to do that over his career?
No.
And Malik Monk has never been that player, so we don't even know if he can do it. Domas has never been that player. DeMar DeRozan is going to be 36 next year.
So I'll ask you guys a question. What's the difference between the future of this team now and 3 weeks ago?
It might not be any different. Yeah, it might not be any different at all.
And I'm not trying to crap on him, but I'd ask the same thing about De'Aaron Fox.
No, it's
I think we learned
fair.
some things after that too, though. Maybe it just wasn't what we thought it was. He wasn't franchise.
Yeah, I mean, I think, one slight difference is De'Aaron is younger, but I do think if that conversation about the future of the Sacramento Kings 3 weeks ago it would be okay. De'Aaron's still young, Malik, all of this. I think it would have shifted this offseason when he signed a 5-year, $296 million contract, because we know you start getting looked at differently when your money changes. It happened with the last contract he signed. When he signed that contract last time, the noise and criticisms of De'Aaron Fox got a lot louder. He remains the same basketball player he is today and signs that contract and is that player next year. We're having the same conversation, and fans are frustrated because now you're using terms like stuck with De'Aaron Fox for the next 4 years. This, at least, you might feel like you're stuck with Zach LaVine, which is 2 more years. Yeah. And again, I think Zach LaVine is a fine basketball player that works on specific teams, and I'd have to go through to figure out like which ones. I just don't know that Sacramento is one of them. It feels like right now there's not a lot of structure with this group, and I think they rode pretty high off the free and loose type thing. But we saw free and loose. We saw that last night. Like nobody could stop CJ. Like 43 points from CJ McCollum. Like nobody could stop him. You didn't even have the threat of Zion Williamson out there. Like a lot of their threats weren't there. Like CJ McCollum beat your ass. And in some of the shots, I think sometimes is guys are just on one. And I think CJ was on one. When CJ took that shot out of the timeout where he's like drifting to the side behind the 3-point line.
He's cooking.
What do you can't do anything with that.
Yeah, he was absolutely.
There's nothing you can do. Yeah. And it was more what I saw like on the offensive end. It's just I don't know, man. I hope I'm wrong, and I'm not trying to be like a overreactionary to a loss because I felt this way in the Dallas win and held off that conversation because they won and they beat New Orleans. And if Malik had shot, if something had happened and the Sacramento Kings had looked as ass as they looked last night on different times of the game, but walked away with a win, we'll talk about this later. You're taking 4 straight wins into the All-Star break. I'll live with that. Malik said, give us time to practice, see what we look like. Man, what could we be? All right. We got practice time now. I don't know. I hope that makes a difference. Maybe it does. I'm going to trust Malik a lot more than I'm going to trust myself. So hopefully it does. But like my impression watching that game, and this is not a win or loss type thing. The conversation is being had because they lost, because I wouldn't have it if they won. I'd be happy that they won. I just don't know how good this basketball team is. And I feel like their future is really dark.
Well, I just think that's fair. I think a lot of these things when they lose a game, and I'm not saying you're doing this, I'm just saying like the overall conversation, it always comes back, at least lately, it always comes back to DeMar and Zach LaVine as being a problem and the reason why they lost and the reason why you're not going to go anywhere. That's fair. When you lose a game, that's fair. Everything is fair because I'm, like I told them on the Insiders, I'm bottom line both ways, right? If you win, did you win? That's what I'm worried about. If you lost, you got to wear everything that everybody says because you didn't get the win. That's the bottom line of it all. So any reason that people want to come up with why you didn't get it is fair game because you didn't get the win. But there's a lot of things. There's a lot of things too. This team's ceiling maybe not being that high and maybe not being that good. And I look at the talk is always, you gotta tell these guys they gotta sit on the bench if they're not gonna play no defense and get Keon in the game.
Okay, bro.
First of all, like you just said, all right. Second of all, I'm not even gonna put it all on this
same
guy.
People were clamoring for Kobe Jones, for God's sakes. Get out of my face.
I'm not even gonna put it all on this guy because this is what I talked about. Keegan Murray in overtime got destroyed.
Saw it. Yep, he did.
Got destroyed. CJ felt great out there. Yep. Now, like I
was watching him extra close last night because of your ass.
Now, like I said yesterday, though, about Keegan, he was guarding a 1/2. He don't have the foot speed for that. Sometimes the length that he has disrupts the shot. He did that in overtime as well. He did that at the end of regulation. But he's kind of miscast. So in that situation, somebody would say, all right, well, get DeMar out of there because he ain't playing no defense. DeMar's over there guarding Green. I need Keegan out there to guard Green, and he's not doing nothing on the offensive end. No, I would get him out, put Keon on CJ. The other thing about it is the worst play of the overtime for me, where I'm watching it in my room. I throw my hands up. I walk through my room. I can't believe what I just saw. I was so beside myself. Is this wide open three that they give CJ off this weak ass pin down screen? Yeah. Keegan, I mean, whatever the game plan was the game plan to go over the top or whatever. It's the NBA, so things are different. The person who's guarding the guy setting the screen, the way I know basketball, he opens up, you run through the opening, and you stay with him so you don't get caught on the screen. Keegan is trailing, tries to get low, get tight over the screen, ends up leaving CJ wide open for an open three. I'm even on that play. Yeah, it's Keegan, and I'm talking about him. I'm looking at Domantas Sabonis, and I don't know what his role is, but he sees everything unfold, and he just points. What the hell is that? What is pointing going to do with this man who hasn't missed a shot in an hour going to do? Are you going to go help? Are you hedging? Are you going to hold and recover? Are you going to just make sure CJ don't catch it and your guy can slip and score and we'll take the two and we'll live with that? But like both of those guys, and nobody talks about them. But Keegan, what are we doing trailing on that situation? And Sabonis, what is the point going to do? So, yeah, I'm not here to cape for DeMar and Levine and act like they're great defenders. But if we're going to have the conversation, let's have the conversation about everybody on the team. And if there's people talk about tough decisions that need to be made and tough conversations need to be had, everybody, 13 and 11 included, if we really want to have tough discussions. That's all I'm saying.
Well, let's come back and let's have those tough discussions. The phone lines are open for you as well, 916-909-1320. We're just getting started on this Friday. It's Dealing with KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Brian, I disagree with you. I think what you said is a bad take because I don't think he's carried this team defensively all year at all. I don't think he's been the best defensive player on the team. I think Keon Ellis has. I think you probably will look at De'Aaron Fox after that. Keegan hasn't been bad. I'm not making that assessment of him. But to say he's carried this team defensively all year, I disagree with that. And I think you had a bad take.
I thought so too. I don't even know if some of those movies I had were actually movies. They was just words on a piece of paper.
So what did you miss today?
Huh?
What did you miss today?
What do you mean?
Like the movies. What were you trying to get them to guess?
She's the Man.
That's the one Amanda Bynes. Yeah.
Okay, well, fuck all three of you then. I ain't never heard of that movie.
That stinks.
I think Channing Tatum's in it too, right?
Well, no, hold on. Okay. I've heard of She's the Man. I'm thinking of She's All That though. That's Freddie Prinze.
I know
Jr.,
She's
right?
All That.
But
I
I've
know
heard of
that
She's the
one.
Man. I haven't seen She's the Man.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're eating. I'll take that.
I haven't seen that. I've seen She's the Man.
What was the other Groundhog's Day, which I should have got.
Heard of that.
I should have got that.
That's Bill Murray, right?
Yeah, John Belushi. No, Bill. Oh, I thought they were both in it. Sorry.
Oh my gosh, I didn't know he was.
No way, really? Groundhog's Day?
Did we just kill off someone again?
Well,
I mean, God would know.
Well, John Belushi is dead. I mean,
I didn't even know that. Well, because you're more of a movie guy.
No, we know why.
We're more.
Man, very, very, very much after Belushi. That was
When did he
93. Belushi passed in the 80s.
Oh.
What fucking movie am I thinking of?
John Belushi definitely dead.
Can't confirm.
Belushi, Jesus, Belushi died in 82.
Damn, he died before I was born.
I can't remember the other movie. I didn't get very far. Like me and my partner were bad. Norm was trying to help me out, but he couldn't get through. I took some L's on the wake up call today. Let's bring our man Young Sav in. Let's bring our man Kyle Madson in here. The insiders. Young Sav says here in the chatty house, oh man, the Kings lose one to the Pelicans and the world's gonna end. You think the Celtics said that when we came down and beat them? The Celtics have championships and a very bright future that no one questions. That's not Sacramento. The Kings, in my opinion, have been questionable now for a few weeks. They've fired their head coach. They traded their star player. It's okay to question what their future looks like. 15-9 now the record.
15-9, yeah.
Okay, Doug is my guy. I'm going to continue to root for Doug and cheer on Doug and hope that he winds up getting his shot. But that record is getting worse and worse. And what's difficult for Doug is you maintain like a percentage like that. You had a 6-game deficit to start. Mm-hmm. So you're sitting at you're in the vicinity plus minus 1-2 of a 500 basketball team, and what does that ultimately get you? You're going to be in the play-in. You might be facing the Golden State Warriors, and you might have to win a couple of play-in games to ultimately get to the playoffs. Now this could all be a wash, and you win your way into the playoffs. Great. I just tell you now, particularly after 2 of the last 3 games, and I didn't have any feelings whatsoever about the game 2 nights ago. Yeah, you got to win. Played well. Because I'll take it. Played well enough. I'll take it. I didn't feel great in the Dallas game, and I felt terrible last night. And I felt terrible watching the game, not with the outcome of the game.
We had somebody call the insiders today, not to brag, and they said,
"Was it Don?"
It was Don.
Big fan.
So he basically said, "You guys need to relax. The Lakers just lost to the Jazz. It's hard to beat the same team twice in 2 nights." And I don't disagree with that. But the problem is the Kings were 6 games under at one point, and they have not given themselves the cushion to lose that game. The Lakers lost that game. They are still 32-20. The Lakers are still in a very good spot. The Kings are not afforded just like, oh, you know what? You can lose that one. And it's just the way it looks. If you are optimistic about this team, that is, I wish I could exist in that world. I would so prefer to be able to come on here and get on the radio and go, hey, yeah, you know what? Everything's fine. This is all good. Here's all the paths forward. I just don't see it, man. Yeah. It's really hard to watch that team last night, and really not just last night. It's not last night in the vacuum. It's the last few games, and go, man, they're playing really good ball right now. That's a heck of a team. I don't see it. You gave up 140 points to the Pelicans with no Zion.
Now
that's tough.
I think there does, need is a strong word. I don't need to be anything, but I think there is a space for a little bit of a middle ground. I don't think you have to say that they're playing good basketball right now to think that they can play better.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like, but
what does better look like, I guess, is my question.
What is like the way they play?
Mm-hmm. Like what's the outside of everybody's hitting shots all at the same time and they score 170 points. Mm-hmm. What does better look like?
I think a little bit more cohesive on the offensive end.
Okay.
I think defensively, you can be a little better with playing Keon a little bit more than you have in the past or in some of these losses.
Should he close games?
It depends on the situation. Okay. Last night he should have.
Okay.
Last night he should have.
I agree.
But I said it earlier. I don't know if you heard. I think he should have been in for Keegan.
Like interesting.
So think about it this way, because a lot of people point to DeRozan and Levine should have been out.
Yeah.
DeRozan and Levine, number one in overtime, none of their guys that they were guarding were in the action at all. Like they were inconsequential. So say you take DeRozan. Say you take DeRozan out, and you just move Keegan to his guy. What is that? What is that? He's not even guarding anybody. And then he's not a threat on the offensive end. So like, what are we taking him out? What are we leaving Keegan in?
I'd imagine it would be Keegan on Trey Murphy.
But I'm telling you,
and then Keon on.
But I'm telling you, they didn't do nothing. Trey Murphy Green didn't do anything in the overtime.
Well, yeah, they didn't have to because CJ was cooking whoever was in front of him.
Right. So, but I'm just saying, and Keegan was the one in front of him. So I'm saying, if you're going to leave Keegan in to guard guys that aren't doing anything anyway, and he's not giving you anything offensively, what's the point? I know DeRozan missed shots yesterday, but at least you got to respect. You got a game plan for him on the offensive end, and he could hit shots. Like we're talking about the end result. He didn't hit shots. We know that. But at the time, like with 3 minutes to go in the overtime, we don't know he's just going to miss every shot. So in that situation, and I'm not saying every time, I would have took Keegan out and put Keon in there.
Sure. Okay. Here's my counter to that is at that point, then they probably start getting Trey Murphy involved. And now Trey Murphy is cooking whoever's in front of him.
He may or may not. He may or may not. But he may or may not.
But the other thing is, I don't necessarily disagree with anything you just said. They're still mid. Like, okay, you take Keegan out, you put Keon in, you still have the same problems. Like, you're still about a 500 team. Some nights DeMar's going to score 42. I'm way out of the picture here. Some nights DeMar's going to score 42, and some nights he's going to miss all his shots. And if that's what you're living and dying on, you're about 500.
Yeah, and more nights than not, he's going to make the majority of his shots. Like we hadn't had last night. We've had Dallas way more than we've had last night this year from DeMar DeRozan. I can count on almost two hands the nights where he's brought them home.
And they're 500.
Yeah. Ooh. Yeah. And then so here's the other thing. Like if we're gonna have these conversations, let's have the conversation. The dagger play to me was this little sorry pin down screen that CJ came off of. Keegan trails for whatever reason, leaves him wide open.
I don't get it.
And Domantas Sabonis sees it and just points. So if we're having a discussion, and I'm not advocating to trade or to move anybody, but if that's your defensive anchor, maybe that's more the reason why you're mid as opposed to Levine or DeRozan.
Is Domantas Sabonis the defensive
He's
anchor?
Supposed to be. Like I think
was
back
told
to that
today, he's a spectacular defender.
He's not a spectacular defender.
You were told that?
I was told that.
Yeah, he's not a spectacular.
I believe James Ham's at 3:00.
He's better than what people give him credit for. He's not a spectacular defender. He's not. He's not a rim protector. That matters.
Here's my I might be getting ahead of you here. So if this is the wrong place you were going, let me know. Their defense is their problem. Their inability to get stops is the problem. Whatever they're doing offensively is they have enough guys to score points. They can't. I have no faith that they're going to get a big stop when they need it. And that's
understandable.
The Timberwolves. I feel better about the Timberwolves because the Timberwolves can just go get stops. The Clippers, same deal. The Clippers don't have nearly the offensive talent the Warriors do or the Kings do, but they can get stops.
And what I would say to that, which I agree, is, I mean, they might not end up in the same spot because the Kings might not even make it, but that's not going to get the Clippers ain't going nowhere. Like all the problems that we have with the Kings,
way ahead of the Kings right now, though.
They're not going nowhere. They're not winning a series. Okay. Like all the problems that we have with the Kings. Like
so you'd rather be the Kings than the Clippers right now?
No, I wouldn't say that. I mean, I don't know what the Clippers draft situation is.
Okay.
I mean, being locked into James Harden and Kawhi Leonard.
But you'd way rather be the 6th seed than battling for a 10.
Like where they're at in the standings. Yeah. Absolutely. Okay. Absolutely. I'd rather be the Clippers than the Kings today, like where they're at in the standings. But I'm just saying, like, that's all the thought, like, they might get in the play-in. They might maybe sneak into the 6, but they ain't winning no series. And we talk about the Clippers. Clippers ain't winning no series either. Like if you want to say like they ain't Denver, like that's different. Those are teams that are winning, that are competing.
Sure, but the Clippers have the Clippers have a higher ceiling for me than the Kings do, because on some nights they're going to be able to just hold you to like 88 points, and they might only score 91, but that's going to get them a win. If the Kings only score 91, they're losing by 30. You know what I'm saying? Like, so that's where when you talk about like I guess I'm trying to spin it forward a little bit. Like the best version of the Kings has more players who can help them just get a stop not necessarily more dudes that can just go put the ball in the basket because they have enough dudes that can do that.
Right. And I'm not trying to argue that the Kings are better than the Clippers. Like the Clippers are in a better situation for sure.
But I would agree. I'm not taking them against, unless they play the Rockets in the first round.
Yeah, I guess the thing I'm like we're talking about, what does it look like if the Kings are a better basketball team or get to be a better basketball team? What does it look like? My question is like, how do you get there? Like, what have you seen from this group that makes you believe like they can be better? Is it in fact the more like how do you have a more cohesive offense? Is it practice time? Is it time playing together? This is a group that has not played together a ton. But again, free and loose, like those are words Doug Christie preached at the beginning of this, and it's like, maybe that did get you so far, but where's it going to get you in the long run? Because you have to play at a high clip because you started at a deficit. That's not fair to Doug, but that's the reality of what Doug inherited.
Sure,
you have to play at a certain level to get where you want to go because you started 6 games under 500.
I have a question about that. When you said, I don't know if it's practice time, it might be. Are we certain that Doug's going to have him practice? Because isn't the whole mantra like, hey, we're chilling, we're going to do escape rooms?
Not necessarily.
No, I don't think
the whole mantra before was like, we don't want to be here for 2.5 hours while you stand and talk the whole time.
Yeah,
sure.
Like it's not practice per se. It's the way we practice and how we get after.
It's the type of practice
I
that
see.
Doug seems to be having, the types of shoot-arounds that Doug seems to be having.
Sure.
And I think players will respond to that 10 times out of 10 more than feeling like they're at a lecture.
Yeah, for sure.
But I don't know that that's the answer though. Like, and I posed the question. I don't know the answer to it. I don't know if that's the answer.
Sure.
Practicing together, and you could still see Zach LaVine sometimes on the offensive end, like you see spots getting crowded. It doesn't even feel like he has like a true chemistry with DeMar DeRozan out there. It just looks clunky at times on the offensive end. And if on the offensive end is where you're going to succeed because you can't, or it's where you're going to have to win games because you can't succeed to a higher level on the defensive end, then you can't have those moments. And maybe it is just time on the floor that will fix that. But right now, to me, it's glaring. It's been glaring in the last 3 games. But it really stood out to me in the Dallas game, and it was really apparent last night in overtime to me.
And the problem with they just need time on the floor thing, you're running out of time. You had 27 games.
Yeah, but you're right. They're not at 27 games, and that's the difficulty. Or that they're not at 55 games.
Yeah, I'm not criticizing them not being there yet. I'm just saying if you're figuring it out,
you have to. Like you have to right now. Like whatever your plans were, you might want to cancel them. Like, or come back early, because showing up on Wednesday for a night practice might not be enough. You're going to have to find a way to get in sync and figure out how to. If you're not going to sync together on the defensive end, you better find a way to sync together on the offensive end, or there's going to be a lot of games just like last night's where it's 140 to 133, and player X beats your ass for 40 points.
Yep,
and you're looking at the offensive numbers from the Kings. Go, they put up 130.
Yeah, you look at look at just the box score for the Kings last night, and you're like, oh, they won this game going away. Domas had 22 and 28, and LaVine 35 and 10, and Monk and DeRozan each had Monk didn't have 20. DeRozan had
24.
Did Monk have 20?
Yeah, 24.
DeRozan had 20 exactly. So you got 4 guys in that 20. Oh,
yeah,
man, smoked them.
You had a player with 13 offensive rebounds.
I think teams are.
And you
13,
lost.
Yeah, and the other team had 7. You took 20 more shots than the Pelicans.
Well, that's another big issue. It was the Pelicans. It was 19-7 in second chance points.
Yeah, I also think one of the things that I think with this team, and I could be wrong about it, I think they're mentally tough, and sometimes because of your style of play or your talent level, that's not going to be enough. You're going to lose some games, but I do feel like they're gonna battle. They're gonna be and that's gonna win them some games. That's gonna win them. Their toughness, their mental toughness. They also don't get pushed around. That's gonna win them some games. And like I said earlier, you lose a game like you did yesterday, everything's fair game. Anybody that wants to point a finger at any player or coach or anything, you got to live with that because you should have won the game. But I think they'll respond. I think they'll respond coming out of the All-Star break and play competitive basketball. What that means in wins and losses, we'll see. But I think they'll play competitive basketball.
I would agree with you. Can I ask you guys a question I asked James?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think the top 10 in the West are set in terms of who the teams are?
No, not necessarily.
You think the Suns can bounce back?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the Spurs?
Spurs too.
Yeah.
I'm losing belief in the Spurs.
Yeah, they got about
they're soft tanking.
They got about a week and a half to or I'm gonna have to stop.
I'm with you. Yeah, I'm with you.
Okay.
I'm with you.
How high do you think the Kings finish?
It's probably. I mean, I think they can get to 7, but I don't know if they can get to top 6 anymore.
Okay.
I don't know if they can get to 7, and I think Minnesota will eventually settle that. I do have questions about Dallas.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what I don't know what Dallas can do. Like are the Kings are better than Dallas, right? This version now, Gafford out like 6 weeks
on paper for sure. Yeah,
Dallas is.
No, the Kings are. The Kings are more talented.
I kind of wonder if Dallas is galvanizing around this whole hey, we lost all our centers. They traded Luka. Everybody said we were done. Oh, then we lost AD, and Kyrie didn't even play last night.
Dallas is tough too.
Dallas is tough.
Yeah, Dallas is tough.
No Klay Thompson, no PJ
But I
Washington.
wonder if that fades. I wonder if there was a rush of adrenaline because of the Mike Brown firing, Doug Christie taking over the relief, all that different stuff. I wonder if there's a certain, rush for these guys who desperately needed, they needed to get some wins here after the Luka stuff. Now you're going into the All-Star break. You lost Gafford. You just got his prognosis. I think it was yesterday. And is there a post All-Star break fade from Dallas?
Could be.
It's a lot of talent missing from that group.
Oh, for sure. It definitely could be.
Dallas coming out of the break has New Orleans, then they're at Golden State, at the Lakers, then they get the Hornets, Bucks, and Kings. And then at Bucks, Grizzlies, and Suns. Going to learn a lot about Dallas.
Yeah, that's tough. What do you think? Answer your own question.
I think Dallas and the Kings are going to finish right about the same in that 43 to 45 win range. I think they're both in that bag. Because I think you're right. At some point, Anthony Davis comes back, but with how much time left, Daniel Gafford will be back at some point, but season might be over by then. So they should get some reinforcements at some point, but no, I don't think they're going to be able to galvanize in the way they need to go win. What are they, 30 and 26 right now? To go win 16 or 17 games down the stretch.
Yeah, they gotta talking about the Kings now. I mean, the Kings they've got to shore up some stuff. They've got to find a way to take care of the basketball. Malik got his 4 turnovers again last night. So Sabonis had 5. Sabonis had a fantastic game, but they gotta take care of the basketball. I think DeRozan had a few turnovers too.
Yeah, DeRozan's got to be better in those moments, especially those moments late. And not better in the sense that it's okay to not be your night. He's not going to close 82 games, and that's okay. You mentioned, he's closed a lot, and he's going to close a lot more. The tough part, I'm sure, for DeMar is I don't know who the guy was. If DeMar's not doing it, who do you go to? Then you had Zach LaVine out there who was good, but he wasn't good in overtime. So what did you just go back to Domas? I don't know what you do in that situation.
Well, those and then in overtime too. I look at the shot selection. The end of the fourth, trying to put it away. You go to these shots that he's made, and
to make him miss lead.
I'm okay with it. It's get him on the block, let him do his thing mid range. He missed the shots yesterday. He just missed them. I don't think I don't believe, I could be wrong. I don't think that's a fundamental problem with the Sacramento Kings. That was a night where they didn't go down. Yeah. Then in overtime, I think all of his shots were in the DeMar's were in the offense. They were draw and kick. It wasn't him get out the way, let me do my ISO thing. It It was draw and kick, and he was open, and he took a shot, and he missed them. You know what I'm saying? Like, there was other people creating. There was other people who had an opportunity to finish a shot or finish a play, and saw open DeMar. Kicked it out to him. He shot him. He missed the shot. I'm like I said, I just don't believe. I could be wrong, but I don't believe his shooting yesterday was like a fundamental problem with him or the Sacramento Kings. I thought he had good looks and he missed the shots.
Is it a problem that they couldn't blow out a undermanned Pelicans team?
Yes.
Like, if you're expecting them to kind of be better, like
that's where the defense thing comes in.
Yeah, I'm actually with Kenny on that one. Like, this happens. Just the problem is if you're Sacramento, it can't.
Right.
That's the difference between it happening to the Celtics and it happening. The Celtics, like, all right, you might look. Come on, man.
Well, yeah, it's a one-off.
The Kings, you can't have these games.
The Celtics might do it once out of every 5, if you want to call it. Like, the Kings, like, this is what they've been.
They can't
doing,
establish
so, like,
momentum. It feels like they absolutely can't establish something. And I thought it was really important before we knew what happened in the rest of the games for them to carry something into the All-Star break, and they couldn't do it.
I agree.
Yeah, they just don't. They don't have that switch to flip because I keep going back to it. I've said this a million times, but because they just can't get the stops they need to do that. You're relying on the other team just missing. Like, the Kings aren't just going to like put the clamps on and shut the faucet off defensively. And when you can't do that, it's really hard to get up by 20 plus and stay up by 20 plus.
Can this be like, oh, like this happens in the league too? If like this is just who you've been, like, it's not like the Kings when they play bad teams. Like, oh yeah, the Kings, like, they beat them by double digits, they step up. Like, it's all looked the same, whether it's good teams or bad teams.
Yeah, they're about a mid-tier team. Can I ask a separate question? Is Kings related but unrelated? Because I heard you talking about Keegan earlier, and I brought this up to Jesse, and I want to bring this to you guys. Is Keegan Murray just Nick Batum?
Looks like it.
Yeah. Okay. You know what the best thing to happen to Keegan Murray and Keegan Murray stands is?
What's that?
Jaden Ivey got hurt. Because there were a lot of people talking real loud about Keegan Murray after that first year and what a bust Jaden Ivey is. And the Pistons are currently 29-26 in the 6th spot. I know that's the East.
They hit the over.
And Jaden Ivey was playing really well. Jaden Ivey actually played well last year.
Yeah, he started to come around late last year.
Yeah, it didn't matter, but he started to play really well last year and was having a good season. And boy, there'd be a lot of quiet people out there if Jaden Ivey was playing at that clip with this Pistons team playing the way that they are.
Well, there's that, and I swear I'm not like trying to say anything about myself. Like, Shaedon Sharpe, he was there for you too. Like, we talking about the number 4 pick in the draft, and I don't think he's gonna make a max rookie.
Yeah, to be clear, I'm not out on Keegan. I'm
not out. Once again, I think he's a good player. I think he's good for this team. I would have him on the team, but and we'll talk to James at 3. And it's just a difference of opinion. I don't think he's being held back. I don't think he's in a situation where they're just taking shots away. And if he got the shots, he'd be cooking. Like, no, I just think he's just kind of who he is.
Yep.
And this is about the best you're getting from him.
Yeah, Keegan can be a starter on a championship team. He's just going to be more Harrison Barnes on the 2015 Warriors instead of Kawhi Leonard on the Raptors.
Yeah.
Or the Spurs. Or Kawhi Leonard, just really ever. I guess just,
and
that's not a bad thing.
Teams
Yeah, and that's not a bad thing. If he's Nick Batum, like he's had a good ass career.
You can win with
being
that.
a good defender and a good 3-point shooter.
Yes, you can win with that.
It's just that ceiling of like, hey, Keegan's going to be the number 2 scorer, which is where I was after year 1. It's like, dude, he's going to start putting the ball on the deck a little bit. You got to get to 18, 19 points a game this year. Watch out for Keegan. Like, no, it's just not him, and that's okay.
The game seems so like simple for him in his rookie year, like comfortable. Maybe he was in fact asked to do more, and that's influencing what we see from him. But it is just such a bizarre thing to see how someone who scored at the clip that he did his rookie year, and you thought, oh, the Kings really might have that number 2 scorer that, you know, you'll have Domas doing great things, but if you have a go getter a bucket getter on the offensive end to go along with De'Aaron Fox, that would be terrific. It's nothing that even sniffs that on most nights right now from Keegan. Yeah. And it's like not to the degree of frustration, but I mean the sample size. It's starting to be like Kevin Herter. Well, at some Kevin's going to turn it around. Kevin's going to turn it around. Kevin's going to. No, he's not.
Yeah.
He's on his third coach, his second team. Like he's not. With Keegan, again, he's not nearly as bad as Kevin was. But I'm saying, like at some point, the anomaly is the rookie year, not everything that's happened since. And you have to realize that.
Is this good enough for the Kings? Like we talk about, if he's Nick Batum, that's good for.
Good enough for what?
Like just what they've been trying to build, what they drafted him for.
They're not building anything. That's where I'm stuck. They're not building anything.
If you said that's what I said when I said that earlier, when I would love to sit down with Monty McNair and Wes Wilcox and Vivek and the coaching staff.
Oh, sorry.
Well, and go, what's your vision here?
Mm-hmm.
What is this supposed to look like?
You know what it is? I think it is. It's make the playoffs.
Yeah, just literally.
That's the vision. Make the playoffs, and then we'll figure it out next offseason.
Yeah, just try and talent your way to the playoffs.
Mm-hmm. That's it.
Yeah.
You disagree? You murmured. Do you disagree? Are they? Do you think the Kings are building something? Don't elaborate. Just.
I think they got a boulder that ran into whatever they were trying to build.
Yeah,
okay,
I think they were. I think they were.
When De'Aaron Fox said, "I want out," because they were building with him. They were trying to build around him and Domas.
De'Aaron said, "If you're going to fire Mike, then trade me."
Got to be technical.
Want to be proper with the verbiage.
You're right, but when that
get another DM, this is at King KC. Hey, I ain't do nothing.
When that boulder ran through the structure that you were trying to build,
but you know what? I don't know that it mattered.
Well, no, you're right.
Except,
I think that was what they were trying to build with. To answer your question, are they building something?
I got you. Okay, yeah. I got you. We'll come back. I apologize. Is Tristi with us next?
Yeah.
She's got the link.
Yeah,
you would like to join Tristi.
Hey,
you're welcome.
Hey, no,
Tristi,
just tune in. We'll have a show here.
She said she got the link. All right,
Either one KC on ESPN 1320. Because it was a different time, right?
Yeah,
okay.
She hit me like,
okay.
I need a different time. So.
Okay.
Can I didn't want to derail your show with this because you guys are having a really good discussion. Can I explain what happened to Pocket Watchers yesterday?
Brother.
I
go ahead.
Please.
I was having a little bit of a rough day.
Understood.
Kind of going through it.
Well.
And I was writing. Could not. My brain stopped working, and I could not add. I was trying to add 32 plus 45.
Mm-hmm.
Those were kind of the two ranges of the contract. I'm like, okay, so I'm going to estimate. I could not, for the goddamn life of me, add 32 and 45.
Yeah.
And so I was looking at this, and I'm like,
oh are you smarter than Katie? That last question will beat your ass.
Dude, right? And I'm just like, and all of a sudden I'm going, okay, hang on, let's break this down. We're going to start in the ones column.
Oh wow.
Right. Like I'm just
that's tough.
Total break. And all of a sudden I'm like, okay, I got it. And by the time I got that, I was like, okay, I need to erase that. And then they started saying numbers, and I was like, I don't have anything written down. I'm just an idiot. I'm out.
Well, do you want to rescind your request to leave the league? That's what they were saying, at least that you.
Yeah, you left the league at one point when you walked into the studio. You might have blacked out.
You were called an XFL team yesterday.
Well, and then so I go in there and I'm like, and I'm trying to get this is gonna super deep. I'm trying to get the iDrive to load on my laptop I can upload Purple and Black.
It's commercial, it's fine.
And it was not. So now I'm like, God,
live that life. Yeah.
So it was basically like in Jeopardy when you have $0, it's just like you don't get to participate. In Double Jeopardy.
Okay.
Or Final Jeopardy.
Okay, understood.
I'll
tell you this. The moment you gave us was far greater than any number you would have written down.
The thing that really pissed me off is I would have won.
You would have won.
Damn.
Based on what you just said, you would have won.
That's
was
tough.
My number.
That's tough.
That's just a bad beat.
Well, I want to say, as somebody in the league office, as the reigning champion, I'm not even recognizing.
I'm sorry, you are Abe.
What are you talking about in the league office?
Abe, you're not in the league office. There's only one guy in the league office,
champion,
and the champion is down the hall, and he doesn't get here for another hour and a half.
This is actually an episode of The Office.
I'm not even acknowledging your request to leave the league. I'm not even acknowledging it.
This is like when Andy got lost his job.
No, but see, it's not that because my brain was.
You know who he is? He's the English. What's her name? Nelly. Yeah, he's Nelly.
Exactly.
Bro, don't call me Nelly.
He's Nelly.
Don't call me Nelly, bro. Stop,
even
bro.
No,
Stop.
don't even know who we're talking about. She could be lovely
Go
for all
ahead.
you know.
I didn't even think about my calculator because it was like I can add 30.
Yeah,
2
going
and
to the
45.
calculator for 32 and
Hey.
45
Yeah,
is
so
tough.
I'm like, I have time to figure this out.
Yep.
Okay, we're good. And like literally while I was erasing it, you guys started saying numbers. I was like,
what were you erasing again?
my calculation at the bottom.
Oh, okay.
Because I had to write out 34
You're allowed to show your
or
work.
32
guys-
and 45.
Do you guys use the calculator for the tip?
No.
Well, come on. What you mean no?
No.
If I want to
like,
round $20, I got to make
there's
sure I got what I
a-
got.
wow.
Oh,
Yeah,
come on.
flag.
Yo, that's
Yeah.
kinky.
I go.
Hey, that's
I go-
kinky, bro.
Hey.
The calculator.
Hey,
for
we
the
don't
tip.
kink shame
I
over
round
here.
up.
Yo,
Let my man live.
yo.
You round up.
Oh, we're yep.
Oh, okay. we're
Yeah,
just
no,
gonna do
there's a
this.
very easy way to do it. No,
Okay.
there's a very easy way to do it.
You
Explain
round
how
up,
you do it.
round
Yeah.
up to
Yep.
the nearest 10.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
You 20% that.
Yep.
And then what I do is, so if it's, let's say $80, I'm like, okay, 16, but then let's say it was like 79, 77, I'll do 16.23
Oh,
to get
I
it to
don't. I'm not gonna-
I get round numbers.
You awesome.
So that's like,
Yeah, I'll just do.
and if it's really good, I might do
17.
30%. If
Yeah,
I'm,
that's
if
what
I
it-
if I've got a
yeah.
little extra, might do
Like our
more.
guy at McCooney last night was fire.
Uh-huh.
Like I left him. Yeah,
Yeah.
he,
That's
he-
Or
he-
sometimes I'm just like, you get
Thanks for
$100.
reminding me. That is a conversation that needs to be had on here.
What's that?
McCooney's yesterday.
Popping or what?
I'll just tell you guys real quick because Tristi did say she was pulling up on us. But Kyle, you'll enjoy this. So I was on the phone real quick. D-Lo and TK, they go in before me.
Uh-huh.
So I'm on the phone in the car. It's raining. I don't want to be outside.
And before you continue, I told Trista as we checked in,
Mhm.
I was like, this is the most fascinating thing you'll ever experience. This happens regularly. We'll leave the same place at the same time with Kenny, go to the same destination. He'll show up in 15 to 30 minutes. We don't know why or how, but it'll happen.
I had a phone call. Check this out. Don't deflect here. Check this out. So I go in there.
His
and-
driver drives slow.
And
Good call.
no, I was there. I was in the
Well,
parking lot.
Elon drove him, but it's fine.
But I go in there. I'm like, okay, they're probably already seated. I'm gonna go in there. I'm gonna look for them. I walk in, and the lady's like, oh, how many are you looking for? I was like, oh no, I'm looking for a guy and a girl that just walked in here. He has a jean jacket on or whatever. She's like, you're welcome to go look for him. I'm not sure where they're seated. Some lady, maybe the manager, comes back. Jean jacket. Oh, they're in the private area in the back.
Oh,
wow.
So I'm like, yo, for real? I get back there. It is a private area in the back.
got something
That's
to say
where
for
he is,
yourself?
bro. No, am I lying?
Hold on,
Am I lying?
hold on.
To a private suite. They got the D-Lo suite.
Yeah, let me cut your guys' mic so D-Lo can talk. Go ahead. Just you.
One, that's all cap. That's not.
You can
So-
turn your mic back on.
So let's
but-
be clear as to what happened
In case he just
here.
didn't speak the rest of the show.
Kenny comes in late, sits down, says, "Oh man, got to go take care of the kids. Not feeling well." Stays through like the first time out of the game. Pretty much leaves immediately. What he doesn't know is there's 6 tables lined up with us, next to us.
Mhm.
So Trista and I are here, 4-seater, a whole bunch of tables set up next to us. Casey leaves. Our server comes back in. He goes, "Man, guys, I'm really sorry. I think it's going to get really loud in here." And a birthday party for some children parades into that area
What
of
kind
like 8 people. Now they
My
were
time to leave.
they were wonderful. It wasn't loud. It was, I mean, the volume changed, but it wasn't
a
bad.
birthday? How old were the?
They were young,
Never too young
Yeah.
for some sushi.
but like my
That's insane. Go to
yeah.
Chuck E. Cheese.
No, this is high class. It was vibing. They were fine. Again,
Yeah, no,
perfectly
it's
fine.
class.
But that whole the picture he just painted is all cap.
Bro, how are you gonna tell me? I
It's hard.
experienced it.
Yeah, I
what
don't
you think?
know,
I just
like-
made
What,
this
was
up?
I not there? I was there too.
So you just
No,
sat
you
at a
weren't
normal
there when the
table.
manager lady told me,
No.
Send the
oh,
link
the
to
jean
Trista.
jacket. Oh, they're in the back. They're in the
we
private
were
area in the back.
It wasn't private.
How many tables did I walk by? What area did I walk by? Like in case I got it wrong, McCooney, like when you walk in, there's an area over here and
Yep.
an area over there, right?
Right to the left.
None of it. None of it.
Yep.
They said, let's go to the back.
I'm gonna be honest.
Kenny's adamant right now.
Well, I
was
didn't
there.
know. I'm
I was
okay.
there.
All right. I'm gonna be honest. I didn't know that area existed. So I thought I was actually, as she was walking us, I was getting mad is this chick walking us back to the bathroom? Like, where is she taking us? And we walk through these little bamboo things and like, oh, there's an area here. It's a nice little seated area. It was just a regular seated area.
Hold on. Kyle, this will answer it all. So you had to walk through another kind of door type entrance, a curtain type to get to this other place.
No. Let me tell you. You guys understand now.
It was a cordoned off.
I walked.
It wasn't.
I walked.
No, it was
past the bar and past the kitchen. So you already know.
Oh.
If I walk past the kitchen, you already know. Is it past the kitchen? You know what it. See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying?
To be honest, the way you're answering too is like you're guilty. You're answering very guilty right now.
See, what do you mean guilty?
No, you're answering hella guilty right now, bro.
How am I guilty of what?
Like 50 Cent, like he did
guilty
that.
of what?
Sitting
where the server sat us?
No, he did that.
Well, they knew where to put you. They already knew what time it was. That's the whole point.
They were on their little walkie things. They were like, yeah, D-Lo's here.
That's what I'm saying. And it was until the party came, because was my cue to leave. It was very quiet back there. It was very quiet compared to the rest of the restaurants.
That's
like
nice.
Like the main waitress person didn't even know where you were. The manager had to show KC where you were. Like that's what I knew.
That's what I knew what time it was. Yeah. I'm just saying. I experienced something last night. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
The high life. You know what I mean? The high life. That's why I gotta hang. That's why I want my guy to go to All-Star Weekend, because I'm gonna get to those penthouse type parties if I'm with him. Now I'm gonna be down in the slums.
No one believes that. I'm not going to All-Star Week.
I know. That's why I'm gonna be in the slums.
This is my favorite bit that you guys do. This is my very favorite bit.
What's the bit?
I know. What is the bit? This is real life.
You admit it's not a bit?
Yeah,
wait, what bit are we talking about?
You heard him.
Wow.
Yeah, it's not even a
It's
joke.
real life.
Never mind. It's not even a joke.
I thought
real
you guys
life.
were joking this whole time.
I haven't taught you, don't use radio words like bit on the radio. No one cares about bits and segments.
I would disagree. I do bits in real life.
The other side.
Well, you are a human bit. Like you,
This is Kyle's whole stick right here.
Kyle's whole bit is a bit.
Yeah,
like his whole life is a bit. We just don't use the word bit. We don't use the word segment.
Okay, hang on. Let me re-rack.
We don't say things like other side. We don't say things like re-rack.
Oh no.
God damn it! You guys have learned nothing from me.
All right, hang on. Let's run this back. This is my favorite joke you guys do. This is my favorite non-radio thing you guys do is joke.
Kyle, it's real life. I don't know what you're talking about. I really experienced it in real time. So
can any of you guys walk outside your house
while you hit the iPad? Is so funny.
Can any of you guys walk outside your house and overlook the city?
No,
I can't.
None of us can.
No,
there's audio that says otherwise.
That's not.
I don't even have to create that audio. Like it's there.
Even audio. There's witness accounts, bro.
From who?
All three of us were there.
Facts.
We walked to the back of the backyard. Actually, we scootered to the back of the backyard and we saw what was on the other side.
There's people higher up though, because you can see, but you see people. There's a higher hill you can get to.
He's trying to throw him off the scent. He's trying to throw him off the scent.
I love how you reminded people that we had a scooter to the end of Damien's backyard.
Facts. Now we got the lake, the Rick Ross like pool, so we'll have to like navigate around that. But
you're not invited. I'll tell you that. You're not invited.
True story last night, though. True story. That's what the lady said.
I had a great time with Trista. TK asked me a ton of personal questions. Like a ton. Like we talked. She told me a lot about her mom. We talked a lot about her mom. And she asked me like a million personal questions. And I was like, it's funny. We talk all of the time. Like I talk to you more than I talk to, like any other woman outside of Katie's. It's the only person I like talk this often with. And I know nothing about you other than you love to talk about basketball and sports.
Hey,
I don't know
facts.
anything about like, are you dating? Do like your personal life? Nothing. And then it kind of launched into a social media thing where she's like, my social media account doesn't actually look like it's run like a human being. And you guys had just had KC and Trista had like a similar, like not a similar conversation, but a conversation about like family and social media and things like that. She was like, it's kind of the same, but it's not. But it's at this point, like I've just become a content creator. So I kind of tuck my personal stuff like aside. Like I kind of just tuck it away. And it was like, yeah, but you don't have to do that with me. And she's like, no, you're right. and then proceeded to go back to talking about the Kings. So after, an hour and a half of like conversation, a very, very extensive conversation about my personal life, I still know nothing about her. Nothing outside of the fact she's one of our closest friends. She loves basketball, and we ride with her. But outside of that, and we know her, and we love her mom.
Yeah.
Outside of that, I don't know, man.
James like, you got any hopes, dreams? She's like, yeah, I really do. I hope the
Oh,
Kings
no, we-
can get a damn backup point
No,
guard
no,
right
we-
now is where my hopes
No.
and dreams are.
Hopes and dreams discussed.
Oh,
Boyfriend, husband, children. So this Zach LaVine sucks.
I was about to say,
man.
she pulled
Zach
D-Lo.
LaVine sucks. What you mean?
She pulled a D-Lo. She did a D-Lo on D-Lo.
What do you mean?
That's your move. I remember somebody here used every time they see you or got you in a I don't want to say
There's a
vulnerable
difference
state.
though. That person wasn't my friend though.
No,
No, that person was like, don't like if we're not friends, don't ask me personal questions. Don't ask me who I'm dating or what I'm doing if I don't know you like that. Get out of my face.
We're so different because we had a new coworker, Wesley. She's great.
Awesome.
She sits out there and eats lunch sometimes. And we got in a discussion with her and Justine, who's also in sales, and we were talking about. Wesley goes, "You seem to like really be like happy like all the time," and I was like, "Well, you're about to hear something very personal about me. We're ready to go. This is the first time we've ever really talked." I just let her know my philosophy about life, and if I got to be awake, I might as well enjoy it, and this and that. And so we just went right into it.
There you go. I like that.
Yeah,
that's the way to go.
Like we're just gonna be open day one.
One of the reasons why, from time to time, I open up and talk to people about personal stuff that's going on is because I really just need a therapist.
Facts.
That's really what it comes down
Facts.
to. If I had a therapist to tell all this stuff, I might be a little bit more closed off to everybody else.
Yeah.
But sometimes you just got to get on that couch. Just say it.
That's
and
what
they'll be like, I just asked you, did you like little bites? I
I'm
didn't ask
sorry.
you for-
What is this show for? Is this show not our therapy session?
Yeah.
Is this show not
it's
for
our
us?
sports therapy session.
Man, all right. At some point, y'all gonna hear all about D-Lo.
All right, you guys want to know why I was having a bad day yesterday?
Yes.
You want to hear about my crisis of confidence?
Bro, I cried on the air like 3 days ago. Like I
Yeah,
came
but
in
that
here,
was for a.
but I came in. You were talking about having a moment. I came in having a terrible day. I was so frustrated that day. And then you talk about just if I'm awake, I'm gonna be happy. Then I find out my dude died.
Yeah.
Okay, this is dumb.
Yeah.
The F am I upset for? My man passed away. Like he's not here anymore.
Right.
And I was upset because of something that happened the night before. That's dumb.
Sure.
That's
Yeah,
dumb.
and
Now, why did you have a bad day?
No, I don't want to talk about it.
You had a crisis of confidence?
I don't want to talk about it.
You're the man, Kyle.
You just asked if you
You're the
want to
man.
know, and I was like,
And
tell
see,
us.
and see, me, this is why I need therapy. Because once this red light turn on, nothing I went through matters.
Oh, that's facts.
The people
Yeah.
don't, I don't want to say
Yeah.
they don't care, but they want to hear about the king.
No, that's facts.
And that's what I need to be prepared for.
The
You know
red
what I'm
light
saying?
is the ultimate. All right, it's all out there. It's
Yep.
behind us.
No,
We used to say as soon as you walk through that studio door, you take off the backpack.
that's it.
Get rid of Draymond Green and get to work.
Damn.
That's crazy.
Get rid of Draymond Green and go to work.
That's
He
crazy.
said something. We got tagged in something else the other day
Oh,
where he
he's
was
an
like
idiot.
trying to make him. I forgot what. I'll find it.
No,
We'll talk
yeah,
about
no,
it.
we absolutely.
You guys talk about Draymond Green more than 95.7 does. I swear to God.
Probably.
Because 95.7 doesn't want to admit that he sucks.
Well, actually, no. That's usually
Even
what
the people
conversation
who
is.
thought he sucks wouldn't say it.
Well,
They just quit and went and did TV.
Oh damn!
hey,
Damn.
that's mean.
Oh, Bonte doesn't like him either.
Well, he tried to pull up on Bonte on the show.
Yeah, no,
was
yeah,
bad.
yeah,
Tried to
no,
pull up
yeah, yeah. Bonte, you talking all that calm while I was awake, man. Whatever. Let's bring Tristi in there.
Let the real journalist take
Tristi's
over.
Bonte's
Here you go.
co-worker.
Sadly.
What's up,
Damn.
Tristi? Man, that's a
guys.
cool.
Damn.
That's a
Well,
cool game right
it's
there.
a bad mix because Tristi likes the Kings, he likes the Warriors.
Yep, yep.
Obviously, Bonte likes the Giants. Tristi's lost when it comes to baseball.
Oh, who's Tristi like?
She's
Are
just
you
lost.
sure I'm lost?
world
Are you
champion.
guys sure the Giants front office isn't lost this offseason? Are they still alive?
Well, no, we're fine now that we got that mole out of there.
They wouldn't be the only front office loss, but in any event. So, you're a Dodgers fan? I take it by the tone of. Good for
Such
you.
a nice young lady too. But to have that flaw is just, it's tough.
Oh, are we sure it's
For who?
Yeah, I'm with Tristi. Tristi, where are you from?
I was born in San Diego, grew up in Bakersfield, and then like have family all in LA and Southern California.
Okay.
So I'm kind of
Well, she's
everywhere.
that's perfectly reasonable to be a Dodgers fan.
That's whatever.
And
Shout
I'm
out to
smart.
the Roadrunners.
Like I'm a smart woman.
Shout out Bakersfield Roadrunners. You know the vibes.
What's Bakersfield like?
I feel like the first time me and you ever had a conversation, I like vented to you like for 50 minutes about Bakersfield. You're probably like, girl, what are you like?
No, I thought it was funny. I remember it very well because I think Bakersfield sucks. So I was like, oh, this is great.
I mean, it does. But you can't say that. Only people who lived there can say that.
Understandably, because people say that about Sacramento. I'm like, watch your mouth.
Exactly.
Keep your mouth shut. Understandable. Proper introduction. Tristi Rodriguez, NBC Sports California, with us here. Tristi, you talked to Malik Monk lately. Obviously, we'll get to your thoughts on the Kings and all of this here as this conversation progresses, man. But you had a nice little conversation with Malik Monk in recent days. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah. I think it was just like, obviously the De'Aaron trade, it was like, is it going to happen? Is it not? There were so many, like everyone kind of had a feeling, but when it happened, I think everyone was just like emotional and like Twitter was being toxic per usual. But my first thought was kind of just like, wow, this like opens up an opportunity for Malik. And me and him actually spoke one-on-one last year at around almost the same time, and just about his NBA journey and how he found a home here in Sacramento and like, you know, the beloved sixth man, And during our conversation this year, I was just like, it's funny, me and you spoke at this time last year about you having a home here. Now, a few months later, not only is this your home, but you essentially are given the keys to run this team. And so that's kind of just where my mind went. And that's why I wanted to do the story. I think it turned out great. He's obviously just a great interview, super confident, like, as we know. But I think what stood out to me most was just like, my thing was like, look, you're presented this great opportunity. You're like, what makes you think you have the confidence and you're ready for this to be the face of this franchise? And it's for him, he was just like, I'm just happy like for the stability. I'm just happy I have a home. And like, that's what stood out to me so much, because even between the questions, there was just long pauses, and we don't see that a lot with Malik. And that, like, I don't know if you guys read the story, but it's like, I tried to include that to set the scene, because it's like, that's what was important to me. Because not only was he saying these things and saying these quotes, it's like the in-betweens, the way he like processed the questions that I was asking and like gave thought out answers just really stood out to me. And like I said, just him emphasizing over and over again, just the stability and like having a home here. And he thinks that he found that in Sacramento.
You know, aside from the fact that I look at Malik Monk as one of my favorite current players in the league. I just love watching him play basketball. I love his talent level. I really like what he talked about in your article and just his approach when you hear like post game and stuff like that. And I talked about it yesterday. He's taking this opportunity very seriously.
Yeah.
He looks at it as, this is a chance to kind of shape who I can be in this league. And I appreciate that. I appreciate that he doesn't just look at it as, oh, now I get to shoot more. It's like, no, I get an opportunity to be a leader. I get an opportunity to be a cornerstone of a franchise. And he sees the urgency in that, and he's like really aware of it. And I love that about
and another thing, just like along those lines, that the reason what sparked me to want to write this story was, it was the first time, and I include this in my article too, but the first time that media spoke to him in the locker room post De'Aaron Fox trade. And the first question, of course, was, hey, this is the first time we're talking to you about the De'Aaron. And he gave that quote, and that went viral for other reasons. But what stood out to me was the very next question, and it was like, his attention just immediately turned to the game of basketball, turned to the Kings, turned to all the outside stuff was just not included. He was like, I got to be better. I'm going to be better. That's what he said to us. And it's like, the emotions, I'm sure, are still with him that his friend is not playing with him anymore. Like, obviously, the whole team was probably still processing that. It's a huge change. But for him, he was just focused on the present, the future, the now, and not dwelling on the past, not dwelling on what he couldn't control, but just like his immediate focus was, I need to be better and I will be better. And that's kind of what got me to write that story.
But did you push him a little bit, like, better in what regard? Because he's a huge fan favorite. He's so integral to the Kings' success. Did you hone in on what he feels like he needs to be better at?
I think he did talk a little bit more, like he was saying, I got to stop turning the ball over. We got to get better on defense. It wasn't so much like
turnovers seem to really bother him. Like, you go back, I mean, obviously they bother every basketball player, but like, he'll bring up turnovers in press conferences.
Right. And I think now that he's, primarily the one, it's like he's going to have the ball more. So the turnovers they're going to happen. But like you said, like, it does seem like it really bothers him, and defense. And, at the end of the interview, the last thing I asked him was like, what are your goals, your personal goals, like all-star, what's next for Malik Monk? And like, he didn't specify anything about himself. It was like, I just want a long-term home. I just like, and back to the stability thing. And, it just speaks a lot to where he is in the position that he's at right now.
And I think a lot of that probably played into the decision for him to re-sign, right. Whether he had better offers or not. Like, there's something about being here in Sacramento, whether Fox or anybody is here or not, that has appealed to him. And like you laid out, he's been in the league for a little while now. He's been on different teams, different cities, and being somewhere where he feels appreciated, he feels wanted, he feels that he can make a change, probably was at the top of his list. Like, I know a lot of people like to think money, but you're going to get money regardless. Like, he was going to get paid regardless. So, like, maybe number one might have been having a place where he can grow and call home as an NBA player. Seems to be on the top of his list.
Right. He's a pizza guy. He got paid. He's going to get paid.
I got to go get that pizza. I ain't got it yet.
Well, those are amazing commercials. Just incredible work by Malik Monk to deliver those pizza guidelines. How do you feel about the Kings right now, Tristi?
I mean, last night was just a tough loss. Like, I think I would be feeling a lot better, and along with many others, if they went to the break on a win. I think they've been playing dramatically better, but the turnovers, like we just talked about, the turnovers is just, it's so frustrating. And I get, like, there's a lot of incorporating different pieces and players and all this stuff, but it's just so frustrating because it's not a young team. These are seasoned veterans, and like, they shouldn't be making these young player mistakes. I like to be even keeled about things. I'm not like stressed or worried about it, but I'm also not like head over heels about this team still, even after all the moves. I feel like where they are right now in the standings, I think it's 9th right now, is probably where they'll end up. That's kind of just how I feel. I don't see them getting like jumping the standings, and just like the West is, as you guys know, it's just so freaking tough. And as the season goes on, it's just going to get like tighter, and the standings and blah, blah, blah. The way they started this season, those losses to those frustrating losses to teams that they should have beat, it's going to come and bite them in the butt later. And I think that's just where they are right now. I'm not, like I said, I think 9th or 10th seed is kind of where I see them, maybe 8th, but like, I don't see them getting a top 6 seed.
Well, it's fair enough, man. They're in a bit of a tough spot, and we talked about it earlier. Like, all right, what direction are they going?
Mm-hmm.
What is their plan? What is their goal? Is it just to make the playoffs and then that be it? So they're gonna have to do a little soul searching as a roster and as a franchise during this All-Star break, I think.
And maybe they like shock us all, right? Like, maybe they just like go out and like 10-game winning streak, and we're all just like, okay, maybe they do got what it takes, and like, they just needed the time, and like, they haven't practiced, right? So like, the practice, the break, I don't know, whatever it is, just time to fully heal from the roster makeover and get some time together, both on and off the court. Maybe that's what it is, and then it ends up working for them. Maybe they prove us all wrong. But like I said, I don't have a great feeling about how, like, them moving forward, but hopefully they prove me wrong.
It feels like a collection of players. and
I
less of a
understand that.
team. Like, you know what I mean? It just feels like a collection of guys. And you're right. Like, these guys are talented. It's just, how does it all work together? Like, we use phrases like roster construction. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Like, you have guys, you have talented players on this team, but ultimately, is this a basketball team? Is this a team that can come together and win enough games to get to the postseason, win enough games to win 2 playing games, win enough games to win a series? And I'm kind of with Tristi, man. I don't know. Like, they really might be living in 9th and 10th through the rest of the year.
Yeah, and I think also it's just like when you think about where they are right now, and like it's second half of the season is about to start. Maybe if they had this team currently at the beginning of the season, like they would, it would be a little better. And I think this is the challenge of, and I don't envy Doug Christie in the position he's in. I think someone asked him the other day, like, have you considered maybe putting Keon back in the starting lineup, and like, but then that brings to the other question, who's coming off the bench, right? But like, I think we all can agree that should be considered, or at least in closing lineups, which I think he has kind of been trying to do, but he just doesn't have the time to figure it out right now, right? It's like, how does he balance, like, we need these wins right now, this is the second half of the season, versus being patient with the guys and giving them time to gel and to, intertwine and mix and whatever. Like, it's just, it's an impossible thing. Like, I don't know how he balances that.
Tristi, if I'm stuck, they're not letting me into any of these parties over the weekend, I'm gonna just drop your name and that should be good enough. Cool. I'm just giving you that.
Ain't gonna boot you.
Nah. Come on, you run the Bay Area. Come on, man. I'm gonna just drop your name. It's good. I appreciate you.
Who?
Tristi, we appreciate you. Great stuff as always. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks, guys. Talk to you soon.
You bet. That's Tristi Rodriguez right there, NBC Sports California. We'll come back. Dr. Davis Photoshop is funny. Like this one. Nah, this one legit had me laugh. This is funny. Well done, Dr. David. It's over there. It's over there on Twitter. Kenny out of the window looking in is
that's
comedy.
accurate. That's accurate.
That's funny. We'll come back. We'll talk more Kings. We'll talk more NBA. It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino in Sacramento, sports leader ESPN 1320. Oh man, Chris Biederman said you're looking good in those Ohio State colors today.
Yeah, I saw that. And Chris, relax. Okay, the Ohio State they barely even wear black. This is more Cincinnati. Stop it. Will you stop it, Chris? Ohio State. Now, I did say, I'm on record saying, you know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna fake the funk on a nasty dunk, as Shaq once said. Favorite color is red. Like the color scheme of Ohio State, I like. I'm a fan of. It's just the wrong school.
John Poles, they're just letting Raheem Mostert hit the retirement home earlier. I don't know. It's not that big of a deal.
What happened? I didn't see what went.
They cut Raheem today. He was really good for them, but he's just slow and can't hold onto the ball anymore, or not as fast, I guess. Did not see the release Fuller.
Raheem should have never left the 49ers. That was him and Kyle were like perfect. I mean, he got paid, so I don't want to say that, but football wise, that was the perfect situation for him. And he was the perfect running back for Kyle Shanahan in his scheme, and my boy Uncle Bobby Turner.
Kendall Fuller was hurt a lot this year, though.
What was I going to say? I was going to say something about football. No, I can't remember.
Did you see the clips of the Chiefs players when they were down like 27-0? Come on, guys, we can do it.
No, I didn't see that.
Yeah, Kelsey's like, oh, come on, boys. We all we got. And then another guy on the bench.
man,
yeah,
my
well,
girl's here.
The Patriots were down 28-3. We can do it, guys. Like, yeah, you were doing this because you knew the cameras were on you.
This is a cool moment right here. Oh no, this isn't it. Did you see when Saquon pulled the ball boy out of the Eagles ball boy was in the crowd and Saquon was giving like high fives and stuff.
Yeah.
And then he recognized, he said, "Hey," he's like, "Man, get over here," and pulled him over the thing and had him on the.
Oh, that's cool. Wasn't that today?
Yeah.
That's today. Oh, okay.
This morning, yeah, it was cool until not until, but it's like, oh, he's gonna pull like the ball boy. Oh, the ball boy's 45.
Well, well.
Well, maybe we need a different term other than ball boy.
Like good for you, but
all right. Let's get to the Elk Grove Kia talk line here, 916-909-1320. TC, what's good on this Friday, baby?
What's up with my two brothers?
What's up, TC? How you doing, man?
Oh, man, I'm doing good, man. Just tapping in, man. You know what, man, to the loved ones and all that, man, to the ladies, happy Valentine's Day, man.
Okay, I see you. Make sure you shout out the ladies. All right.
Yeah.
Certified lover boy.
Nah, kitty wild. You wild, boy. Hey, so look, is my boy Kyle still in the building?
Nah, I think he's done for the day.
Okay, so before we get started, right, it was something that I said, right? So, Jesse, give me a minute. What I said about Doug gonna have to have a man-to-man conversation with DeRozan, right? As far as with him and Keon switching spots. You're gonna get your minutes, you're gonna get all that. But I didn't say Doug and the team and all. I said Doug and DeMar. They're gonna have to sit down and have a real one-on-one conversation, bro. And I'm gonna leave it at that. They're gonna have to have that. Seriously. Keegan is who he is, bro. We can't keep sweating on Keegan. Keegan right now, his contract is looking at $15 million per year, bro. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. 15, however you want to do it, slice it, 3 years, 4 years. That's his contract. He's not going to be no better than he is right now, bro. Period. Keegan is who he is. The main focus on the rest of the season is trying to make the playoffs and moving into the offseason. I think the most important two things is, bro, signing Keon Ellis and Jake LaRavia this offseason, bro. I'm not waiting to their free. I'm not doing none of that. I'm signing them to 2 contracts this offseason to lock them in to what we got going on, and we'll worry about the rest later. Y'all have a good weekend, bro.
All right, man. You have a good weekend, too.
I don't know if that's how it works. I don't know. You just sign someone because you want to.
Yeah, somebody did. I don't think he's eligible this summer, but I think Keon is extension eligible the following season.
I think it's the following season. It is Valentine's Day.
What we got?
Well, I mean, Complex won't give me my own Slow Damn show, which is whack, because he'll give one to Big Daddy V in San Francisco, and they'll promote it in front of 17,000 people. I've been begging for 2 years to have a Slow Jam show. We got Friday night, Valentine's Day.
Oh, yeah.
And Complex wouldn't give me one. So this is one of them certified Valentine's Day joints right here. You get a little saxophone. Got that 90s R&B beat. Play this for your ladies tonight, man. Fellas, step it up. It's Valentine's Day. Come on.
On your red dress and slip on your high heels and some of that sweet perfume. It sure smells good on you. Slide on your lipstick and let all your hair down. 'Cause baby, when you get through, I'm gonna show you. Tonight will be a special night, no matter where we go. And I'm so proud to be with you. I just wanna let you know you got me singing my. Sure look good tonight. And you're so damn fine. I wanna say
Yeah.
Sure look good.
Valentine's Day. It's for all the lovers out there. It's for all the lovers out there. Every once in a while, you gotta beg, you gotta plead, but you got to let your woman know that she is the one.
I love you. In the night, I'm gonna take it real slow. I understand what you told me, as if I didn't know. I always wanted someone just like you. I really need to hold you. I give the world to you, oh my darling. You know I will. Yeah, you know I will. I surely will. I will never do anything to hurt you. Wouldn't do one single thing to your back. I'll give all my love to you. I'm gonna give you every bit of my love, my love. You need me, baby. I'll come running. Yes, I will. Only to you.
Let's stay with my man here for a minute. Let's stay with my man because it's Valentine's Day. We could go real old school. You want to tell your loved one how you feel? Hit us up. Hold on. Hit us on the phone lines, 916-909-1320. I'm getting my slow jam show in one way or another.
Let's make it last.
Again, 916-909-1320. Tell your loved one how you feel.
Let's make it last forever and ever. Don't let
Yeah.
love me.
This might be our day today. Come on, Keith.
Let me hear you tell me you love me. Let me hear you say you never leave me. Girl, that will make me feel so right. Let me hear you tell me you want me. Let me hear you say you'll never leave me, baby, until the morning light.
Let me tell you how much you love ya. Let me tell you that I really need you, baby, baby, baby. I will make it alright. No one but you, baby, can make me feel the way you make me feel.
Don't let our love be. Just
Make it last forever.
and ever.
Oh,
Yeah, man.
oh,
That's what we talking about, man. It's Valentine's Day. This is for the lovers out there. Fellas, it's all right to be a lover. It's all right to have someone in your life who makes your knees weak, who makes your heart beat fast. It's all right to have someone out there who dominates all your thoughts. That's what it's all about, baby. It's Valentine's Day.
Now that you are here with me, baby, let's do it right. Lady, you know just what I need. I want to hold you all so tight. Baby, just touch me anywhere. Cutie, you turn it on. Ooh, baby, I like to run my fingers through your hair. So come on and stay with me all night. I wanna rock with you, baby, all night long. I wanna roll with you, lady, feeling so strong. I wanna ride with you, baby, all night long.
Hey,
Hey, rockin', rollin', rock.
Get your dedications out there. 916-909-1320. OD, what's up, baby?
Oh, they need the dedication.
My fellas, you got it going back to the old school with these old school cuts, man. I love this arm stuff, man. Used to be my old handle on MySpace, man.
There you go, boy. There you go. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
What's good, man? You want a dedication, man? You want to tell somebody you love them today? What's up, baby?
I got to shout out my wife today, man. You know, I talk a lot of ish on the chatty.
Yeah.
But my wife is my one and only, my go-to, my person. And she is the greatest, honestly. And she blessed me with 2 beautiful daughters, guys. I
love that.
I know how much family means to you guys.
Yes, sir.
It means that much to me. And, you know, just want to shout out the Valentine's Day to all the loved ones out there.
That's right.
The husbands, the wives, the daughters, the sons. Just know, want everybody peace and love.
That's good stuff right there.
Shout
That's
out
good stuff.
OD.
I heard OD doing this right here.
Shout out
We're gonna hit.
Yes, indeed.
We're gonna hit some of the kids. Oh, I hit the wrong one. Stand by. Pause. I hit the standby. Hold on. I thought I was about to drop a bar on everybody, but because sometimes the new hotness pop up, and you got to remind them. You got to remind them where it came from. Come on, man. This ain't new.
If this world were mine, I would place at your feet all that I own. You've been so good to me. If this world were mine, I'd give you the flowers, the birds and the bees, and your love beside me. That would be all I need. If this world were mine, I'd give you anything.
Ain't no way we doing one verse to this one. No chance.
If this world were mine, I would make you a king with wealth untold. You could have anything if this world were mine. I'd give you each day so sunny and blue. And if you wanted the moonlight, I'd give you that too. If this world were mine, no baby, I'd give you anything.
Now, we got to talk about this record for a second, but come on back, Luther. Come on back, Luther. Come on now.
Oh, baby, you're my inspiration, and there's no hesitation when you want me. Honey, just call me. No, baby, you are my consolation, and I feel so much sensation when I'm in your arms. When you squeeze me, yeah, the way that you do.
One of the amazing things about these records is they used to just give away stuff that they didn't have. The flowers, the birds, the bees. After 7, used to talk about giving away the sun, the rain, the moon, the stars, and the mountains.
Yeah, I used to see those things too.
Oh, man.
See them.
But see, when you love someone like that, man, you're nothing without them.
Share my life, take me for what I am, 'cause I'll never change all my colors for you. Take my love ask for too much. Just all that you are and everything that you do. I don't really need to look very much further. I don't want to have to go where you don't follow. I won't hold it back again. This passion inside can't run from myself. There's nowhere to hide. But don't make me close one more door. I don't want to hurt anymore. Stay in my arms and be you there. Must I imagine you there? Don't walk away from me.
But y'all want to talk about the Kings losing instead? Oh man, we celebrating our loved ones out there. We're gonna stay. We're gonna stay with Whitney one more time. We're gonna stay with Whitney one more time. Is this my one right here? Come on, girl, sing to us.
I found out what I've been missing. Always on the run. I've been looking for someone. Now you're here like you've been before, and you know just what I need. It took some time for me to see.
Beautiful.
Oh yeah.
Beautiful. Flawless.
Yeah, we see those requests coming in.
Once again, like you said, 916, 909, 10 or 1320.
Yeah.
1320.
Yeah. Hey, look. I'm getting my slow jam show one way or another. And I ain't talking about this basketball team. I'm talking about all the lovers out there.
There's something I want to tell you. There's something I think that you should know. It's not that I shouldn't really love you. Let's take it slow. When we get to know each other and we're both feeling much stronger, then let's try to talk it over. Let's wait a while longer. Let's wait a while before it's too late. Let's wait a while before we go too far.
That's my favorite. Oh.
Talk to him, Janet. Talk to him.
Remember that special night when all of the stars were shining bright. We made our first and be together.
This isn't the version I thought it was. But we got a little live Mary J. Blige here.
March 8th. Go to One Center.
Got your tickets all weekend.
I will love you anyway, even if you cannot stay. I think you are the one for me. Here is where you want to be. I just want to satisfy you. You're not mine and I can't deny you, girl. Don't you hear me talking, baby? Love me now or I'll go crazy. Oh, sweet thing. Yeah, don't you know you're everything?
See, this is all love.
Whoa, whoa,
This is all love. It's all love. It's all love. It's all love. But every once in a while,
Mm-hmm. We talking. Let him know, D-Lo. Let him know, D-Lo.
Valentine's Day got a little freaky. There's two sides to Valentine's Day. Come on now.
Every time I close my eyes, I wake up feeling so horny. I can't get you out of my mind. Sexy, you'll be all I see. I would give anything just to make you understand me. I don't give a damn about nothing else. Freaking you is all I need. I need your body. Yeah, you, I will give it, baby. Say,
Oh, y'all stop
he
it.
found one.
Oh, I found
He
one.
found one.
Hold on. Well, stop this.
He found one.
I got one. We going old school. Come on, don't play. Don't play with me.
Wow. It's really good to see you again, baby. And I must admit, you're looking very, very, very nice these days. I guess life must be treating you well. Oh, me? Well, I've just been doing the same old thing I've always been doing. You know, I've got a new lady now, and it's a little different than it was when I was with you. You know, I think back to when we met, the way I used to be and the cold way I used to act. But more than that, I think of how you changed me with your love and sensitivity. Remember when I used to love them and leave them. That's what I used to do. Use and abuse them. Then I laid eyes on you. It was pain before pleasure. That was my claim to fame. With every measure, baby. Tasted teardrop stains, yeah. I was cold as ice long ago, baby. I wasn't very, very, very nice, you know. Sugar, sugar, sugar. Then I kissed your lips and you turned on my fire.
God damn it!
Talk to him, Rick.
Come on, man.
Talk to him, Rick.
Took me a little higher.
We got.
Made me live again.
We here. We might as well love it. We here.
We got time for, I think, maybe one more. I mean, we could do
That
this
Rick
all
was
day.
crazy.
Oh,
That Rick was crazy. Come on, I see you cooking.
Yeah, no, we on one.
Yeah.
That was probably the one to end with, but man,
I see you cooking.
when you got that special person in your life, pull it, baby. You know I only think about you on 2 occasions. Oh, really, baby? That's it? But then you tell her, no, baby. Those occasions are day and night.
Summer love is beautiful, but it's not enough to satisfy emotions that are shared between us. Oh, winter love is cozy, but I need so much more. It just intensifies my wants to have a love that endures. Whoa. 'Cause every time I close my eyes, I think of you. It don't matter what the season is, I still love you. With all my heart, and I wanna be with you wherever you are. I only think of you on 2 occasions. That's day and night. I go for broke if I could be with you. Only you can make it right.
All right, for real. This is the last one. This goes
My
out.
boy cooking right now.
This goes out.
I'm sweating up in here, man. I'm performing.
Goes out to our special loved ones out there.
There's something that I want to say, but words sometimes get in the way. I just want to show my feelings for you. There's nothing that I'd rather do than spend every moment with you. I guess you should know I feel so. You are my lady. You're everything I need to know. You are my lady. You're all I'm living for.
Come on, stand it up. Stand it up. DJ D-Lo, come on. Come on. Come on. It's Valentine's Day. We love love, baby. We love love.
Turn your mic on, dummy. We're back with more on ESPN 1320.
OD, what you know about that?
OD, I had that one queued up. I was actually going to go to that one
You don't know
after.
about that, OD.
I had that queued up. I think I did. It's right here. Come on, OD, what you want to do?
You say you need someone to be there for you, to love you all night long. It's kind of funny, right? I don't think you have to look no further.
Well, Scout, that's what
because I'm right here.
Well, Rob.
And I'm ready to do all the things your man would do.
Tell me what kind of man would treat this woman so cold. Treat you like you're nothing when you're worth more than gold. Girl, to me you're like a diamond. I love the way you shine. $100 million treasure. I'd give the world to make you mine. I'll put a string of pearls right in your hand. Make love on a beach of jet black sand. Outside in the rain, we can do it all night. I'll touch all the places he would not, and some he never knew would get you high. Nothing is forbidden.
A little stream bonus right there.
They ready for that. OD say he ready, but I don't think he's ready for that.
Shout out to the podcast listeners. That's going to lose like 30 minutes off the show.
Podcast can go to hell. Straight to hell.
Do you guys have?
Well, Roddy, there's only like 4 who can, so I know what you mean.
Do you guys have plans tonight? Who got plans tonight? What y'all got going on? I love. I actually do not like Valentine's Day. I think it's a racket.
It is. It is.
I love all the other days of the year.
Love
from
every
having
day.
plans.
I got you, Roddy. I got you, baby. I got you. Oh yeah, I saw Zay left his girl. Nice little Valentine's setup to wake up to. Oh no, man, we got Eddie Gonzalez coming up in about 30 minutes. We might not be done.
Might not be. Beats talking about this damn team.
Yeah, definitely does.
That was disappointing last night.
It was.
That was very disappointing. I'm usually the more optimistic.
You all right over there?
It got hot. It was popping off. That was a set. That was 30 minutes.
Yeah, that's a shoot. That's a shoot. Yeah, I was gonna play one, and I was like,
let it cook.
Let's get a couple.
Yeah, Scout Recycler, you're not lying. KC sweating more than Kenny Thomas.
Yeah. Ray.
Remember they had to have paper towels under the desk during the post game.
Oh my God. Oh my God, man.
That lights is bright, man.
Just over there sweating for no reason.
But I'm just, Kings media or whatever. I'm usually a little bit more optimistic than most. But I understand, man. That was tough last night. That was a missed opportunity against a 12-win team. And regardless of what you think this team can be, they should win that game, man.
They
should win that game against that opponent.
Do you disagree? Like, do you think are you fine with them? Like, don't do that. Are you confident in them?
I'm not supremely confident. I do think they can play better, and I believe that they will play better. But I'm not betting your house on it. You know what I'm saying? Like, they could just be this for the rest of the season. I'm 100% open to that possibility. I do think they can play better than what they are. Some people think they just can't. Like, that's who they are, and I understand that. But I think they can play better on a consistent basis than what they've shown in the last week or so.
I don't know why this "I blue choose you" is funny. That's funny.
Snap.
That'll close the deal tonight, Die Hard Fred. Let's see what Mitch talking about here. Elk Grove Kia Talk Line 916-909-1320. What's happening, Mitch? I'm talking like this the rest of the day. What's up, Mitch?
Happy Valentine's Day, guys.
Thank you, brother.
Thanks, Mitch. Appreciate it.
Thank you. I want to shout out to my wife, my daughter, who's my wife's junior, and my grandson who kicked my ass for the last 10 weeks.
Okay.
That's awesome.
All right. There you go.
If you had nice music, I was thinking Southside Johnny or Pat Benatar, but that's good. I'm just joking there. I know who they are.
Pat Benatar.
Southside Johnny.
Okay.
Southside Johnny, yeah, from Jersey.
He's from Jersey.
But anyway, it's okay.
It's okay.
No,
Thank you.
Your taste is good.
Thank you.
Music, sports, it's all great. Top 2 things besides family.
Yes.
I don't know why we couldn't beat New Orleans. Zion can't play 2 nights in a row. I mean, I wish I could have said that to my boss. I can't work 2 days in a row. I need my rest, my beauty sleep. You know what I'm saying? But I'd love to have him next year because New Orleans is just, I don't know why they even have a team. Right? Pretty soon they'll let go of Jones. They trade Ingram, and believe me, this one Murphy be gone too. You'll watch. And by the way, this goes for Kenny. You think my Dodgers will beat you by 50 games or 40 games this coming season? Let's just buy the championship. I don't care. I wish the Kings would take a page from the Dodgers. Have a nice weekend. Talk to you Tuesday.
Okay. Well, can't wait. Can't wait for that call on Tuesday.
Man. Shout out, Mitch.
Where do you think Mitch is right now?
I'm not.
There was a lot going on. I don't know if he's
always
calling by some Transformers or.
Hey, look. I ain't even gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie to you, man. It's all good, man. It's all good. But I heard Mitch earlier in the day.
Yeah. Okay.
And he gets on the call and it immediately says, recording this call has ended. I was like, oh, that's what we doing, Mitch. We record. You know, you could do that on your phone, right?
Yeah.
Recording calls.
Okay.
I wonder if we got recorded.
I don't know. Like, what is,
I mean, there's audio.
Is he? Maybe he doesn't know that this does get recorded and goes to the podcast.
Mitch, I can send you the MP3 version of your calls if that's what you want.
Maybe he's studying his calls to get better for the next call.
Hey,
I think there was a Pat Benatar reference in
It
there.
was a Pat Benatar. I found Southside Johnny.
Okay.
Some of his tracks. Talk to Me.
Okay.
Trapped Again.
Oh.
Having a Party.
Uh-huh.
I Don't Want to Go Home.
Okay. Well,
Just Trapped Again.
we got lots of Pat Benatar records.
Trapped Again kind of got a vibe, dog. Oh.
Hey.
Okay.
That's all right.
Okay.
It sounds like it's on the new Drake album. Hey.
I don't. Did you listen to it at all?
Yes and no. I got distracted. I did. I listened to it like the first 9 songs, a little distracted. Got to run those back. Got to the record everyone's talking about. Give Me a Hug.
Give Me a Hug. He did
Yeah, ran that like 4 times.
Yeah, he did
like Drake can rap. I actually like. I don't like this version of Drake. I actually think the album is good. There's is it called Raining in Houston? It's like the next song.
Yeah.
I think that song is pretty dope.
He did his thing.
Like I immediately was like, oh, I wanted him to rap again because that was cold. But then I was like, oh, this song's kind of dope. And then as it got going, and then it kept going. It's like a 21 track album.
That's the thing. 21 tracks.
By the time I was like, all right, I'm done. Like I really wanted him to rap again, and I don't know if he did or he didn't. But from like it did, nothing stood out. But I have to. I did the wake up call this morning, so I didn't get to devote my full attention to it. But that song everyone's buzzing. That song is fire. Like he can rap. Like that song is fire.
The 21 track. That's just what the kids do nowadays. And he's not a kid, but that's
the
just
what?
The
21 tracks.
Yeah, the 21
tracks. Yeah,
that's what they do. I'm more of a fan of the
we
G.
don't need that.
What was GNX like? 11?
Yeah, GNX was 44 minutes long.
That's what I look forward to. So because after a while, not that the songs are bad, but and on an album like that, they all start sounding the same.
Well, yeah, it's tough those albums get tough to go back to. Like the Weeknd's album is really tough to go back to because I find a few songs I like, and then I wind up just skipping when like the album's good. Like, well, what about this one? Like, I don't know, it's song 24. Like, I'm never gonna get to it again.
Right.
So, like, yeah, I have to devote some more attention to it. But so actually, I heard this Nokia. That's dope. That's a late track in the album.
For what
like
the
it.
album was supposed to be, it's like a like a new age. It's actually an R&B album.
Yeah, it's definitely an R&B album.
I thought him and Party did a good job on it. You know me, I need time to sit with him a little bit. But Give Me a Hug is the one.
Give Me a Hug is fire.
Immediately.
Yeah,
like,
Give Me a Hug is absolute. Like he raps and there's like 2 beat switches in it.
He's.
I didn't love the Aaron Hall switch at the end.
Yeah,
I like that I didn't love that he was
Hall,
rapping over it. I didn't like that he was rapping over the like I miss you, but like he's insistent on singing. I actually thought he killed like the last like 20 seconds. Like, okay, that's dope. But the beat switch in there is pretty fire.
His beat switch bag is second to none. He does a great job on the beat switches. Yeah. But it was,
it's good.
People, you know how it goes. It's the people got the extremes of
it.
It's cool. Like it's cool. I listened to it once. It's cool, man. Like it's cool. It's cool album.
Yeah,
I need more time.
I need admittedly though, I ran that Give Me a Hug like because I heard let me do that one more time. Ran it again, got home, got out of the car, got back in the car to come back here. Let me start with this one again.
Yeah, no, that's the one. Yeah. Do you think that sees the radio though?
Probably not.
I don't see that as
probably not. Complex was listening to it because the clean version came in. He was listening to and I think Complex. There'll be songs from the radio. There'll be songs from that album on the radio.
That one.
I don't know that Give Me a Hug is going to do it. That's like a rap record. Yeah,
that's an album track.
It doesn't represent the album.
A club, like you hear that in the club. Like I don't know if you hear that on 102.5.
Yeah,
or any radio.
Well, our track record with this isn't very good.
Today at 4:20. what we say, like, I don't know if we'll hear not like us on the radio.
Not like us.
Immediately
it was at
when we
4. Like the second we switched the station over, mustard on the beat, ho. Like, oh, okay. I guess we're doing it. Hey, can we take out pedophile maybe? And confirmed as soon as we switched over, we heard it again. We did take that word out. 916-909-1320.
Yeah, it got me, man. That was.
Well, I had to do 106.5 this morning,
Oh,
and so obviously they had the Disneyland giveaway, and I'm scared to death that I'm going to say the number wrong during the most important part of the show.
Yeah.
And 916-909-106. I was so proud that I had gotten it, so I'm almost certainly going to screw it up when it's time to give away Tyler the Creator tickets today at 5
That's
o'clock.
the one you don't. I don't want to mess up on 102.5. I feel like I could mess up here.
Oh, we could, 100%. Messing up here is nothing because we could just talk through it and everyone will laugh.
It'd be weirder if you got it right here.
Yeah, right.
Keep it like
real.
yeah, like what? Would you try hard now?
For real.
Yeah. Would you take your job serious?
Kiss ass.
Yeah.
Doing your job right. But 102.5, you don't have a lot of time to clean it up because they are not here for our nonsense over on 102.5.
Sabrina Carpenter's right around the
play my record, give me my tickets, and shut your stupid ass up. You're not funny.
It's a complete different world between here and like the other stations. Like we'll be at the programming meetings. Like I don't even know what the hell you guys are talking about. Like we don't deal with none of this.
You guys might, we do deal with it. No, we do. It's just some people talk to talk.
It's a fair point.
It's like why do we keep having the same conversation? And I think some people do it because they know Roberts will bite. And so they do it to like see if they can get under his skin. And they almost always do. Almost always.
There was almost some furniture moving yesterday.
Roberts got wrapped up yesterday. Like that meeting went on too long, and someone who will remain nameless gave him the old bruh. We gotta wrap. This was supposed to be a 7-minute meeting, and we're on
real quick.
We're on like D'Lo and Casey just got to their first break, which means we're at 23 minutes. Poor Leezy was sitting there like, I don't know what any of you guys are talking about.
First meetings, he thinks everyone's gonna start fighting.
Hey, did Leezy get welcomed yesterday?
I think he was welcomed already before.
Oh, was he?
I think. Leezy, if not,
I don't know
something.
because we haven't had a meeting.
I don't feel like Leezy got welcomed.
Was Leezy here before New Aaron though? Because this was New Aaron's first meeting.
I think Leezy might have got welcomed in a programming meeting. Not in the all.
I thought we got a Leezy welcoming, but I could be
Leezy,
wrong.
have you ever been welcomed to the company?
It wasn't in the all staff. I know that, but it might have happened in a program meeting.
I can confirm. I can confirm I was not welcome.
We're gonna
fix that, Leezy.
We're gonna fix that, big dog.
We're gonna fix that, Leezy.
You're associated with 1320. You don't get all the love.
Well, that's truly. You know what, Leezy? You're probably a little guilty by association. You're a little too close, D'Lo and KC.
You're running with the wrong crew.
Therefore, yeah. What the good news is, Leezy, we're like the clique around here. Oh, HBK, Triple H,
yeah, man.
Scott Hall. You're like X-Pac.
X-Pac.
You're the 1, 2, 3 kid, Leezy. We got you. You're rolling with the right group.
Yes, indeed.
Speaking of the meeting, there was a lot more people than there usually is yesterday.
Because it was Aaron's first meeting.
Yeah. It's the whole try hard thing.
It is. But I'm good with that. Like Aaron, like Miller, our guy, he's trying to build something. Like
shout out to our guy Aaron Miller, man.
Yeah, Aaron's cool, man. I rock tough with Aaron Miller. He's good people. Yeah. And his meeting was efficient.
It was.
That meeting
was less than a half hour.
That meeting went so long because Katie read the hearts.
Yeah.
Other than that, we was good.
Look, Aaron Christie out here just that's in our practice and getting out.
Hey, we're loose and free out here at Odyssey. Oh man, that's crazy. She was Mike Brown, huh? Oh man, boy, we got Doug Christie running the team now.
Christie, we get in, get our work done, and we're moving on.
Mm-hmm.
Not standing here talking about a help defense for 40 minutes.
Oh man, and here we go. Zabo said it. Odyssey on a 7-game win streak right now.
Who's gonna demand a trade?
Well, it's gonna be the star, so it's you.
No.
It's gonna be Kenny.
You have a name, Kenny?
You gonna text it? Oh man, he gonna text the name. He ain't
Better be careful.
I want to be clear. You know, whatever you text, I'm gonna say it out loud.
No, you better not. You better not. Yeah.
Okay, never.
Yeah, you better relax.
Oh, that's facts. Oh, there's a trade request coming into Odyssey.
So the Kings lost yesterday. I'm going to touch that one.
Abe ain't getting traded. Abe, the fantasy football, the pocket watching champion of the world.
No, he's not.
He can't get
traded.
traded.
No, he's not. I'm the defending.
Abe did have the belt. It was Yokozuna, the whole Yokozuna thing at WrestleMania.
Yeah, that's what it was.
I'm the defending champ. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Oh man, that trade request is gonna be tough.
Let them know if this happens. This is what you know where I stand.
Mm-hmm. Well, the similarities are kind of crazy too. The similarities are kind of crazy.
No, man, it ain't. If it ain't Q1227,
environment.
bro, it's over.
You know what? I don't want to play radio right now. I don't want to play radio no more.
Oh man,
man.
Kenny in the weeds.
I'm just here.
I'm clean on this one.
I'm just Keegan, I guess.
Yeah, I guess so.
Keegan.
Uncle Keegs. Uncle Keegs lost the nephews.
You know, I'm gonna defend this until my dying days. Last night after the Kings lost, I typically didn't want to watch any sports. Like, you know how that go. When Kings or Niners lose, sports are done for the night.
Mm-hmm.
But I went downstairs and it was on NBA TV, and I got hooked because they had a dunk contest marathon.
Mm.
The dunk contest is. I know there are a lot of people who are out on the dunk contest, but I equate it a little bit to boxing. Like, it's bad or you don't know what's going on 90% of the time. But if it's a big fight, like if you get word like, oh, dunk contest was popping, like it's still the attraction. I remember they tried to change it to the 3-point contest one time at the end. Nah, man, the dunk contest is.
We haven't had a big fight in like 7 years though.
No, Ryan and Tank.
I'm talking about the dunk contest.
Well,
yeah. I mean, when was the one I watched last night was Derrick Jones Jr. And what constitute a great dunk contest? Does it have to be two people, or is it one person doing an amazing performance?
You need stars.
It could be one amazing performance in my mind.
Because Derrick Jones Jr. was crazy. That was a while ago. That was Chicago. That was when Kobe died. So that was 19, I guess.
Was Kobe passed? Because Kobe passed in 2020.
Well, no.
January of 2020.
It might have been 21 then, because it was in Chicago. And they had the Kobe Elam ending.
Okay.
It was 2020. We still had the All-Star game that year. So
right, it was weeks after.
Yeah. So they had the 24-point Elam ending.
Mm-hmm.
Derrick Jones Jr. was crazy.
Yeah, I'll take that back. I'm wrong. You don't need stars, but you do need names. Like Mac McClung, like that's fine. Throw him in there. He can be the honorary guy every year. But the other three, like that's not gonna work. And I feel like the way they do it now, where it's just dunk till you make it, basically, or whatever. To this time runs out, just doesn't. It's not good anymore.
So one of them that was on last night was who was dunking? I think it was Dwight Howard and Nate Robinson in Phoenix.
Mm-hmm.
You were probably there for that one, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Is that when Nate
jumped over him?
Was that when Nate was ready to fight?
No, that was Dallas. That was Dallas because that was Magic Johnson's pool tournament. That was the Black Ice.
Gotcha.
That's where we were going.
Dallas,
So I almost died on my way to get into a fight with some guy who was playing pool with Nate Robinson.
And Nate Robinson, your boy to this day.
That's my man, Nate Robinson.
But it was Dwight versus Nate Robinson,
who just had a kidney
transplant. Yeah, man. Shout out to him, man, because that was scary. The kryptonite one and everything. So LeBron is courtside, doing, the NBA All-Star thing, and he's watching and everything. And at the end of it, Cheryl Miller goes over to LeBron and goes, LeBron, just want to let you know that guy over there, Kenny Smith, he is requesting that you be in the slam dunk contest. LeBron goes, I'm saying right now, in a preliminary state, I will be in next year's dunk contest.
I remember that.
Bro, I'll never forget that. Like, that was a moment.
that.
Like, LeBron
LeBron
lied in all of our faces
Yeah, he
before we
did.
knew he was a liar. Like,
Yeah,
that was
so
a moment.
Hey, that was our first time.
I remember watching. Like, I remember that.
He was like, no, put me in preliminary right now. I am in the dunk contest next year.
Man, lied to us. To our faces.
Didn't do nothing. Scout recycler, excuse me.
Oh my God, that was so stupid.
Any shirts? Oh, you got, Aaron's
Do I
got
need
shirts
a
for you
shirt?
guys.
What? I don't need a shirt.
Yeah, just leave one. No, leave one there for me.
No, he's not leaving those for us. He's just coming in to say hi.
He's pretending act like he's not here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Aaron comes in and goes, I'm watching you. I'll pretend like I'm not here, though.
They don't know. You can't walk in the studio and think, like you're not gonna be acknowledged on the show.
What show do
Yeah.
you think this is? Like
you walk in the studio like, oh, so and so is here right now.
Like if I was quick enough, I would have put you on camera. Like this isn't your regular
It's not
little
safe.
buttoned up.
Yeah.
Like we're not Matt Nahegan over here. Like if you walking past the studio, yo, what is your problem? You guys come on camera and talk.
Aaron walked in with some shirts. And oh, he's got shirts for you guys.
Oh, I get me, but turns out they're not for us.
Yeah, I guess not. I thought it was.
He just wanted us to know he was watching, and now I think he left.
I thought I was getting an alt shirt.
Well, everybody got the alt shirt except old D'Lo and KC.
No, I didn't get one. I got a KSFM beanie though.
Nice.
One of those off the couch.
Okay. Very good.
But sorry. Scout recycler said,
that was me. My bad.
Didn't Blake jump over a car?
Jumped over.
He did. And
Kobe Bryant jumped over some snakes. too.
Well, no, Blake's was more real than that.
No, it was
What
not.
do you mean?
No,
Kobe's
genuinely jumped over like the hood of a Kia.
Yeah, but
That's
Kobe's
still
was
difficult.
fake. Yeah, Kobe's was fake.
And so was Blake.
No, that wasn't. That happened.
Blake's
What are you
was
talking
difficult.
about? That
Blake's was
happened.
difficult.
That was a difficult dunk?
Okay, jumped over the hood of a car. Go try and jump over the hood of your car right now.
I'm not Blake. Despite what y'all be talking, I'm not Blake. Okay.
It was embellished a bit, but he still jumped over the car.
That was a difficult dunk.
It was.
Yes.
But
Maybe I need
I
to
will
watch
say
the
this,
replay.
though.
Is there an HD version of this
be
dunk?
careful. I don't know. You might be looking at Jerry West.
Right.
You don't know what you're seeing. But the moral of the story to that though is, as I watched that dunk contest last
There it is,
night,
standard definition.
the Blake was kind of mid, bro.
What do you mean?
Oh, absolutely.
performance-
It
his
was
whole
terrible. It
performance was
wasn't
like-
good.
It's like
It was absolutely not good.
that was kind of weak.
Bringing this stupid ass car out.
So you
Was
agree?
that Baron Davis? Yeah, come on, Jesse.
It's not fake though. No, hold on. No, you're saying it's fake. It's not fake. It happened. He jumped over the car. Like I saw
he
it.
didn't jump. He was so close to the car when he dunked it. He just stood on the car.
Yeah, this is. I mean, that's true too.
I'll put it
That's
on the
true
screen.
too. Sorry, Blake. Let's go. Let's get out of here.
You
That's
have to
true
say it
too.
like
I'm not
that.
saying he jumped over like the top of the car or whatever, but like he did jump over a car. It wasn't fake.
He jumped over the side of a car. He
Yeah.
didn't go over to the other side though.
It wasn't impressive.
Wow.
It was not. I'm a run.
And
You
this is
watched
from
this
somebody-
last night?
I watched it last, and I was his whole performance wasn't that good. You know who was? No, it was hella funny. Maybe if you can't play the audio, man, because this is kind of funny. I was dying. Our boy
Of him dunking?
Well, no.
Okay, all right, relax, Angel.
JaVale McGee was in the dunk contest with him. He was in the finals, and like JaVale would go. There was two different times. JaVale went up for a dunk and missed it, and you could hear a pin drop in the arena. People were he had one where he like threw it into the stands, and everybody. It was like the silence. The silence was the awkwardness, right? Like people were like, "That was kind of whack," but didn't nobody say anything.
Bro,
He jumped over it. He jumped over it.
Come on.
He jumped over the hood. That's fine. That's
Stop
not
it.
fake though.
Stop it.
He
Look,
jumped.
he's standing on the car.
Because he was swinging back.
Yeah.
The
If he would've let
car
go, he would have finished.
The car wasn't even far enough back for him to fully have to jump over it. Part of the car was under the rim.
Well,
he wanted to
would've-
be evil.
He
'cause,
would have
like, yeah, he's
finished on
fine.
the ground.
Yeah.
He was just hanging on the rim.
So this is a good dunk.
It's a good.
All
dunk.
I'm saying is it's not
a good
fake.
dunk. It's a good dunk. It's not great. It's not great.
That's okay, bro.
It's not great.
Look, okay, I get it. Elk Grove Kid, you trying to get the key endorsement. No, I get it. No, it was super, really great when Blake jumped over
Yeah, we got
Kia.
the dunk expert Damian Barling over here.
Look at this.
I mean, look, he goes up and over this.
Yeah, he goes
Stop
over
it.
it. Stop
He
it.
does go over the car.
Hey, you guys keep
He went
saying
over the car.
Okay.
Look, he had some room to spare too.
He had some room to spare because he lifted his legs up.
in the
Well,
chat.
that's part of it.
Watch. He's up. Well, let me fold my legs.
Oh,
Incredible.
Come on, man. Stop
Well,
it.
no,
No, I'm just kidding. It's
Stop
not
it.
good.
You settled
He
down.
jumped
it.
over it, though. That's all I'm saying. No one's
Stop
saying it
it.
was great, but he jumped over it. Dame's trying to act like it was Kobe jumping over the car. That's not it.
No, Kobe jumping over the snakes.
No, that's, oh my goodness.
Oh well, yeah, this
Lord
the
have
one,
mercy.
right? Yeah. This
Lord
the one
have
right
mercy.
here.
It
No, I
is-
know. We're gonna.
It's safe to say this is the greatest one of all time.
I think so. Yeah.
Because I know
I mean, Neek and Jordan are the only
yeah,
other one in the
I
conversation.
was there for Neek and Jordan. I was there. And I remember I was hyped and going back. Like Jordan, when Jordan does the kiss the rim to this day, I don't know who
it's
can do
crazy.
the kiss the rim
Yeah,
like
it's
Jordan.
crazy.
Like he's leaning, it's crazy. But that Levine Gordon, yeah, obviously I watched that last night. Oh my goodness. Zach Levine might be the best dunker of all time. He might be the best dunker of all time. I might.
He's better than Vince.
Yeah, I might put him ahead of Vince. Zach, what he was doing in that dunk contest. Now, there's kind of levels to it because Carter could go off of 1 foot and 2 foot. Zach could only jump off of 1. Mike could go off of 1 and 2. Zach could only jump off of 1. But Zach Levine might be the best in dunk contest dunker of all time. Whew.
All right, let's come back. That boy Eddie Gonzalez joins us next here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Flowers are gone, by the way, Casey.
Bro, I'm gonna tell you guys, Brandon, Dan, you may think that Aaron Gordon won and there's nothing wrong. You can't say he got robbed. The stuff Zach Levine was doing. Zach Levine went between the legs from the free throw line. Are you kidding me? People be going to the free throw line and then be like, trying to get there. I saw Serge Ibaka. I saw Dwight, just trying to reach and get there. This dude.
Did you see Shaq on TV yesterday?
Yeah. Shaq wild for that. Wild.
And nothing's going to happen to them, by the way. Why can't we just do that?
Well, they're going to get fined, though.
You think so?
The TNT will.
So the FCC is like, oh, yeah, I don't know.
They'll get, I mean, Dame will know. I'll ask him when he get back. But for sure.
I always figured like
they'll
someone had to
get
report
fined.
you to the FCC. Otherwise, like it's all just kind of let go.
Well,
That's the way I
they're
read
high
it.
profile. And we got snitches.
I know.
We got snitches.
That's how TV should be.
Well.
No, let it fly, bro.
Well, no, I don't know if I need Ryan and Reese hearing that.
Throw a TV, whatever, MA on it. We're good. They can't watch it now.
Well, no, they need to be able to watch basketball.
Go watch ESPN.
They need to be able to watch basketball.
We're gonna turn NBA inside the NBA into the FX of NBA shows.
That's fine. That didn't happen in a dunk contest. I'm saying the dunk contest, it might be Zach Levine. Let me see.
Tyler Shaq let off every S bomb and F bomb or cussed whatever he could yesterday.
Eddie, what's up, my guy?
Hey, Zach Levine's the best dunker of all time.
I
He did
saw
a 360 from the free throw line. He did between the legs from the free throw line.
I was watching it last
Aaron
night.
Gordon ran out of dunks. He
It-
did
it-
tricks and props the whole joint.
Yeah, that's what Eddie. That's what I was trying to say, bro. Between the legs, I'm watching like 4 or 5 dunk contests last night. People do it, and they, let me get there. Let me get there. This dude just between the legs.
No, that's the thing. And he got the
ridiculous?
right body type. Pause. It looks better. He's slim. He's lanky. It was all smooth. Everything was smooth.
Yeah.
And he didn't miss all night. Aaron Gordon had to get the mascot and the hoverboard and the whole like.
And they were crazy. They
Zach
were
was
crazy.
just jumping and doing shit.
The thing with Zach though, I'm not gonna penalize him. I just recognize it. Like he is a 1 foot dunker, so that does limit. Like Mike and VC, they could go 1 foot or 2 foot.
Yeah.
So they got like a little bit more they could work with, but
Well, part of that was the distance too. A lot of his dunks were distance, and so you need to do it like that.
Yeah.
Eddie, what's up, baby?
What's going on? What's going on? I'm laughing at my mentions.
Uh-oh.
You a
Oh,
professional?
because yeah, they probably been on fire since last
We on
night.
the commercial, right?
Yeah.
You a professional dick eater, by the way. And then the next one is y'all let KD little friend be a ham on here too much. Enough. I like that it's people on here who think I'm a cornball. Like I kind of enjoy that because then I'll
Come back, Eddie. Hang on. We might as well just pick that conversation. Eddie Gonzalez with us here.
With
Eddie
a different tone. We won't go Shaq on and on. We were talking about that.
Shaq was
Me and
comedy
Jesse were
last
talking
night.
about that during the break.
Shaq was comedy last night.
They
Eddie,
they over it. They just it's over.
he's right. He said, "Well, we're getting fired anyways. Might as well keep it moving." Which I don't think they are, but
No, you still got to work after this, sir.
You still have a job, sir.
I like the hoodie today, by the way.
Go.
Well, that's what he does.
Come on. I like
Oh,
the
he's
hoodie.
talking to
today.
you.
Oh, I thought he was talking to you.
Yeah, man.
Talking to you. We the ones.
Come on, there.
Wish they would have never broken it up, man. That's my
They'll be back. You know, it's family.
Yeah.
Eddie was reading his mentions to us during the commercial break. Well, your mentions be wild.
So what is it? Is it for KD or is it for the Drake? The tweet you had about Drake's album.
It's matter of fact, let me tell you, because I ain't block him yet. It's about Drake's album. No, you know what? He's defending V's from Detroit, who I guess like this is not that serious. But anyway, I was telling y'all, like, I kind of like that people who don't know me think I'm like a goober, and then they see me outside, they meet me, and it's like, oh, yeah, you got to stand on that side of the rope. I'm sorry, you can't come over here.
Hey,
not allowed.
As a matter of fact, get his ass out of the line. He ain't even can't even get in here, man.
Hey, Tweez, them gotta go.
Hey man, 30 to 40 grand. Beat it.
Beat it. You choose me right there, right in front of her.
Speaking of, it doesn't look like you're in San Francisco.
Nah, man, I'm at home. You know, I'm like baby blackballed in the industry. So
Baby
everybody
blackballed.
Come on. Would you if you wanted to, like, how do you feel about All-Star Weekend? You know, I know you've been to a few, you've been the parties and stuff like that. I have, like I told you last week, I've never been to the NBA part of it. I still kind of romanticize the dunk contest, All-Star Saturday night, all that other stuff. But what you think about All-Star Weekend NBA wise?
I'm a plug my own work and say, I had Jason Tatum on playback this week on Stream with me.
Let's go. Let's
Hey,
go.
that playback going crazy right now too, by the way.
He said, I would like y'all fellas to come one day, but he said, we need to get the athletic dudes back in it. We need to get the athletic superstars back in it. I said, oh, JT, you calling out Zion and Ja, and he's laughing, but it's falling off bad. It's falling off bad, and even Sunday, and now they got Kevin Hart. I'm not a Kevin Hart fan, so excuse me, but I don't need Kevin Hart yelling over the All-Star game. I'm fine with that.
That's just what he'll be doing.
And he's gonna be on the court. Like, I love New York basketball. I love like the playground basketball, but I'm talking about like that's cool at actual Rucker Park.
Right.
I don't want Kevin Hart cracking jokes about Giannis and trying to say like make funny about his name and all that. Like, I actually just want them dudes to play basketball really good. That's enough for me. Like, I'm cool.
Nope,
with
you're not going to get that. You're going to get comedians and mini tournaments.
We not, and it's like, but as far as Saturday, I'm kind of happy Sabrina is sitting out. I'm happy Caitlin's sitting out. Like, let them dudes earn it, make it fun again. I miss like the guys used to care, you know, and it's just that simple to me. And I hate to be like, oh, grumpy guy with fan as far as that goes, but they used to like put forth effort in that. And like, you know, Michael Jordan did the dunk contest multiple times. And I don't mean to blame LeBron, but he was the first guy of that ilk to just not do it, and then it just stopped happening like that. All of them dudes did it. Kobe did it. Like all of the guys of that ilk, a player, they did it when they were younger, and it was cool. LeBron skipped it for whatever reason. It's fine. Like it don't mean he's not the GOAT or whatever, but he did kind of set a precedence with that. And it's just not the same anymore. It's just not the same energy. This is like back home, and it's still not the same energy for me. I see a lot of my friends out there. It's a long weekend. It's super corporate now. Everything is corporate parties, industry parties. Like everything is sponsored, OD sponsored. We're rolling out our commercials. We're rolling out this. We're rolling out that. It used to be about the game, man. It used to be about the game.
Yeah, it's not
Do
the case no more.
you think there is somebody that can change, that can undo what LeBron did to All-Star Saturday night? Like I'm with you. Like he's the GOAT. Like this, but him not doing it. It's almost, I talk about this on the show, Eddie. I don't know if you remember this movie, High School High. Remember Mekhi Phifer? The whole class would just look to see what he was doing. If he paid attention to the teacher, everybody get their books out. If he didn't, they would mess up. And LeBron was the Mekhi Phifer. Do you think there's somebody that can undo that?
First of all, of course, I remember High School High. Come on now.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Don't play
You're a little younger than me. You're a little younger than me.
But second of all, it's tough because Ja Morant should have did it by now. Anthony Edwards is on record saying he don't care. He about to play the game left-handed and he don't want to do none of it and this, that, and the third. So it's tough. I mean, maybe if that next generation of guy gets into it, maybe Cooper Flagg wants to do it. Maybe AJ wants to do it. One of these guys, the Boozer twins, these level of star guys, but that's what it's going to take. It's going to take several years of guys just locking in and putting forth all that effort. But even when I talk to guys around the league, like, again, the week is so long. The weekend is so long. There's so much stuff to do. It's like by the time they get to Saturday or Sunday, like some people last year, they said LeBron showed up Sunday. You know what I mean? Like guys got the plane waiting as soon as the game is over so they could fly out and be gone. So it's just a lot. Now I know it's like, oh, poor $100 million guy, but it is a busy ass weekend now, and it's not even about the festivities anymore. I'm actually very interested because obviously Turner is losing basketball this year. What happens going forward, and if the presentation will be much different, and how that will all be taken into account with it. But to answer your question, it's just the next generation of guys have to do it. They have to care. They have to want to do it, and even this current crop we're looking at, the current youngins, they're not locking in on it either. Last year, the most 3 guys trying the hardest was LeBron, Steph, and KD. And having talked to some of them, it's like, yeah, we try to give it a go that first couple minutes of the fourth. And then you look around and everybody else is like, all right, well, whatever. Well, they're shooting half-court shots and they're playing around. It's like, I'm over it. So that's the energy that has been set for this for a while now.
And now they just keep adding, the Kevin Hart edition, the tournament edition, like all of these like changes where next Run DMC gonna be on the floor next year. It's like, what are we doing? Like,
well, to that point though, they're doing that because these guys won't play.
No, I know.
You know
like,
what I mean?
yeah, no, I got you.
Played, all that stuff will go away.
Yeah, no, I got you. And like now, what's going to happen is they're not going to play in those games. And it's just going to become like it's just going to become a different circus rather than a bigger circus.
And and they keep talking about international versus America, and maybe that lights it up for a year, like the Kobe rule did that in 2020, like maybe. But for the most part, I mean, Jokic and Luka were trying the least last year. Like they were messing up the bump more than anybody. So it's like y'all could try that, but again, it just turns into the guys just have to care. The guys just have to care, and they just don't right now. That's just not the energy of the game right now.
You know what will be popping, and we'll never see this. We'll see LeBron in the dunk contest next year in LA before we see this. We'll see all the stars return to the dunk contest before this. Is if they got that one-on-one that I'm rival. That's the one.
Y'all get so mad at one-on-one though, because if like Spencer Dinwiddie wins or something, like that's the group, the level of guy we gonna get, and then he wins, it's gonna be like, never mind. Like I'm tired of it. I do think a cash prize would help, but how big is a cash prize?
It'd be like if Virgil won the Royal Rumble. That's crazy. Virgil, the
Dinwiddie's
number
Virgil.
one contender at WrestleMania. Like, what is this?
See, and that's what we mess around and get. Or just
Yeah.
Giannis, just somebody just bigger than everybody. Just
Don't let them be in the damn tournament.
so.
You got to be an all-star.
See, and that's
borderline
but that's the thing though. I don't even know what motivates these dudes anymore. Because you talk about a cash prize, like what's the number?
Jason
What's the
Tatum about
number?
to be making $60 million a year.
Right, like what's the number where they're like, ooh, I'm gonna do that.
Ruin my Saturday. I got parties to go to.
Right, and yeah, I can't. I don't think there's a number that these guys could play for, like realistically, that they could play for.
Yeah, and again, like the cash prize is gonna entice the mid-level guy. No disrespect to them, but we're gonna have CJ
Keon
McCollum
Ellis
out there.
going to win $5 million versus
Yeah.
Jason Tatum going to win $5 million. It's not the same thing.
Yeah, so it's just needing some energy. And like I said, JT said, the guys just gotta lock in. Because I'm like, he's not doing anything this week. He's saying he wants to win a 3-point contest eventually. He wants to try it again. He's done it twice. And he brought up the dunk contest, and he was just like, we have athletic dudes. Like, they gotta lock in. You know what I mean? So it's pressure on them dudes, but again, there's almost no incentive, which is unfortunate.
How many real contenders do you think we got headed into the second part of the season?
I mean, what's funny is that very last game we watched kind of made me think like, wait, do we have another contender I'm forgetting about in the Minnesota Timberwolves? Like that level they can get to on defense, and they did that without Rudy Gobert against the Thunder. I think we have one true contender in the East, the Celtics. I'm very curious to see the Cavs. I like the move they made at the deadline, getting DeAndre Hunter. So we could say 2 because you can't discount the number 1 seed. You're not gonna like this, but let Luka and LeBron play for 20 games. I think we add them to the list.
No, I'm worried about that. Yeah, we decided
obviously
that's
they got
better than the Warriors.
defensive issues to fix, but they get 20 games to do it. And at the end of the day, you got LeBron and Luka, and that's tough to match. Curious about the Rockets. Watched them a couple times this week, and some growing pains. They got some injuries, struggle a little bit in the half court. They're gonna have to play half court in the playoffs. So I think out west, you can always gotta be scared of Jokic. Number 1 seed. They proven themselves. The Thunder. Looking at the Lakers and Memphis. The way they play defense, man, same thing, and that's what playoff basketball is. So they play those 2 bigs. They can play small. They can play quote unquote small with Jaren at the center. That's a scary team over there too.
I like the Cavs.
Memphis is interesting. Yeah, I do. I
think the Cavs. Now, I wouldn't predict them to beat Boston. I'm still going with. I think New York is making the finals. There's something, and I know Boston has the championship swag to them, right? The championship or regular seasons, whatever. We'll just get to the playoffs. But something does feel a little off with them this year. Doesn't mean they can't win. Doesn't mean, but just something's a little off. Like they don't look as locked in to winning a championship the way they did last year. Then it almost feels like they're like they think, oh, because we won, now we can carry ourselves this way, as opposed to being like laser focused. And that might get them. That might get them this year. I think the Knicks got a real shot to get them this year.
I'm gonna be biased me real quick before we move on. I just want to remind you, just because I went last Saturday, the Boston Celtics walked into the Garden, missing a couple guys. Jason Tatum lit them up, 40 points. Blowout win.
Crazy.
Blowout win. And he went insane. They just had nothing for him. Very interesting conversations about Karl Anthony Towns after that game with many people. Just people saying that's the mouse in the house in a lot of ways on defense. I don't think them dudes worry about that team at all. I know they were missing OG, but you could look at Boston and say, well, we was missing this guy and that guy. And Jason Tatum effortless 40. Then went to Miami 2 days later, the same thing. Them dudes just waiting. They just waiting. They just waiting until it matters, quote unquote, and trying to stay healthy. Now, if you're looking at the Celtics, you do want to say, okay, team's up for sale. It's probably gonna have a new owner pretty soon. They're creeping up on a historic tax bill, $500 million tax. They're about to be paying 2 super maxes. What happens with that team this summer? That's the question you really ask. I'm not worried about them now, but I'm wondering what they look like in August. And
you have to win, right? Like because I don't feel like you really question what you do if you win. I mean, of course, the new owner is that's a wild card. I don't think we've ever experienced with a team like this before.
I think, and it's just one of those. It's just a conversation that keeps coming up. Inform people, just wondering, just asking, just kind of like, what do you think about this? Rubber might be hitting the road pretty soon with Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown partnership. Not because there's any issues, not because they have any beef, just because new ownership is looking and saying, do we want to pay that much? If you could do that with Luka, could we get some stuff for Jaylen Brown? Could we figure out what we want to do? Because you're committing to $600 million essentially for them 2 guys for the next 5 years. That's
crazy.
A lot. So win or lose, I think some people will be nudging that. And then it's a dude who is looking to probably end up being traded this summer, slots right into that roster, plays similar style, loves to ISO, loves to switch on defense, championship level player. His name gonna be mentioned a lot with them too, I think. So you're gonna hear that a lot. You're gonna hear that a lot. Now where it goes, who knows? The new ownership might not care. They might just want to pay the tax and say, we won the championship. We're going out 3. We're going out 3 with these guys, whatever. The other thing to keep in account with them is Kristaps Porzingis, $30 million expiring contract this year. Not this year, but next year.
Next year, yeah.
Drew Holiday, huge contract, $32 million next season. He's got a long contract, and he has not been great this year. And he's going to be one of those contracts. 34 years old, people are going to be looking at like, what can we do with that? With 3 more years of that, that's going to be tough to pay. So they got a lot of questions to answer, but I think they're good for right now.
Let me ask both of you guys a scenario that I heard last night that it's actually interesting. It was from your boy, Bill Simmons.
Not my boy. I've never spent 5 seconds
your
listening
boy.
to him.
But this one was actually interesting, right? They were talking about OKC, and they were talking about all the draft picks that they have. And he was like, if they all hit, like all the, hey, if such and such finishes here, they'd have like, I think 4 picks. I think they might all be in the lottery. Like, I think something crazy like that. And he goes, you look at the team, they don't need a lot, right? Like they don't need a whole. He said, what's stopping them from taking all 4 of those picks and maybe 1 player and trying to trade for the number 1 pick and get Cooper Flag? I was like, and so I think that the Thunder would absolutely do it. Why not? If you were the Wizards, would you do that? You get like 4 lottery picks this year and Lou Dort for the number 1 pick.
This is a great draft. So this is the draft to do it. It's a deep draft. It's a lot of athletes, a lot of great talent that won't be number 1. You know, it might be number 4. You land on some franchise guys. And I think this is the year to do it. That's why a lot of people are kind of looking to the Nets like, you went about this all wrong. Like next year's draft is fine, but you needed to hit in this draft right here too. If you're the Wizards, you're so far away. And if you're the Thunder, you're in a place where you're playing with house money. We can do whatever we want. They can do all that for the number 2 pick and take Ace Bailey or take Dylan Harper or Edgecombe or whomever they feel like is the guy who fits what they're doing the best. They could do some of that and get the 5 pick and get a guy they like. But, you know, the thing about hoarding all those assets is you can't draft all them guys. You quite literally cannot take 19 picks in 4 years. You just can't. So they have to do some version of that soon. What I think is curious about the Thunder is when these guys come up as the disgruntled stars or the stars that may be on the way out or whatever, they're very rarely in the rumors. They're very rare. When everybody was poking around like, hey, maybe they'll take a run at Giannis, it was pretty much like, no, they're not. We're good. We're fine here. It was like, y'all don't want Giannis? Same thing for KD. He was like, yo, are they going to make a run at KD? I was like, I don't think so, actually. They're not going to sacrifice Chet and J-Dub for KD right now. I'm like, damn, that's kind of crazy. But again, they're playing with house money. And I think it's because exactly what you and Bill Simmons are suggesting, that they're eventually going to cash in those draft picks. And they're going to tell the dealer at the table, I'm going to go on this one right here. I'm ready to go.
I've said for a couple years now, semi-jokingly, but dead serious, I wouldn't trade for any of their picks. I would make them make all the picks and make all the roster. If I was there, I would conspire against them. Don't trade for any of their picks. Make them make the picks and figure out what they got to do with the roster. But I wouldn't trade for none of their picks.
All
but
the first, all the second, nothing. Let them do it. Let them figure it out. Like they have to do something with that roster. And they can only draft so many 6'6" guys that they feel like they can make shoot. So
hell, Eddie, you can only have 15 people on a roster. Like
can only draft.
You're gonna cut somebody, and I'll be there waiting.
I think the Nets are facing the same issue going forward, and the Jazz will be too. So it's funny the Jazz consolidated some picks this year with the Suns and I think that's what you'll end up seeing from the Thunder as well. But there's a very real chance I think they trade up in one of these drafts and just like take a home run swing, and they're in a great place. They're in a great place to do it.
You're gonna have to pay these guys at some point. They're gonna be on rookie contracts forever.
I think not this summer. I think next summer is when they got to start.
Yeah,
start handing out that money.
Like, when do they have to win? Like really win? Like win the title? Are we talking like this year, next year?
It's an interesting question because I think last year was the no expectations year, and they did cool. They did good.
It felt like they exceeded last year, no?
Yeah, and I think this year is kind of like, all right, we want to see some stuff. And J-Dub made the All-Star game, and Chet obviously went down with his injury, but we're feeling really good about where he's at. And Shea is MVP contender. I don't think he's going to win it. I think they had that straw poll at ESPN this week, and those are always like spoilers. So I don't think he's going to win it, but it's now. Like the West looks ripe for the taking. Obviously, they're the number 1 seed, and they're far ahead too. And they look like the best team. So I think it's starting now, and we'll get to a point where that pressure will build. If we don't start seeing it, if they don't make a deep run this year, or we don't see them in June soon, it's going to start building. I think it happened with the Celtics. Start being in whispers, like, do you break them up? Do you break them when they finally made it to the finals? Like, okay, cool, they've made it. Now they got to win it. Similar trajectory. So I think it's now. Shea is 25. Yeah, it's time to start making this happen.
I think for 2 reasons, the time is now. Number one, D'Lo, you talk about they're gonna have to start paying guys. I don't know what Clay Bennett want to do because aprons and all this other happens. So like that summer, I don't think it's this summer. I think it's the following summer when all these guys, the Chets, the SGAs, like J-Dub, they all up for that money. So I don't know what he wants to do at that point. The other reason is OKC is gonna be good for a while. This is me projecting a little bit. This may be their best opportunity. Houston's right around the corner. They got deals to make too. San Antonio's right around the corner. We talk about Luka and the Lakers and all this other stuff. Right now, I think OKC is clearing away the best team in the West with nobody really close to them. I don't know if that happens any other time than this year.
Yeah, and they're not going to be one of those apron teams. It's as an organization that's straight away from that. And I think they're smart to be that because if this trade deadline taught us anything, it's you need to be out of the second apron at the least. You got to be able to combine contracts. You got to be prepared if a deal comes knocking on your door, or you need to get rid of some guys and you need to attach pieces to help do that. That's why the Phoenix Suns got stuck and ended up not doing nothing. And that's why the Lakers could do the deal they did. That's why the Warriors could do the deal they did. And that's why, the Spurs could do the deal they did because they had that opportunity and they had that flexibility. So the Thunder will be smart to stay out of that. And they're going to have to make some tough decisions going on. And I think everybody's looking at Lou Dort and saying, okay, even Caruso, Hartenstein has been such a big part of what they do this year. But, that might be a tough cut at some point as well. So it's like, yeah, let's capitalize this year. Let's really max out on the draft, give it another run, and then go from there and pick up the pieces.
Eddie, what you doing this weekend? You on playback for any of this All-Star stuff?
I think I might be. I'm thinking about it. We'll see. I'm chilling though, man. It's kind of cold out here. Relaxing. What y'all doing? Y'all not going to the Bay?
KC going.
Yeah, I'm gonna get out there.
They ain't letting me out there, so KC going to represent himself.
They definitely would let this man out there.
Quick drive, man. Quick drive.
Yeah, God, I said, why not, man. Like I said, I got a couple. I never experienced it, so that's number one.
Mhm.
And a couple of my buddies that I haven't seen in a while over at Jordan. They gonna
Michael
be out there.
Jordan.
No,
Yeah.
it's not Michael Jordan. It's
Oh.
my guy that works at Jordan. I'm gonna stop by over in
Oh.
Alameda and see him real quick.
Guy who owns Jordan.
No.
Guy who is Jordan. Eddie, you ever work for Michael Jordan? KC has.
I never have.
No, KC has.
Never have. Never got a nice.
It's
gift
a
from
company.
them,
So
nothing.
Yeah, your boss was Michael Jordan. Why are you embarrassed by that? You get weird with this stuff.
No wonder you got all them shoes, man. You wearing the Bread 11s today with that fit, or you got the new Bread ones?
No, look.
You got the bands on.
They
You
told
got the
everybody
bands on?
I definitely don't have the band. This is
Color
just
coordinated
regular
on?
11s here. They said them band ones on like the StockX and Goat, they going for like 700.
Oh no.
700.
No. I got my old pair. I'm good. I'm good.
They only made 10,000 of them.
But they're going $700.
Yeah,
that actually doesn't seem like that much for 10,000 pairs of shoes.
Big money over here.
That's a lot.
It seems like
ain't about nothing.
no, because
So what's-
somebody,
you
somebody,
guys heard
no,
it, right?
no, stop, like, because like the Chicago off whites run like a couple thousand, don't they?
Yeah,
but that's off white though. These are just the regular Nike Jordans.
Huh?
$700 is a lot of money.
Yeah,
I
$700
Riches is only like 5. And those
I'm
were-
definitely that old person that's like, I got enough black and red shoes.
Mhm.
I don't think I need these ones too. You know, I'm still wearing my 3s.
I got Supermans that I think have been worn once.
Yeesh.
I don't even rock those.
You got that. You got that stuff. I be. You'll see it on the gram. You pull them out every now and then, man.
Once in a while. Once in a while.
Yeah, that's how you got to do it.
He's
That's how you
him.
gotta do it.
He's him.
Eddie, we appreciate you, man. Thank you, my brother. Thank you for tapping in with us as you
y'all
do each
soon,
week.
man.
We really appreciate you.
All right, family.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. So, man, Eddie Gonzalez, we'll be on the lookout for see what he's doing All-Star Weekend. We'll come back.
Jesse, that boy said 700 ain't nothing.
That's not what I said. That is not at all what I said.
You
I
did
thought
say
they
it's
would.
not that much for that kind of shoe.
All right, man. I've had about enough of whatever is going on in this.
Well, I can't even
studio
afford
today.
to talk to you, so we should probably go to break or something. We're good.
I wasn't thinking about getting them.
I just thought the amount that they were, the number of sneakers that they made, that it'd be.
I don't know why they did that either, by the way.
The limited release. Y'all knock it off. Y'all knock it off. Man, that's a lie, Benzito. That's a lie. I'll get some popcorn, but if I want candy, it's in my pocket.
Getting them Jordan 1s is cheaper than getting candy at the.
Facts.
At this point, you probably pay more for candy than you do for the tickets.
Yeah, for real. For real, for real. Nah, we don't shut down the chat over here, Jonathan. We let it ride. We let the jokes fly.
If I see Matt Nahegan, I'm gonna ask him, is the chat coming back, bro?
Still out?
Is it still down?
I don't know. I'm assuming it is. It was down when Bonte left. I know that. That was what, 2 weeks ago?
What's up, man?
One of you gentlemen want to make some woman a happy woman tonight.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead. And those are beautiful. Those are beautiful. Yeah. Yeah. I did it. Just hold it. Just put your hand on it. That's all right. We're good. All right, back here. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you. Thank you. So, man, Aaron right there. James Ham going to join us at the top of the hour. If you're watching, you see that love is in the air. Ain't even going to be. See that? What a team player I am, too. Mm-hmm.
Shout out to old D-Lo.
Now, those are beautiful, man. Those are the Strelinsky joints. Man, those are gorgeous. Those are extra long stem roses, man. Well done. And those are really nice.
Boy.
Those are really nice. Benzito says, I see y'all got my flowers. You're welcome. Next time, send a bouquet of tacos.
Oh man, I need. When is it? Friday? Yeah, that's the next home game, bro. I gotta be out there, bro.
Yeah, I'm
gonna be out there anyway, but I gotta
a
get
week from today. You got to what?
I gotta get my. I might get my tacos before the game, bro.
Well, yeah, don't show up after because you got to sign. You take autographs, sign pictures, do all of that stuff.
What?
And Benzino's like, hey man, we got to shut. How long you want us to wait for?
Yeah, are you the guy who shows up 15 minutes before they're closed?
It was 5 minutes after they closed last time.
It's the worst. That's the worst.
And you guys there before the game. I'm gonna get my tacos before the game because I do a little champagning and campaigning after the game. So I don't want to hold nobody up. I need the tacos though. I need them.
Don't go to a food establishment if they're closing 5 minutes from by the time you're gonna get there.
Because they hate you.
Yeah, that's facts.
James Ham will join us at the top of the hour. We'll talk a lot of Kings basketball. I'll be interested because I know you and James just differ on a lot of stuff. So I might just let you two fight.
They're not gonna fight today. Like there's nothing to fight about today because they lost.
Nobody's happy.
Like they lost. Like I ain't gonna sit up there and defend these guys to the death. You lost. You got to wear all that other stuff that people say. I do want to say, ask you something that you talked about earlier. Like they're talking about the franchise isn't building anything, and they just got no direction. What would you do? Like, would you tear this whole thing down? And when I mean trading Domas, trading these two, Levine, well, you might have to hold on to Levine, but trading DeMar and all that in the offseason, maybe you keep Monk, I don't know, but just tearing this whole thing down.
What could you get for Keegan Murray in a trade?
Probably not what you could have a year ago. I don't think you have to trade Keegan Murray, by the way. I'm not done with Keegan Murray. I'm not out on Keegan Murray. Keegan Murray's a 3-year player. I do have concerns that he's like a 25-year-old 3-year player or whatever it is. There's a certain point where it's like, yeah, this is who he is as a basketball player. It was my argument about Bogdan Bogdanović after his first year. He was like 25 or 26 after his first year. It was like, okay, that's who he is. Oh, he's going to grow. No, I don't think so. He's been a pro since he was like 8. Like, that's who he is as a basketball player. I'm a little concerning. Like, this might just be who Keegan is as a basketball player. But I'm not of the mindset that you have to trade him. I would listen. But to your question, I don't know, man. Like, I don't know what I don't know how you fix all of this. Like, you don't have, and you know what the truth is? You probably can't. So you might have to survive scrapping and clawing year to year, trying to get to the playoffs until maybe Levine's contract is done. Like, if you're tearing this down, you're committing to being the Jazz. Or like, because the Jazz, it's clear what they're doing, right? I don't know. The Wizards are just bad. Like, you don't want to be that, but you want to commit to like, we're done. and we're tearing this thing apart. We're pulling it apart like it's over, and we're going to build through the draft. The Kings can't build through the draft right now. And it's why when we talk about future, I don't know what I don't know how you feel positive about their future. Partly because even if you really like DeMar, even if you really like Zach LaVine, DeMar is older. Zach LaVine, I don't know. I didn't dislike Zach LaVine as much as James and many other people did, but I'm watching him like I watched, he had his best offensive performance as a King last night. And I can still find maybe more than a handful, maybe a dozen plays where I was like, what was that? And like 3 of them were in overtime. And sometimes it's shot selection. Sometimes it's just like, I don't care as much about, I mean, I know that the teams need to play defense. I know that they need to be better defensively, but like him and DeMar had plays where you're giving the Pelicans extra possessions. And in a game like that, you can't do that because it got to the point they paid off those extra possessions. And all of a sudden you were in a fight. Then you were you just started getting your ass kicked as the game got so out of hand. Everybody just quit. They told over again. All right, it's over. We blew it. I'm not trying to copy. I don't know what the answer is because I don't feel like there is one.
This team is cooked, honestly.
That's honestly what it feels like. I don't know what you're going to say next, but it feels like they're cooked.
They're cooked unless they work around this roster again. You're not winning anything with this roster. You're not. Like, call it what it is. I talked about it earlier. Zach LaVine is not someone who's going to take you anywhere. He could be a third option maybe or whatever. DeMar is going to be 36 next year. After next season, his third year, I think, is non-guaranteed, some of it or whatever. So maybe you're probably looking to move off of him if it's not working. Like, Sabonis is a great player, but he's not taking you to the playoffs or anything like that. He's just not that type of player. Malik, like, it's just, you don't have it. This team is cooked. You're rebuilding after next season if this is the roster. So you have to either, hopefully some teams still see something in Keegan this offseason. Maybe you trade him and you can get something of decent value there. I think Jeff Teague brought up like a Trae Young or something like that as an idea or whatever. Maybe like we talked about players with warts last year, but this roster right here, it's cooked. You're going to rebuild after next season.
So the thing about that, and I don't think anything either one of you guys said was wrong, but it's not, you can only focus on what you've got going on. But how many of those people are in the league? Like, how many of those people that can, there's less than 10 that like can change your fortunes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there are.
Like, we talk about like Zach LaVine and, and DeMar DeRozan, and I think a lot of times people look at them like they gotta, like, the way people talk about them is they're looking at them to be some type of perfect player. I can go up and down the standings and watch these guys play, and they do things that frustrate the fan base or people watching them. We love Anthony Edwards, and I think he's a franchise type player, and he probably does a lot of stuff that frustrates Timberwolves fans or anything else. De'Aaron Fox was just here, and on a nightly basis, he would do things that would frustrate people. There's like less than 10 of them in the league that can get away with maybe some of the frustration. Joel Embiid was one of those guys, and he didn't work. So like, I look at some of these guys and the warts that they have and the negative aspects that they have, and I don't want to say I just accept them, but maybe I do. It's like, yeah, he's going to force a shot, or he's not always going to be aggressive or something like that. That's what happens. You have to build a good team around those guys, and you got to kind of just get lucky with some of this stuff too. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely.
One of the things that really, I think, really kills this team more than anything, and I hate to keep going back to it, is that draft pick. Because when you talk about you have nothing and you have no hope and it looks dark, think if you had Jared McCain. You'd be like, man, this team, it doesn't work. But let's move off this guy, and let's start to build around McCain or Jalen Wells or something like that. They don't have that. They don't have that, and it's 2 straight drafts where you don't have that. Hell, you could say 3 straight, because nobody's saying let's build around Keegan.
Mm-hmm.
You got 3 straight drafts where you don't have a guy that you could say, all right, this isn't working, it's 2 timeline, whatever. Let's scrap Sabonis and all this other stuff, and let's start focusing on how we build with Jared McCain. They don't have that.
Yeah.
And that's what
Right.
helps
You're right.
to them
Yeah.
being hopeless.
Yeah. And you mentioned something earlier when we first talked about this, the bulldozer that was the De'Aaron Fox situation. And at what point do you think the Fox is the centerpiece of what we're building around ended? Because my opinion is it didn't end before it didn't like that. The idea of building around De'Aaron didn't end last summer when they were negotiating with, or whatever was going on with Mike, and De'Aaron said, if you fire another coach, move, or if you get rid of Mike, move me, or whatever it was. I don't think that was the first time this Kings team thought about trading him, or thought about maybe we're not building around De'Aaron Fox.
You think it happened last season, like during the season?
I wonder. Yeah, I wonder if it happened during the season.
Well, it was never really asked of me. So, like I said, I'm not switching up. I believed that he was a franchise guy, somebody that you could build around.
I did too.
I can also admit there was a lot of hope in that as well.
Absolutely.
It's like I think he can. Like he's not there today, but I believe and I hope he can get to that level of Dame or
there was
all those guys.
You said it perfectly. There was a lot of hope when it came to De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah, and they to a certain degree they don't get paid to deal with hope. Sometimes you got to like really look and be like, no, are we sure that this is the guy? And we talk about a lot of chefs in the kitchen up there. I'm pretty sure a lot of people weren't sure he was the guy to start building around.
100%.
And I think maybe there were some people, I know because they offered him an extension, or maybe that was just a formality, like you had to do it. But I would have offered him the extension, tried to keep him here, and hope for the best. I wasn't sure. I was not 100% positive, but that's how I played it out. And there's probably somebody in those meeting rooms that are like, I'm pretty sure. I ain't talked to none of the front office, so don't take this any type of way. But we talked to people who have been close to the situation. There were people who were dead set on no, he's not it.
Yeah,
and I'm sure they weren't alone. So, yeah, they might have that thought of moving on from him might have been there for a while.
I mean, yeah, I don't want to overstate this. It's been years. Like, I mean, as soon as that ink dried on that lad, that's not what I mean. I think we're really talking about last year before De'Aaron brought up anything regarding Mike Brown and his potential future. I wonder, because you asked earlier, how different is the future of the Sacramento Kings now than it was 3 weeks ago? And the truth is, I don't think it's that different. It's a little different because De'Aaron's younger, but the if De'Aaron had been De'Aaron, just what we see as a player now, very good basketball player, on 5 and 296, conversation would be extremely different around him. And it happened the last time he signed a contract extension. There started to be a shift in the way he was talking about. It would be that times 10.
Do you think this team's headed in the wrong direction right now?
Yes.
So then have they always just been headed in the wrong direction then? Has this like we thought like maybe De'Aaron could be the guy, but now we've learned, it probably wasn't the case. So now knowing what we know, was this just headed in the wrong direction with this front office because they were building around De'Aaron and all that?
The addition of Zach LaVine, I think, was the nail in the coffin. Not Zach LaVine's a good basketball player. Let me try this again. The acquisition of Zach LaVine was a nail in the coffin of the future. I don't know what De'Aaron Fox looks like on the open market. I don't know what a De'Aaron Fox trade looks like on the open market. I don't know what De'Aaron Fox trade looks like last, 2 weeks ago if the Kings weren't trying to acquire Zach LaVine. But you couldn't land any like solid first round picks out of that. Like none that you could just look at and go, we can work with what we have, but we've got a couple of extra draft picks coming up here in the next two drafts, or two of the next 3 drafts, or however it has to work to work. And yeah, we could really work with that. You didn't. You made the decision. We're going to go get a player who we think could help us continue to win now. As we bring in our buddy James Ham, who I just realized was clean shaven. Were you clean shaven this morning?
No, he was.
I didn't even notice it.
Yeah.
Valentine Ham.
Yeah, Ham got big plans tonight.
I made a mistake. I made a mistake this morning. I have a beard trimmer.
Yep.
And,
Yep.
Clearly, somewhat like it had got my beard trimmer has a bag and it got pushed in, and I wasn't paying attention and went to shave, trim my beard, and realized that I took it down to nothing. I'm like, oh, that's a mistake.
Kenny would be kicked out of the house if that happened to him.
I would not be on the show if that happened. I wouldn't be on it for 2 weeks. Still grew back.
That's okay. I understand.
I almost just showed up with just a mustache. Just you guys would have booed me. Like, what is
I don't think that would have worked, man.
What is that? What's going on?
Hammer, we're talking about the future of the Sacramento Kings. And I had a moment during the Dallas game, and I tucked it away because they won, and then they beat New Orleans again. Or they beat New Orleans, and then they lost last night, and I felt like it was on display last night. I didn't love the way that the Kings played last night, and as I watched them, with admittedly a Kings detractor, and not a Kings detractor, just we know Trista doesn't love DeMar. She really does not like Zach LaVine. I feel like I just realized I don't think this team has a future, James.
Yeah, it's a tough one.
And if they do, I don't know what it is.
Yeah, I don't want to be like the harbinger of like death here. Like, just like, let's just start carrying coffins like we're Dallas Mavericks people. But it's pretty bleak. And I mean, clearly they have draft picks, right? They're going to lose one either this year or next year. Or if they don't make the playoffs, they won't lose it at all, most likely. I mean, it's top 12 protected this year and top 10 after that, just in 2026. But, they have some extra draft picks. They have some extra stuff to work with, but they put themselves in a really bad situation. And you had a choice when you traded De'Aaron Fox. You could try to go out and find a player that was like him, that was around a similar age as him. Or you could really just like collect draft picks and try to start over. And, I think they chose a path, but it's a really complicated path forward. And I understand not wanting to go into full rebuild mode. And that totally makes sense because you've raised your ticket prices to a certain level. You don't want to go backwards. You're, as ownership, you made the playoffs once and you make some money in the playoffs, but you also got like the good vibes of being a playoff team and what that felt like. So I get not wanting to take a huge step backwards, but man, you made your path forward so incredibly difficult. And it's not just, that they chose Zach LaVine. And so you made this huge mistake with Zach LaVine. It's that you chose Zach LaVine, who has his own set of issues as a player, and you need to support Zach in a way that makes, to hide his deficiencies, just like you do, Domantas Sabonis, or when you had De'Aaron Fox or Malik Monk or anyone else. But at this point, it's just really complicated. Like you have a starting backcourt that, like I told you guys before they made the move for him, it's going to be difficult to hold anyone under 130 with the starting backcourt of Monk and LaVine.
Mm-hmm.
When you add in DeMar DeRozan's deficiencies as a defender, like you're giving yourself nowhere to go. Like we're gonna watch Domantas Sabonis for the next year and a half be in foul trouble all the time, like he has been since they made the trade. I mean, coming into last night's game, for the previous 6 games, he had 5 fouls or more. And it's because the perimeter guys aren't stopping anybody from getting to the middle. and he's caught on an island trying to protect the basket, and he's picking up fouls. He's also the only one standing under there going and getting rebounds half the time, and other teams are sending additional players, and he's getting fouled as a rebounder. He's picking up fouls as a rebounder because he doesn't have help. And these are issues that aren't going away. So I think you do put yourself in an awkward situation. I had someone describe it to me when they made the trade. It's like, well, they're done shopping for the next 2 years. And I'm like, you think it's that bad? It's like, well, yeah. I mean, you have a $43 million player, another $40+ million player in Sabonis, a $25 million player in DeRozan, an 18 going to be $20 million player next year in Malik Monk. Keegan Murray's at 10 million now, but you got to extend him after next season. So you're looking at between 20 and 30 million there. Like, you start looking at where their money's tied up, throw in Valanciunas at 10 million for next year and 10 million the next year. And it's a little bleak. This is your roster, and some of the players that you have are not worth draft capital, or, they're negative value players. And I would say that that's the case right now for Zach LaVine, but it might be the case as well for DeMar DeRozan next season. You might be able to move off of his $25 million for next year, but you're not going to be able to go out and get like instant value for him. It would have to be a step back. And so, yeah, it's tough. You have to reconstruct how you're building that roster if this is how you're moving forward, if this is the group that you're moving forward with. And you got to find ways to get Keon Ellis on the floor. You got to find ways to get DeMar DeRozan probably off the bench at some point. And I don't know how you manage all of that, because it's a little bleak.
Man, Hammer said a lot there. One of the things about Sabonis, and I love DeMontis Sabonis. Love DeMontis Sabonis. But if we're having these conversations, we need to have the conversations. And him as a defender is also part of the roster building problem. Like, you have to defend around him. And I think back, and I don't think he's a bad defender. I think he's better than people give him credit for, but he's never going to be mistaken for an all defensive center. And I think one of the teams that I thought back to was the Jazz team from about 4 or 5 years ago. And I crap on this guy a lot, but Rudy Gobert being at the center position made just like kind of random NBA defenders look a lot better, because he would erase a lot of mistakes. Now in the playoffs, they figure out how to play him off the court, but like, yeah, those guys weren't these great defenders, but you had a Rudy Gobert that could help out with that. The Kings don't have that type of defender in the middle. Like, and before the last 5 games, like they show the stat every game now, Domantas Sabonis leads the league in fouls. That happened before Zach LaVine. That happened while De'Aaron Fox was there. He fouls a lot. And the thing that I get across is like, I think all of those people, not those people, I shouldn't say it that way. All of those players have deficiencies. If you put them in different situations with different teammates, I think you could get by with all of them. LaVine, DeRozan, all these, Monk, all of them. But they all have a problem. That's kind of a bad mix, right? When they all need help. And that's just kind of where I think, like Sabonis, that play last night that I keep talking about in overtime, that open 3. Keegan, I don't know why he's in a trail technique on that sorry screen that was set. And I don't know why Domantas Sabonis is just pointing at CJ McCollum as he's wide open for a wing 3. DeRozan and LaVine had nothing to do with that play. Their defense had nothing to do with that play. Those were those 2 guys who either weren't on the same page. Maybe it was the coaching scheme or whatever. But that's awful. That's a backbreaker. Those things happen.
Yeah, I mean, I think clearly there's a problem. It's not just one player. It's not just 2 players. It's when you do collect a group of players that have a specific deficiency. But it's not like we didn't know who Zach LaVine is. We got 11 years of tape. It's not like you didn't know who DeMar DeRozan is. You had 16 years of tape. It's not like you didn't know who Domantas Sabonis was. Even before you extended him, he had been in the league for 7 years, 8 years, and then you extended him. Like, the idea of team building is pretty specific. If you're going to build your team around one or two players, you need to surround them with players that complement them and that they can mask each other's deficiencies, right? It's like team building 101. What you can't do is go out and get a whole bunch of players with the same exact deficiency and think that you're going to be able to survive. And then on top of that, you get a whole bunch of players who are at a certain skill level, so they're expensive. Guys who average 20 points a game are expensive. And, if you're going to bring in a bunch of 20-point per game scorers, you can't just bring in guys who are that play one side of the court. And so, yeah, I mean, Kenny, I don't disagree that like Sabonis is, he's part of the problem and not part of the solution when it comes to the defensive side of the ball. I will tell you that like defensively as a position defender in the post, he's one of the best in the game. You can look at the advanced statistics. He just doesn't block shots. And he also like so the help defense aspect of Domantas Sabonis, he doesn't fly over and even cut off a bunch of players that are like beating people off the dribble and getting to the basket. He's just not a good shot blocker. But that's why, like, we've been talking about this for a couple of years. If you have Sabonis, it's on you to go find a shot blocker to pair with him, not to play when he's off the court, to pair with him somebody who can be a 3-and-D4 or 3-and-D5 and free him up to do what he does best, but mask some of his deficiencies. What you can't do is continuously go out and find players with the same exact weakness and then expecting that to be okay and for you to hold up on the defensive end. It doesn't matter how good of a defensive, like, rotating team you are. It's just tough. And you can bring in guys like Keon Ellis, but everyone's complaining because he doesn't play enough minutes. Yeah, that's a problem. You need to find a way to get him minutes. You can bring in a Jake LaRavia and say, hey, look, he's good defensively. He's good defensively, but you can't really impact a defensive rating when you're playing 12 minutes a night. Same with Valanciunas. So the problem is that those core guys that you're starting alongside or that are playing 30 to 35 minutes a game, they can't all have the same weakness. And that's where I kind of see this team. And it's not just, very specifically on the defensive end. They also have a problem that they brought in a group of players who don't shoot the three that well. In addition to the fact that they don't, so they don't really complement each other at all. And that's kind of a problem.
So real quick, like one of the things from last night specifically, and once again, it's not all his fault, but this is part of the stuff that don't get talked about.
Mm-hmm.
DeMontis and JV got lit up by Robinson Earl last night. Matt Tovich, however you say his name, him and Robinson Earl combined for 29 points. Like, that can't happen. Like, you can tell me a world where CJ goes for 43. Those two guys combined for 29 points, and they were, 9 of 13 from the field? They were 5 of 8 from beyond the arc? Like, that can't happen. That can't happen.
No, I get you. But again, like, in all honesty, last night's game, very specifically in the fourth quarter, that was the wrong point of the game to try to run Jonas Valanciunas and Domantas Sabonis together. Like, I get playing those guys against bigger lineups, but you can't play them against smaller lineups because then you're slow in rotations and you're going to get beat. And that's really when New Orleans caught fire. When you chose thinking, I think the thought process was, we'll just dominate them in the key. It's like, okay, well, they can shoot. Like, you open a door for somebody to just bust you up from the outside, and then you're chasing your tail. Your rotations are slow. You got two bigs on the floor that don't react all that well. Domas isn't a horrible defender against the 3-point shot either. He actually moves in space okay, but Jonas isn't. And so they're very specific styles of player, and you can't, if you're going to put them on the floor. I'm okay with that, but they've got to be on the floor with Keon Ellis, with Keegan Murray, with Jake LaRavia, like, where you're hiding some of the deficiencies of those players by using what little length and athleticism you have and defensive acumen you have, because you are going to be slow. In those lineups, you should be really good in the pick and roll. You should be really good at the rim. You should be really good as a defensive rebounding team, maybe even an offensive rebounding team. But the there are obvious pitfalls to running that lineup out there when it comes to defending the three or spacing.
So what, this team's not going to get better defensively before the end of the year, Hammer. So if Doug Christie is going to get this group to the playoffs, to winning a couple of playing games, because it feels like 6 is getting further and further out of reach here, they're probably going to have to be better offensively. They're going to have to be a better collective team. And I asked this question to start the show, when your partner Kyle Madson was here on the Insiders 10 to 12, how do you do that? Is it as simple as, and not that Malik said this was simple, but he did bring it up the other night. Are we talking about practice time? Are we talking about court time? Are we talking about all of these guys, being together and having an opportunity to kind of learn each other's tendencies maybe a little bit better than they know now?
Yeah, I mean, I think you can get better with practice, and they're going to get a couple of days of practice, coming out of the break. For sure. You can clean up some of the rotations, like defensive rotations, not who's playing with who. You can work with who's playing with who and get better, like refining, how Levine and Domantas Sabonis play in like the pick and roll and stuff like that. But I do think that on the fly, what they're trying to do is they're trying to mask a few things by, like we talked to Mark Jones yesterday, and he said that they've inserted like 3 or 4 plays into the like rotation here of plays that Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan used with Chicago last year and the year before. And so they're trying to like give them some options. But by doing that, it really does feel like they're getting away from some of the things that have made them good as a team. And I think there needs to come a point where, as opposed to trying to work around who those players are, those players need to fit into who you are. Because if not, what are you doing shifting everything with, 30, 35 games left in the season when you start making these moves and trying to change who you are as a team to fit these guys in? Those guys, they have to fit in themselves. Maybe next year you can run a bunch of different play sets that make sense for DeMar DeRozan and Zach LaVine together. But for now, like, those guys need to be watching film of the players that were there before and some of the players that are still there and trying to emulate the play sets of what they've already been doing in order for them to find success. And I get, the isolation stuff with DeMar DeRozan. That's going to be a part of who he is no matter what. But there's a way to work the isolation stuff into the game where it's not just like the ball is moving, it's flowing, all of a sudden it just stops. And they just haven't figured out how to do it yet. So I don't know. They're running out of time for this season.
Right.
And like, I feel in certain ways, I feel bad for Doug because, he's teaching like he's trying to coach like master's or PhD level coaching here. Yeah. And he's still in his first 30 games as a head coach in the NBA. And this just isn't easy stuff to deal with, like dealing with a complete roster overhaul, dealing with like swapping out your 1A and bringing in new pieces. Like none of this is simple. Like the dysfunction behind the scenes, how this team is splintered and fallen apart, like none of that is simple to deal with. And, you're dealing with a first year head coach who not only is he trying to like bring all these guys in and trying to fit them in, but you're also like trying to rework your entire rotation and like how these pieces fit together on the fly. And, that's why I think waiting till the NBA trade deadline is never a good idea to make your moves. You should make your moves as many as possible in the off season and then try to tweak some of your deficiencies during the season. And that's just not what this team does. And so you put your coach, whether it's Doug or it's Mike Brown or it's, Luke Walton or anyone else, you're always putting them at a disadvantage where they're constantly trying to have to change who and what they are as a team on the fly. And it's just not a recipe for success.
This is probably a terrible time to ask this question.
It's not exactly the most joyful conversation we're having, so feel free.
Yeah, I feel like we did the same thing on the Insiders. We just had this really downer of a conversation today because of the bad loss. But it's Valentine's Day.
I honestly don't think it's the bad loss. I think people I won't. I'm sorry. I think Kyle has. I have had feelings about this team for like a couple of games now. And I just wasn't. If you're gonna win. Like we don't need to talk about it. Now they lost, and it's like, okay, now can we have like an overarching conversation here? But sorry, go ahead.
No, well, to your point though, I don't think anybody believes in this team. I think I'm a one-man wolf pack.
So you believe in this team?
I believe they can play better and they can turn things around.
What's that? What's turn things around look like?
I think they can get into the playoffs. Now, whether that's 6 seed or through the play-in, I'm not here to tell you that right now.
Okay.
But I think that about them. I think a lot of people feel I don't want to speak for either one of you guys, but like they're just cooked. Like they're not good. And I think that plays into they're not good and they can't be good. And I think that plays into just the overall morale of the fan base right now.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, I think that they can win. I just think the way they're having to win, it's just so difficult, and you realize that when they're going to play better teams, it's going to become more and more difficult to pick up. And it's not just like a win here or win there. Like they need to win like, I don't know, 17, 18 games down the stretch here out of 27 to make the playoffs or to make the play-in. Like that's where we're looking at, at a minimum, I would say they're probably going to need 15 wins, and you can go through their schedule, might be able to pick out 15 wins. But at the same time, like they have
They lost to the Pelicans yesterday. You can't pick out 15 wins. Like you can't.
Exactly. And you have the the fourth most difficult schedule in the NBA left from here on out. And once you get past the first like 4 games of the post All-Star schedule, you're going to have probably the most difficult schedule from then on, because those next 4 games aren't very good. Once you get past another game against Utah, games against Charlotte, a game against the Warriors, things are going to get dramatically more difficult. And like, look, I don't want to be doom and gloom for the next 27 games. I definitely felt like last night was a blow to like any chances they have. And it's weird to like point to one game and say, hey, I don't think they're going to be able to recover from that. But like there's a huge difference between being 3 games over 500 with 27 games left and being 1 game over 500 and then having to make up that game and knowing that you don't have a bunch of games against 12-win teams. And that's just the reality of the situation. And like the issues that they have, they're not going away. They have like very clear structural issues with this team, and they have added more pieces. And you could say, even on like face value, they have more talent today than they did maybe in November or December, especially when you add in like the Markelle Fultz signing, Laravia, Valanciunas, and Zach LaVine. But the problem is, it's always going to be, do they fit together? Or did you just accumulate pieces? Did you just go out and pull off a 2K trade that, that looked good on 2K, but when you actually play with the roster, it doesn't work? And those are things that should be like clear and evident before you make those moves. But at the same time, like this is the hand they're dealt, and you got to go out and play. And I think that's the most disappointing thing, is that like going out and playing, you just have such a razor thin margin of error, and they made mistakes, and it cost them a game against a team that you just can't afford to lose to.
We'll come back. We've got a lot more to talk about with James Ham. I don't think it's not all doom and gloom. Last night sucked, not just because they lost, but because of everything else that happened. Like when you talk about the worst case scenario, it couldn't get worse than what happened for the Sacramento Kings last night. So we'll talk more about that, what this week might look like for the Kings, and of course their next game 1 week from tonight at the Golden One Center against the team that may be moving in the opposite direction of the Sacramento Kings. That, of course, is the hated Golden State Warriors. Ugh. So that's more. That's what's ahead here with James Ham of the Insiders here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Yo.
What you got going on this weekend, Ham?
Well, I'm not going to All-Star Weekend
Mhm.
because Domas isn't going. We're gonna go out to dinner tonight. I
Nice.
think,
Very good.
yeah, I think I'm gonna go on with Jake Gaden on Sunday.
There we go.
Yeah, to help out from home. I'll probably go on from home.
Mhm.
I don't know. Not a whole lot else. I think I need a couple of days, just like everyone else does, just like the players do. Like the last couple of weeks have just been a barrage, a never-ending barrage of phone calls and text messages and podcasts and radio interviews and television interviews and writing and everything else. It's just like it does. It becomes a little overwhelming. So
Yeah, for sure.
yeah, again, I hate being all doom and gloom, but it's just like it's really difficult to see a pathway forward with like your starting point guard, shooting guard, and small forward. Like one of those guys and maybe two of those guys needs to not be there anymore, and that's even more complicated. Or one of those guys needs to go to the bench, and you got to have tough decisions and tough conversations.
Yeah.
But I don't know how much that matters. I just don't, because he's still gonna play 30 minutes a night. Keon's still gonna play his minutes. So KZ Okpala if you want to. Like you're gonna have to figure out a way to play with these guys. And if you can't, then you can't. But I don't know if starting him or benching him is gonna change that much, because you're still gonna finish with him, unless you're not.
Yeah. I just don't know that 18 minutes a game you can deal with the same three on the floor together. Like if you can survive those 3 minutes, those 18 minutes, 6 minutes to start the game, 6 minutes to start the third, 6 minutes at the end of the game. And even you can throw in the, 5 to 6 minutes at the end of the second quarter. Like those are going to be difficult. If you're playing, upwards of 16 to 24 minutes with those guys as a trio, you're going to give up 125 a night. And that's like at a bare minimum.
James hates the Kings.
No, I just hate being like that. I think last night was just like a clarifier, right? It was like, oh, now we all kind of understand where this thing is going and where sort of the deficiencies are. And I don't know how you pick them up and how you sort of trudge through it. But at the same time, it was one game, it's just a really big game to lose.
Tearing these little kisses up.
Happy Valentine's Day, everybody. Where are you guys going to dinner, Hammer?
We're going to the clubhouse here in the lake. They have they're doing like filet mignon and lobster tail. Sounds pretty good.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice stuff. Casey, you got a clubhouse?
I don't.
Me neither.
Mm-mm.
All of the jokes we make about each other, James is for real.
That's facts. Yeah,
James has like an actual armed security guard like outside of his house. Like all of the jokes I make about Kenny, like James, that's actually James.
It's his real life.
He has a lake, multiple boats,
Clubhouse.
a clubhouse, private chef.
Come on, man. What are we talking about, man? Come on.
We'll have to do one of those dinners with the private chef. That's a blast.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's I told you it's one of your dudes from Q, and like he either can come to your house and do it like a dinner party, or you can go to his house. Good stuff.
Is that tonight?
Yeah.
Oh, today's Friday.
Tristi funny, bro.
Today's Friday. That's right.
Tristi be cracking me up.
I think it's raining again.
Shouldn't be.
Doesn't look like it here.
It looks sunny outside, but I hear
let's
the
find-
water dripping.
Huh.
No, Tyler, it's not $700 a
All right,
person.
we're coming back, Hammer. Hammer just telling us about the extravagant life that he lives, man.
I mean, we can only wish.
Yeah. We said during the break, all of the jokes that me and Kenny make about each other, that's really James Ham.
That's facts.
It's really James.
That is facts.
You guys are ridiculous.
Real quick,
I married well.
Before we go back to the Kings, I wanted to ask you real quick. Did you see Juju last night?
Yeah.
Crazy.
Really good. I saw the
I
second
made
half
more
of
of an
that
effort to watch that game than rewatch the Kings game.
I watched the second half of that game, or watched it after it was done. And
Special, man.
wow.
Yeah, she is special.
Mm.
She is special.
Mhm.
Women's game is in great hands, man. My goodness. James was saying during the break, I think we don't mean to be doom and gloom. Like I know a lot of Kings fans like, oh, this just feels too negative. And I mean, maybe you're right. Maybe it is like a little overreactionary. My thing is, I just feel like I keep looking at this team play, and you want to. They had that nice run when things started out with Doug, and everything is just kind of leveled out since then. You're probably gonna need one more nice run. Just you probably just one. Like you can't tank, you can't get awful and have a nice run. Like you can stay probably playing at the pace that you're playing at, but you probably need one more nice run to make sure you stay away from like Phoenix and San Antonio. But like you might also want to get yourself in a position where you're playing one playing game and not two.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm starting to think about is how can the Kings get in a position where they play one playing game instead of playing two?
Yeah, I mean, and that's where again a 4-game winning streak would have been really nice right here coming out of the break and going in up against what do you have Golden State followed by Utah or maybe Charlotte then Utah, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like you had an opportunity to get that run, that 7-game win streak, maybe even 8 games. Like you start building from that, and you give yourself a little bit of a buffer zone. And I don't know where they come up with that run, but this team 2 years ago, they defied everything that we thought that they would be in the second half. We talked about it so many times how in the second half of the season when the real NBA starts, right? After the All-Star break is when the real NBA starts. The physicality cranks up, just everything cranks up, and the intensity of every game is just so magnified. And at this point, like who are they, and how do they come out of the break, and how do who do they tell us and show us who they are, right? And they still have an opportunity. Like you're right, man, that they're right in the thick of things. They did take a step back in the standings last night where they had a chance to go in trailing Dallas by a game up on Golden State, and sort of moving towards the teams that are in that 7-8 range, even like the 6 range you might be able to get to, but that loss last night puts you just in a different frame of mind going into the break. I want to see what they can do, like in those first couple of games. Can they rebuild the momentum that they had? Can Doug get them on the same page and playing the right way? And for that matter, if you're going to give up 125 a night, can you score 130? Can you score 135 and make it not that big of a deal that you can't defend people? I mean, I think we all know like offense and defense are tied together, but there is a way in which this team can push the tempo and still be a really productive offensive team, even though they're going to have a lot of struggles on the defensive side of the ball. You just can't get into every single game and not have an ability to string anything more than like 1 or 2 stops down the stretch. And that's what we've seen the last couple of games, where it's just like they make every game extremely challenging to win. And the fact that they've won a couple of them is a positive. But the fact is you don't always want to be in that position where you're fighting from behind, or whether you're trying to be perfect down the stretch of a game in order to come away with a win. And they've got to clean it up a whole lot in order to like even mask some of their deficiencies down the stretch.
Sorry. It's not even getting better. It's just hide all the things you do wrong.
Well, that seems to
It's
be
what-
like
Maybe that's how you get better.
yeah.
It's like when you're a teenager, you throw everything under the bed and hide it in the closet, right? Like
Yeah,
how do
there you
we
go.
mask it? See, the room's clean. I swear.
You don't have time. Mom just pulled into the driveway. You
facts,
don't have
yeah.
time to clean the room.
Perfect
Like,
analogy.
you got to get this looking a certain type of way.
Mhm.
And people think it's doom and gloom. Like it just is what it is. Like it's number one. That's what people think about the team. That's their opinion. And if it's not all good, then it's not all good. Like can't put lipstick on a pig. You know what I'm
I
saying?
mean, you
Like,
can.
You can. It
It's
wouldn't
still
make
a
no
pig.
difference.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's still a pig.
And that's just what it is. I think the only thing that I do think that this team that maybe others don't is I think they have room to get better. I think they can get better. I do think there's something to the whirlwind that's been the last 2 weeks with this group and getting a couple days to take a breath, settle down, get your feet under you and go back about the second half that way or after the All-Star break that way.
Mhm.
And I wonder if that could help them a little bit. And just, and I still do think they're talented. They're clearly not this great defensive team, but they can put pressure on teams if they are a little bit more efficient and a little bit more deadly on the offensive end. That could put pressure on teams. That plays with people's minds sometimes when hey, they're going to put up 120, 125. We better score. We better not have no opportunity or give them an opportunity to go on a 15-0 run like they did last night because we might be done. And maybe use their offense a little bit as their defense to a certain degree. So there's little things here and there where they can look to improve. Whether they'll be able to take advantage of it, we'll see.
Yeah, and I think if there is a silver lining to what happened last night, for me, it would be that there came a moment in that game where you just kept doing the same thing and expecting a different outcome. And, I think the players probably looked at each other after that game, at least a group of the players, and said, okay, like, look, we can't do that again. Like, DeMar, if you're not hitting, you just can't keep shooting and shooting and shooting and not giving anybody else a shot to try to win the game. And, like you relied so heavily on him the night before to pick you up and carry you to the finish line. He single-handedly backpacked that team against Dallas and picked up the win. But for as many times as we've seen that type of play where it's just like unstoppable, we also see the other type of play where when the shots aren't falling, he doesn't move off the ball and he keeps calling for it and keeps demanding that he takes the ball. And like in a situation where you start running out of timeouts and you're in crunch time, there needs to be moments where as a group you go together at like while somebody's taking free throws and huddle up really quick and say, hey, look, we're going to mix it up and it's not going to be the same exact play every single time. We need to go like, again, like last night's game is a perfect example where Zach LaVine had 32 points and 10 assists. He was excellent. He should have got the ball down the stretch. Malik Monk showed so much grit and so much guts late in that game, getting the rebounds, doing just everything that he could to try to will his team to win. Like there were times where he should have got a couple of those shots. And as a group, I think one of the good things that could come out of that is just to go like have a family meeting and say, hey, look, there are going to be times where we need to self-regulate and we need to have conversations that are awkward and not fun on the basketball court. And we need to say, look, it's somebody else's turn. Once you miss, 3 shots in a row in crunch time, that should be it. Like it used to be that De'Aaron Fox would hand it off to somebody else, or he would hand it off to DeMar, or DeMar would hand it back off to De'Aaron. But when you get to a point where one dude goes 0 for 7 in the final 4 minutes in overtime, that's really, really tough. And that's where, as teammates, you have to say something too. You've got to step up and say, look, we have to try something different. And I hope that they learn something from that specific situation. Not that they can't rely on DeMar, because a lot of times you can, but that when things aren't going right, that DeMar needs to let go and let somebody else have a turn to try to win the game. whether it's, Sabonis in the pick and roll, which was working great in the fourth quarter, or it's Monk going at the rim, which was working, or it's, Zach LaVine, shooting the 3-ball, which again, he had 5 threes last night. There were other things working, and you did not need the full DeMar DeRozan experience, but it was almost like they all just let it happen. And you can't, as teammates, just let that happen. Just you've got to step up and say, hey, we are going to run something different. DeMar goes and he gets in the post up, you swing it to the other side and you go back to the other guys and you say, nope, we're not doing it this time. And that's maybe it's a moment of growth where they can learn something from that.
Well, I'll tell you what probably will happen if, depending on how they view DeMar, which I think is pretty positive, they'll probably tell him, keep shooting.
Mm-hmm.
Keep shooting. We believe in you. You've made those shots a number of different times before. The other night wasn't your night. But I would tell him, it's Doug Christie, the coach, and Malik Monk, the point guard. If I give you the ball, I don't want you to think, and you feel like you're confident, shoot the ball.
Mm-hmm.
Shoot the ball. I don't want you thinking twice about whether or not I've missed 3 in a row, so I don't want to shoot. Shoot the damn ball. That's what I need you to do.
Or pass. I don't know.
That's what I need you to do.
Find
Shoot
an open
rock.
teammate. I don't know.
You open.
No.
You're
Well,
DeMar DeRozan,
if you open, well,
you're open. The
DeMar-
shots in overtime, all 3 shots he shot in overtime that were breaks.
if you open,
were wide open.
You take them.
Shoot the basketball.
Okay.
I would tell.
You get
that
mad
to
at me? Shoot,
would
I didn't tell him to do anything. Oh, holla at me. It's Valentine's Day. I don't need this.
To DeMar DeRozan. I would tell that to Domantas Sabonis. I'd tell it to Keegan Murray. I would tell it to Zach LaVine.
I wouldn't tell it to Jake LaRavia though.
Well, I would say like
he's at the free throw line. I would tell him that.
But even as a coaching point in that moment, like everybody saw it, so it's not like you can hide from it. And everybody also saw like
they kicked it out to him. He took wide open shots. He missed the shot. He didn't call for the ball in overtime. In the fourth quarter, late in the game, they were trying to do the dagger thing, and he missed a couple of those shots. He missed them. In overtime, they had the ball. Monk had the ball. LaVine had the ball. They kicked it out to a wide open DeMar. He missed the shot. That's basketball. I want you to take those shots.
No, I agree with that. But I also, in that specific game, at what point do you watch what's happening on the court? And as a coach, you got to make the tough decision on the fly in that situation. And for me, I think that most of the players on the court were playing pretty well, except for DeMar missing shots and the fact that they weren't stopping CJ McCollum. And so
Keegan was non-existent and he was getting destroyed on defense. And if we're going to say that, if we're going to be that way, Keegan was doing nothing offensively, wasn't grabbing any rebounds, and was getting torched. So why is he on the court?
By CJ?
Yes.
Well, yeah, but I mean, the problem is that you have to take your 6'8" power forward and go put him on a 6'1" guard, as opposed to maybe using the 6'5" guard who's a spectacular defender that's sitting on the bench and who scored 27 points the night before, hitting all kinds of threes, and who is actually effective in that game. And that's where I mean, like not to just single out DeMar in this one specific case, but like you have an obligation to do what's best for the team. And what was best for the team is to find somebody else to defend CJ McCollum, and they did not do that. And that's where like Keon Ellis should have been in the game, but it becomes like, well, who sits? And I get it, it's difficult, but to be honest with you, it wouldn't have been Keegan, because while Keegan is maybe getting busted up there, like he could have shifted over and defended Trey Murphy and given you 2 defenders on the floor. And then, and he had hit a 3. The last shot he took, he knocked down. They just didn't get him the ball. And so for me, like I would have like made a tough decision there, but like singling somebody out isn't easy. And especially a like longtime veteran Hall of Fame player, it's not easy. But like this is about winning basketball games at this point. It's not about making sure that nobody gets hurt feelings, because like at the end of the day, like you're either going to get a job or you're not. Based on wins and losses, you're either going to keep a job or not as a general manager based on wins and losses. And you got to do what's best for the team, not what's best for one person or what's best for one person's ego in a situation. And so, yeah, it would be an intriguing like conversation to have like off the record with some of these guys about specific situations like this. And maybe you would get an honest answer from them, but you're probably right, Kenny. They're just going to say, well, we just kept passing it to the guy that was open. And I was like, okay, well, that wasn't what was working before that play, before that segment of the game.
So Doug got a hold a little bit of this one then too, no?
Oh no, I think so. Yeah, but again, you're talking about a rookie head coach.
I know,
Yeah.
but we
Yeah.
got to hold Doug accountable too, just like we hold these players accountable. There's, we stay on these players about, being ready night after night after night. I know Doug is adjusting to a lot of different situations, and he's pulled the right strings more times than not in his in his limited time as the head coach. You're going to get some wrong, and I think the consensus is, and far be it for me to say that he did, but I think the belief is he certainly may have pulled on the wrong strings last night.
No, I would agree, and I would even say I was really confused why, again, when Zion Williamson was going crazy the night before, why you didn't try the two big lineup then, because they were running two bigs at you the whole time. But then you ran the two big lineups when they had guys who just aren't very, they're okay, Matkovic and Misi, but those guys aren't they're both rookies. They aren't seasoned vets. To run Sabonis and Valanciunas together in that situation, I actually think that's where New Orleans really got cooking from behind the arc, is when you went to that lineup, and it was only for a couple of minutes, but I was just confused why you went with it then, as opposed to, when you couldn't stop a big man. That's when it seems like the two big lineup would have worked. And then on top of that, I would have had Keon Ellis in the game, and I don't care who I have to have the tough discussion with afterwards. That's it. Keon Ellis needed to be in the game because CJ McCollum was crushing you. And CJ McCollum, I mean, what do you have? 26 in the second half of his 41. He was having a super quiet night all the way through until mid second quarter, and then all of a sudden he started hitting a couple of threes. So I would have figured out ways. But then again, not being there and seeing how it was playing out, Keon got heated with the CJ McCollum situation. So I don't know if Doug pulled him off the court because he couldn't calm down. But we all saw that situation where they threw the ball at each other and all that stuff. But I definitely would have had Keon Ellis in the game, especially with
beating his ass would have slowed him down.
Yeah,
it's about the only thing that would have stopped him. Hey, how'd you slow CJ? We beat his ass in the third quarter. That's what happened.
Yeah, and look at
it there in the beat our ass.
Yeah, in the chat, Stella, I think that's what it was. Yeah, CJ McCollum. They pointed out CJ McCollum had 6 points at half. He finished with what, 41?
Goodness gracious.
Oh no, 43. 43.
Everybody was getting it last night. Everybody was getting it. It wasn't just Keegan. It wasn't just Keon. Zach LaVine got it a couple times. Everybody in transition, they all got some of the CJ's buckets last night. I think Keon should have been in that game at the start of overtime. And some of the tough decisions and tough conversations you got to have. I think I know I go on and on about it. It should have been with Keegan Murray. I don't know why he was out
we
there.
We get it. You hate Keegan Murray.
but it even goes to what I talked about as well.
Mm-hmm.
Why are you asking him to guard a 6'3" CJ McCollum?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think CJ's that big, but
yeah. Put the guard on him.
Mm-hmm.
Put the guard on him.
I will, in his defense, Kenny, every single player on the Kings roster ran a negative last night, except for Keegan Murray, who was a +7. Everyone else ran a negative. And I mean, plus minus isn't the greatest, but I will say, there were moments where Keegan was really good, and it's more because you went away from him as an offensive player than it is that, you asked him to do other things. And he didn't hit the glass heavy in the second half. I mean, finished with 8 rebounds, right? But that's because Domantas Sabonis became like a Hoover. I mean, he had 13 boards just in the fourth quarter alone, 28 for the night. I mean, he had 5 offensive rebounds in the fourth quarter as well. There weren't a lot of other people going in and getting rebounds. And sometimes that means that players like Keegan were setting screen. I mean, we're blocking guys out and keeping them away from the basket, so Domas could go and get those rebounds. And that's something that, without going back and watching the tape, like how is it that they were getting those rebounds? Some of the time it is because your teammates were doing their jobs as well.
I think Keegan is really good at what he does. I just think in that situation, in overtime, he played. CJ was perfectly fine with Keegan Murray guarding him last night. Perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. This is what I talked about yesterday. He didn't feel any.
Do you want a shirt that says "I hate Keegan Murray"?
I like Keegan
a new
Murray.
Tattoo. Oh my God!
I like Keegan Murray.
How you talk about me when you ain't here? If you like Keegan,
like
Murray, man.
I just don't think it's all DeMar.
I like.
I just
insert think, name as the kiss of death from Kenny Caraway.
Just wait till he starts calling him by his number.
No, in these situations, I just don't think DeRozan and Levine are
their
the
team
problem.
gotta be better.
I don't think they're the problem with what happened last night.
Shades
and
of 40.
If you want Keegan Murray. If you want Keon Ellis on the court, who was a -11 last night, for those that like to talk about those numbers, if you want him on the court, the answer isn't taking DeMar Levine off the court. If there's another guy out there getting torched.
Okay.
Yeah, I would just say, like, you can turn it any way that you want. There's one guy who missed 7 consecutive shots down the stretch. I mean, so I would argue that in the late fourth quarter in the overtime session, that as much as anybody, it was just DeMar DeRozan not hitting his shots, and then it's tough.
Cam hates DeMar and Kenny hates Keegan. How do we feel about Markelle Fultz, Hammer?
Well, I mean, I think we're not going to have to watch Devin Carter minutes the rest of the season, which I think is interesting. I think Markelle Fultz is an interesting player. I'm not sold that he's like a defensive genius. He's not a good 3-point shooter, but he can score. He can distribute the ball. If you do have an injury to Malik Monk, he can't step in and be a point guard. So I'm intrigued by Markelle Fultz. I'm a little concerned that he hasn't played since May 5th in a game. Because last time I checked, May 5th was like 9 months ago. And that's a long time. So yeah, we'll have to see.
He's rested.
He is rested.
He's healed up. Fresh legs until he hits the wall like 8 games in. Oh, that's funny.
We'll see. I think he'll get some minutes. I don't know where though. Boy, that Jake Arabia, oh Jesus Christ. Start a backlash from the fan base. Continue to not play Keon Ellis enough minutes.
That's right.
Man.
You were saying about Jake LaRavia?
Oh, yeah. That hysteria hit quick and fizzled, man, didn't it?
That was like LA Knight.
That was the boy. This is the greatest debut in Kings history. And that was it. It was all done.
I do remember saying that don't worry about the contract. It'll take care of itself. Like, yeah.
Well, even in that game, he only had 7 points. So I think the contract would have been fine in that game where he made such an impact.
Yeah.
He's a good bench guy, though.
No, I like Jake LaRavia. I just, these people floating out there, he's going to get a 3-year, $24 million contract.
Kenny wants to give him to him right now. It's the old Buddy Hield thing. He wants to give him the deal right now.
24, Bill.
You wanted to give Buddy 24 per, if I remember
Buddy
correctly.
would still be on this team if he got that deal from Casey.
That's
He'd
right.
be on this team right now.
But Buddy Hield would be on the Kings forever if this franchise listened to Kenny Caraway.
Dude, what time we got?
You've got seconds.
30 seconds. PrizePicks.com. Go put your lineup in for All-Star Weekend. Guess what I did?
I don't know what
they got. All-Star Saturday night 3-point shootout. I went Buddy Hield 24 more.
Wow. Oh
no!
More in that first round. Yeah.
Wow.
Must be present in certain state. PrizePicks.com for more details.
Download the PrizePicks app. Use the promo code
KIFM for $50 automatically when you put that $5 lineup in.
Have a great weekend. Hopefully, it's a 3-day weekend for you. We will see you back here Tuesday at 10 a.m. with the Insiders on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Vamos All-Star Weekend.
All right, guys. Sorry, it's Friday, so we have to flip over right away because Complex is going to start mixing here in just a couple of minutes. So I have to have the board live and hot and all of that stuff. So you guys have a great weekend. We appreciate you to no end. You want some more music? Head over to Flashback Friday, man. We're going to have a good time over there. We'll see y'all on Tuesday.
Happy Valentine's.